Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 16th of July, where I am coming from. I hope you're doing well. And we're going to be covering some interesting stuff today, so strap yourself in. Everyone's doing the roll call. Ravy, how you going? Dilemmas has entered the chat first. I know on my screen it looks like you just pipped at the start there by Ravy. Sorry to break it to you there, Dilemmas. Got my cheese wing in the house. Morning, Spandog, yo, 4AS, yo, what's up? Whip out, yeah, I know, whip your theories out, bro. Theories out for the boys. All right, let's get straight into it then, because actually I want to do this. I've got the point here. If you want to know what we're talking about, look, I'll do my usual introduction. We're going to talk about all this stuff today, okay? But like, this is the thing that we were like watching yesterday. There was a well, was it yesterday? Like, we watched it yesterday, but it was probably a couple of days ago now. Anyway, there was a shooting in Maine, in like the northern part of another ice death kind of situation, to be honest. Why is that doing that? No, that's better. Yeah, there was an ice shooting event that happened a couple of days ago in Maine. Oh, wait. You got a screenshot? You're first? Oh, you are first on this one. That's hilarious. I take it back. Take that, Ravy. Apologies, Dilemmas. I reject your reality and substitute it for my own. It's so good. I'm still on the fence with this one. No one seems to have prior footage. God forbid they use their damn body cams. But I remember we watched that Homan guy, Homan, whatever the Baltazar's name is. Tom Homan. I'm going to go with that one. And he was just like, yeah, we got the body cams, but we haven't distributed them yet. Yeah, it's the Democrats' fault. The Democrats did it. Yeah, we could have had the body cams by now, but the Democrats did it. And I was like, okay, fair enough. All right, so yeah, there was an ice shooting event. There was a guy from Colombia, 26-year-old dude, had his 3-year-old daughter in the back of his car, and seems to have been approached for a stop, like they pull them over. I don't know, to run a check on them or whatever. Basically, it would seem that this gentleman was racially profiled. I don't know how else to say that. Like, it's not woke rubbish. It's literally just, he looked South American, so they decided to pull him over. They seem to have had a warrant for somebody else, and they've ended up shooting this guy like 4 times through the windscreen in front of his 3-year-old. It's pretty horrific stuff. But like, there is no real, I don't know, there's no solid evidence that's come out, like analyzed to death, like with the Renee Good situation on the Alex Preddy one, where there was like, 5 camera angles of it and everyone could have an opinion. This one is, you're stretched for some footage of this one to see what actually happened. Anyway, this guy analyzes it, and this is something that Dilemmas has shared, and Spandonk is calling bullshit on it, given like the angles and the circumstances. So we were talking about this before we started streaming in Discord, like over there in the stream chat. So let's have a look. The only type of ice I like comes from the peace pipe. Nah, joking. Or am I? Theory Thursday, question everything he says, because Ioran said socialism is when the government does stuff. Yeah. Uh-oh. Fuck, that's cooked. Bro, it's so cooked. Say my name. In the house, how you going? It's such a cooked situation. Supreme Court legalized racial profiling. Quit spreading snowflake woke left propaganda. What are you referencing specifically there? But like, despite whether it is snowflake woke left propaganda, like, he literally was just racially profiled, because they had a warrant to arrest someone else or apprehend someone else. And then they just shot this guy pretty much in cold blood by the look of it, even though that's hotly contested. What's the 4IS reach is currently on a 110 stream streak. Yeah, boys, 110 stream streak for the boys. There it is. God damn. What a milestone that is. It's crazy to think that we've done 110 streams. Let alone it's a streak. You're on your 4IS. You're fucking legend, man. You're fucking legend. And so this is... Oh, wait, dude, you know what this footage is? As well? Like, people are going to go off. This guy claims that this footage has come from one of those flock cameras. Those surveillance state flock cameras. How crazy is that? Bro, it's a flock camera. How mental is that? Voltage are in the house. How you going? That undershot where it's all just screwed. Coming to a city near you. Yeah, apparently. This is the one where they legalized racial profiling. So, U.S. Supreme Court, 9 months old. Continue, get fucked. Legalized racial profiling. Immigration experts warn. Immigration advocates warn the Supreme Court has effectively legalized racial profiling, granting federal agents the power to stop people in Los Angeles simply for speaking Spanish or appearing Latino. Oh, God. All right. In a 6-3 decision on Monday, the court's conservative majority lifted restrictions on roving immigration patrols across LA area after a lower court found federal agents were indiscriminately targeting people based on the basis of race, language, and employment location. The High Court's ruling alarmed civil liberty advocates and rattled immigrant communities in the country. Where 1 in 3 residents is foreign born. What is this? At the news conference near a Home Depot in a heavily Latino neighborhood of Los Angeles, where raids in June sparked massive protests, the city mayor, Karen Bass, assailed the decision, saying the Supreme Court has now given a green light for law enforcement to profile and detain Angelinos based on their race. We should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, or appears to work a low-wage job. Oh my God. Rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost. I dissent. Interesting. All right. So that's the one. Yeah. Thank you, Supreme Court. All right. Well, racially profiling people is fine, I guess. That's where I start wearing their cams. Oh, the old scrote cam. Got it. Lovely. Bandsaw Bandit, how you going? I was hoping to wake up to the end of the world. Alas, it's worse. Theory Thursdays is upon us. Bro, you love Theory Thursdays, bro. You love it. Are they Uyghur? Interesting. I'm glad to have your support on Theory Thursdays, Bandsaw Bandit. Instead of the end of the world. Ninja Nurse in the house. I like my whiskey neat. No ice. All right, let's have a look at this. So pretty much this guy, I believe, has been racially profiled because they were looking for him. And like something's happened and then this guy's got shot. Let's hear how this guy explains it. Again, this is hotly contested. So Spandock is going to give us his theories on why Valhalla VFT is a lunatic for assessing a situation like this. But let's hear. How hotly? Oh, it's so hot. Everybody's saying it's so hot right now. It's possibly the hottest take ever. I thought there was a lot of people that wanted to digest some theory on their Thursdays. Ayo. Absolutely. Bandsaw Bandit just hasn't seen the light yet. Not yet. All right, let's do this.
Now, I haven't got any other footage yet I haven't seen, but this seems to be the main footage we have with the security camera, but it shows enough to exactly what really happened here. And what you're going to see is the car of the person who was unalived will slowly drive and try to turn around the intersection. You're going to see the ICE agent walk here up to the car, place shots into the window, and yeah, we'll talk more about it here in a second. So here's the car. I want you guys to notice how slow this car is driving, because of course what they're going to try to tell you is he tried to run the ICE officer over. The car is moving at about 2 miles per hour at the moment. You can see there is no officer in danger, but you're now seeing the officer over here in the crosswalk. Car slowly drives up. Here we go. So as you can see, here are the two officers. Important to note, right? This car, of course, is turning around very slowly in the intersection. And this is where the ICE officer is trying to claim that the driver is trying to run him over. And again, we watched him walk up to the front of the vehicle. And now we can see both officers here. You can see, okay, it's hard to see, but you can see he pulled his gun out and he has taken the shots into the car at that point. Now, obviously, the driver is most likely no longer alive. He walks up to the side of the door to try to open the door. Again, the car is probably now just going to be moving at about 2 miles an hour. You can see how slow this car is moving as the second officer just slowly walks behind it. I see the officer trying to open the door. The problem most likely is, again, that person is probably no longer alive, as the car is just going to slowly turn in circles now. And then they slowly drive an SUV up to stop the moving vehicle. And as you can see, he walks up, opens the door. The driver's already not alive. Now, I'm not going to show you the rest of the footage because it's basically them just pulling his lifeless body out of the car. And from what we understand.
So, like, I don't know. Has anyone else seen any footage explaining this situation? But like he's put it up there. Now, the footage that we've seen is like the car
crosswalk,
like as in like the pictures.
Cars.
So like it's quite. I don't know. It's not easy to see, but like it's he's standing in a position where he could be shooting at this guy like right now.
Slowly drives up.
Now this guy claims that he doesn't
go.
take a shot until he's standing next to the car, but it's like, I don't know, you make up your own mind there. He's standing in front of the car at that point, which would likely be the point at which he's like, he's coming right for us. The old South Park defense, Jimbo and Ned hunting adventure kind of stuff. So like, I don't see his body language any differently to when he's up to the side of the car, because the bullets, if you've seen any pictures from the crime scene, like the bullets are in the windscreen of the side of the car.
So as you can see, here are the two.
And like we saw footage of someone filming themselves at the front of their house, like close to where this happened. You can hear it's like bang, 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 bang. And then there's like one shot afterwards. They're really like rapid kind of shots.
Officers, important to note, right?
Why is this bullshit? I think Spandog's case is, this guy is saying, like Valhalla has said, the shots didn't occur until he walked up to the side of the car. And he's like, it's clearly come from the windscreen. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about, kind of thing.
This car, of course, is turning.
So, like, that's why it's not credible. His analysis, his take of this situation. I notice here, as soon as it starts, the car is moving weirdly, almost like uncontrolled, and the front left tire looks flat, as if from shots already. Finally, where this dude claims the shots are fired is through the side window, but the shots are through the windscreen, in my opinion, indicating prior engagement. Not 100% either way. I'd like another angle or prior footage, but this Valhalla guy is such a typical Yank, full of bravado, and we are the best. A little too much for me. Considers himself Kirk's assassination expert. Interesting. Very dicey. Maybe the angle for the shots was right for the windscreen. It's so hard to see. It's such a shit angle and quality. It's fluck, baby. So anyway, this is hotly contested apparently. Like it doesn't look great. Like these guys look pretty relaxed the way they're just like walking around and stuff like that. Like I don't know if this guy's alive at the point where he's doing a U-turn. Then like he's driving ridiculously slow. But like he's coming right for us. But he has an American First neon in the background. He has to be legit.
Around very slowly in the intersection. And this is where the ICE officer is trying to claim that the driver is trying to run him over. And
he's coming right for us. Captain Bucket in the house. How you going? Yo, yo, yo. Hope you're well. YouTube experts love shitty quality videos. If those were legit, the first shots fired, then heinous, of course, by the way. Yeah, it sucks. Poor dude, man. Poor guy. I have 100% confidence our government will cover this up so we don't have to think about it. We are not fucking mad enough. The ICE officer put the wife and child in more danger than the officer himself. Comply or die. That's not the American way. Interesting. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on this because, like, it's so low quality. It's hard to tell, but like, it's. I think he's shaped up here. Like, makes kind of, it does work, and we've seen this stuff before. And like, that's like the car gonna start circling from then on. We've seen this stuff before. It's not like this is an isolated incident. They've been a little bit trigger happy in the past. So, like, it's completely plausible. A person is dead. Let's get outraged. Another ICE shooting? Yeah, it's another ICE shooting. And, like, yeah, it's like a 26-year-old dude, and he had his daughter in the back or something like that. And they just, like, popped him through the windscreen. And there was some witness that we heard yesterday, and like, he heard the guy in the car being like, I've tried to stop, kind of thing. Or I tried to stop. And, like, maybe, I don't know. Like, it looks like he's moving pretty slow. So it doesn't seem like the usual, like, you know, like when someone does a runner and they like take off suddenly or all that sort of stuff. But this is the only footage that they've got. He does go into the training, etc. for ICE, which I found most interesting. What training? LMAO. Very funny. All right. Shall we? Look, I want to do a couple of things today. And, like, we're going to do some other stuff. 47 days of training for the 47th president. Not a joke, by the way. Not joking at all. That's fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because he's such an expert on training. Band's so banded. Hey, you're very hypercritical today. Poor guy. Leave the Valhalla man alone. He's got a beard and shit. All right. Anyway. I want to have a look at a few things today. I want to have a look at yesterday. I didn't realize. I wish we had live streamed that. But yesterday, our protector, our Lord and Savior, Elbow Sleazy, gave a speech at Sydney University outlining Australia's plans for artificial intelligence. And so I really want to have. I am an enigma, remember? You fucking are. Hard to tell. Hard to tell where you're going to be, what angle you're going to be coming from. Lord and Savior, Chairman Albo, thank you very... Yeah, sorry. Chairman Albo gave a speech on Australia's direction with AI. Now, this could be one of those things like when we read Australia's AI plan last year that the government put out, and it was just... awful. Like, it was the most generic stuff ever. It's like, Australia must invest in AI to survive. And you're like, yeah, okay. Like, what's the details of that? And it was just one of those generic, you know, like bureaucrat documents. It's just like, we must keep up with the game. We must encourage investment. But like, there was no substance to it. So I'm hoping this speech now, or like this series of discussions that are going to be coming out, is actually going to tell us how Australia is going to position itself in regards to the AI revolution that's going to come and, you know, change the world, etc., etc. And so, yeah, he gave a speech. We're going to watch that. We're going to watch him defend his speech with Sarah Ferguson, Australia's greatest journalist, according to Morandi. We're going to have a look at that whole topic. And then we're going to get into some Cuba stuff, look at Cuba as well. They've had, you know, more problems in terms of blackouts and all that sort of stuff. So we'll get another take on an update on what's going on in Cuba, and then we're going to get into Theory Thursdays today. So false advertising in the house. How you going? Albo Sports Club president for life. Mossad will guarantee AI investment. Albo loves a kickback. Mossad will guarantee AI investment. Oh, I haven't heard that angle before. That's an interesting one. Scary, can I just say? And Gina will allow them to start manufacturing weapons in Queensland. So why not? I'll be back in a bit. Good luck. Morandi destroyed Sarah. The ABC is a disgrace. He did. To be honest, this is the only Labor policy I'm not on board with. I say that as a paying Labor member. I also don't know their actual direction with it. Well, the problem is, like, the paper that they put out last year was just so generic. They just, like, we need something on AI because everyone's really excited about it. And so they were just like, Australia must invest in the future. Like, that sort of empty language. So I'm really hoping this speech gives us some direction because it's a hot topic. You're starting to see a push, I believe, from certain like political interest groups in the Australian scene to start pushing it back against data centers. I think that is riddled with error. Like, obviously, data centers are an environmental disaster waiting to happen. They draw power. They have like environmental impacts on like residential communities. They use up water, which is ridiculously precious in a country like this. But like that sort of stuff can be managed, like with good development. Like, we are living in the 21st century. We can do, we can do industrial society without fucking people over on purpose. And like, we don't want to miss the window with investment either. If this is like the railways of the 21st century, like data centers and like this type of digital infrastructure, like we don't want to cut ourselves out of that gravy train if that is going to help set us up for the future. So you got to be realistic about this, but they got to have more than just like the "we must invest in the future" kind of rhetoric. So let's have a look and see what they have to say. Just here to watch a trash fire. Oh shit, we're watching VFT. Cool. Oh, you know this? Like, everyone seems to know this guy. That's interesting. Yeah, we just saw his assessment on the whole situation with that guy that got shot in Maine, the Colombian dude who was working in the country legally, it would seem. Just like regular kind of working class guy by the sounds of it. And just got like shot 4 times through the windscreen. And it doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all. Like, there really is no evidence from this anyway to suggest that anyone was in danger. But the guy that got shot, but whatever. I bet that journalist is still trying to sew her asshole back together after Morandi ripped her a new one. Dude, witnessing that was awful, wasn't it? My God, she got dismantled. National security is the big sell for everything. We can't let China beat us. Oh, fuck, we got a long way to go. China's beaten everyone already, I think. Think tech billionaires get off by fucking us over with AI? Is that a question, or are you saying I think? If you're asking if I do, yeah, absolutely. But again, like, once you build the infrastructure, like, it's there. It's like, if we can have infrastructure, like a railway line might be built by some, I don't know, mining magnate or some railroad conglomerate or something. But like, once the infrastructure is there, it can be expropriated for other uses. And same with data centers and all that digital infrastructure. Let them fly the capital in, dump it here. Once it's fixed, there's this idea of fixed capital in a Marxist understanding of the economy. Once it's fixed, it's a form of capital. You can't just pick it up. They can't just be like, all right, I'm taking my data center, I'm fucking off. Like, it's here on Australian territory. We should be able to control it. Just got to be clever about that. So, like, I'm all for them spending money, in our territory. I think we could just manage it well is the most important thing. Dilemmas. What got me the most is Albo saying the days of having the same job your whole life are over. And here's me working the same job my whole life. A lot of people I know. That is a dying thing, though. You know that, right, Dilemmas? Like, that used to be the way. Used to be the way for everyone. And you get a gold watch, a handshake, and a nice retirement plan. I'll be in and out while I deal with a dickhead. I'll have a stream in the background to approve chat. Thank you very much. Good luck dealing with knobheads, Ravy. We need to invest in Al/Albo's future. By awful, you mean amazing. Hey. He basically says no framework, single piece of legislation, and another hole to burn money called the Office for AI, so we can stay adaptable and don't scare away investors with scary laws. All right, well, let's listen to him then, I guess. Hey? Labor, great and giving fuck about only ourselves. Great at, sorry. Commie curious about the economy these days. I'm very commie curious. The most commie curious. That's what the US says at Captain Bucket. Nice selling point. 60-month interest free for qualified applicants. What if they beat us? They already fucking beat us. And the new AI department will work out of the PM's office. Albert wants a tight hold. Some people don't want to constantly change jobs. Some people just want to toil. Yeah, fair enough. Like I'm not attacking that. That was the working class dream. Hey, you get a good secure job, and like, you know, the organization looks after you and you're loyal. Like that was the working class dream for a long time. And like the world's changed a lot since the 70s. I'll just say. That is a dying form of the working class dream right there. It's very old school. And like I would say that it is capitalism that has failed that dream dilemmas. Not Albo. Like capitalism itself. But like if you want someone to point at and vent your rage at, then, you know, why not? That's what PMs are for. America, when they are not the number one economy anymore. Yeah, well, you're going to have to get used to this rage. 4S, Mystery Movement. This is my hot take on the issue. Everyone that is anti-data centers, etc., is coming from an ethical consumer. But that's the problem. You're coming at it from an individual shouldn't use it. That does nothing about the means of production at all. My take is make it democratic. If people want to dismantle the data centers, go for it. Go with what people want rather than what is best for profits. Or the brothers of tech. Yeah, fair enough, man. You know, fuck the brothers of tech. But again, like if they use their capital to build stuff, that does not mean, like, one of the most socialist communist things you can do is allow some foreign capital to come in and then you expropriate their stuff. Like China's been doing this for decades now. They're like, foreign capital, you want to come here and make cheap stuff? Build your industry here, use Chinese labor, and now they get to control the means of production. It's fucking genius. It's genius. I get it. But like, we just haven't got, like, Chinese managed that situation really well. They were like, we get 50% share in everything, and like, you're not going to fucking tell us what to do in our country either. So like, you want to get cheap Chinese labor? Go for it. But like, we get access to everything, and they did it well. We've got so much to learn. The working class could afford homes and holidays and lamb. Yeah, dude, lamb's fucked. You know what I found outrageous? And I know this is really off topic, okay, everyone, but just hear me out on this one while we're on the topic of how outrageously expensive lamb is. When I was in France, lamb was cheaper in France than it was in Australia. Now, you're probably sitting there and you're like, well, they probably have agriculture and they have lamb. The lamb was from Australia. And so we fucking produce it here and we ship it off to France and they buy it for like a cheaper price. Like, I did the conversion from euros to Australian dollars. They sell our lamb in France for cheaper. So like, I don't know how that works out. But like, shipping lamb fucking halfway across the world, which cost me thousands of dollars to get myself halfway across the world. It's still sold for cheaper than over there because of some, I don't know, business deal or some bullshit like that. It's a fucking travesty. It's an attack on the working class. We can't even buy lamb like our international competitors can. Listen, as long as Dave Hughes keeps paying more tax and not me, I'll keep voting Labour. Poor Hughesy. Poor guy. Won't somebody think of the Hughesy? Poor Hughesy. Bro, you should look up Tarong Spidey later. Man's a certified schizo low cow from Perth. What is it? Alright. Interesting. Turong Spider. Spidey, sorry. Count Binface said it best. He promised to lower your taxes and raise everyone else's. Count Binface. He's good, actually. Well, that is it for us. People are screaming for legislation and AI, not just stopping investment. And now we get this. Thanks, Albo. Thanks, Labour. I see. I'm not sure what people are upset about with the whole. I haven't listened to the speech yet, so I guess we can find out together. You can have cheap Chinese labor, but it's gonna cost you. That's right. All the tea. So good. Element, the only physical touch is gonna have me in cuffs by the end of the day. Oh. My main problem with AI is that the next step of automation, it is the capital class investing in technology so they don't have to spend money on workers' wages. It's cheaper to use robots. So it confuses me. The worker party is investing into technology that is anti-worker. Like this is kind of the conundrum of capitalism, though. Capitalism is consistently it's consistently developing technology that undermines labor. Like there is a requirement of capital to make workers redundant so they spend less money on labor costs. So putting your head in the sand and thinking that investing in new technology is not going to help the working class. It's not going to help the general working class. Of the world, the workers of the world. It's not going to help everyone if you can stave it off in your country, because you'll just get left behind eventually, because somebody else will develop the technology, and then you'll have workers in that country or that territory or that zone, economic zone, whatever, that are skilled up for the next wave of technological activity that creates new jobs and creates a new section of the working class. So yeah, AI is technically anti-worker technology if you believe all of the hype of the tech bros, which is constantly no one's ever going to have a job ever again in 10 years time, and everyone's going to be happy and living on a UBI. That's just nonsense. I don't believe their hype at all when they say stuff like that. Yes, it's going to disrupt the workforce massively, but is it going to do that without a proper transition? I would say no. I think that's just tech bro hype, so they can sell, they can inflate their stock prices, really. It is anti-worker in the sense that, okay, this technology is going to be disruptive, but to not plan for new technology, it's not the right thing to do. I think Australia has benefited from being an advanced industrial nation, massively. We've got the quality of life that we do because people have invested in industrializing Australia, and this is the next step in if this is the next step in industrialization, we shouldn't opt out of it. We should manage it, and manage it well. Same thing in China. They get our meat cheaper than we do as well. It's outrageous dilemmas. Outrageous. Lamb. Come on, man. Everybody loves a lamb chop. It works with our wool, iron ore, fruits. You can buy it elsewhere cheaper. It's ridiculous. We need to put a tariff on lamb. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm going to start a party. The tariff the lamb party. Everyone's going to vote for that. As a kid, I remember to everyone having a whole rack of lamb each. A whole rack of lamb. Why does Husey look more and more like a meth addict the longer we go on with this Husey versus Albo beef? They do the same thing with Tim Tams in England, cheaper than Australia. The dildo of capitalism is fucking us, and it doesn't use lube. Dude, that's fucked. Tim Tams are so expensive. So expensive. I was in Woolworths the other day, and it's $8 or something like that for a packet of Tim Tams. Get fucked. That's an assault on the working class. I wasn't aware of how much meth Dave was doing until he started being mad at Albo. Yeah, his face, man. Seriously. My hypothesis is he has cancer. I saw a dressing on his chest that looks like he had a portacath there. That's a device used to administer chemotherapy. Oh, fuck. Yet labor is what creates value. Makes a ton of sense. Well, hence why The old adage, hey, that capitalism is its own gravedigger, another great Marxian term that I think is taken heavily out of context. But yes, how do you resolve that contradiction? That value is created by labor, specifically surplus value, right? And like capitalism needs surplus value, or it has no basis for its profit system and will collapse. But yet it strives forward. But like a lot of these technologies don't just wipe out labor forever. They do create jobs that weren't there before. But like that's the thing, like the technology also makes the productivity of labor more increased. So if you have more increased productivity, you have less workers that need to work to produce the same output. So you don't have to have as many people engaged in making that value. And they can do with something else, like, I don't know, create music, or like be a fucking useless streamer or something like that. Like no benefit to society apart from just like cultural goodies. See what I did there? It undermines everything but profit, labor, environment, safety, all of it. AI is the new age of automation. The pursuit of continuous growth of surplus value. We need some degrowth so technology based around the worker can then rise in its place. This is the way. I have spoken. The credit card destroyed the working class. 1970 was the start of the downfall. This is the way. The UBI will just serve capital, as does everything else. Yeah, I believe in that also. I'm not a big fan of UBI. I think it's an awful idea, even though it was a Milton Friedman idea, which is interesting. The truth is, minimum wage laws, welfare programs, regulations, and unions have driven labor costs so high you will lose jobs to third world countries with cheap labor. Yeah, that's right. We should have working people in our country work for poverty rates. No, less than that. Starvation wages. Then we can compete. Fucking unions. Automation is the only way to compete. Yes, you will lose jobs, but you will also gain some. Oh my God, we're agreeing on this part, Han. Eh? And these jobs will be technical and higher paying. Hey? Only if they're unionized. If you want to reverse this, you need to lower labor costs, which nobody on earth will advocate for. What a conundrum, Han. What a conundrum. Sorry, Han, but those third world countries won't be third world forever. That business model is unsustainable without actively creating conflict or sabotaging those nations' economies. But why AI is winning there too. But that's why AI is winning there too. 8 for a whole pack of Tim Tams is nuts. See, Alba, this is why we commie curious these days. I'm sure Alba was commie curious back in the day as well. Very commie curious, the little pro-Palestine warrior that he was. He was a Trotskyist, I think. He's definitely commie curious. The West made a trade. We gave away all our manufacturing jobs and got a cleaner environment. Some say it's a good trade. Okay, so it wasn't unions. It was the West collectively giving away its jobs to cheap labor. I thought it was unions and regulation and welfare and minimum wage activists. But they were the problem. Yeah, but as wage laws spread further globally, exporting manufacturing will decline. AI is only going to fuel that. I absolutely hate the argument of AI will create jobs, as if they are expecting blue-collar workers to have the skill set to maintain the robots that replace them. It's learn to code all over again. Interesting. Fair enough. I see much speculation. Let us end ye old speculation then and listen to, what was it? What do I have to say? Again, Chairman Albo, deliver the much-awaited speech. You're basically expecting a TAFE-qualified worker to do a job at a high level of university-educated engineer. Again, yes, there will be skills that need to be acquired, but like thus is the life of the working class. As Dilemmas was discussing before, there was a golden age after the war where, like, you know, people could live, like, be in one job and like one job for life. Like, I don't think that era is upon us anymore. And if people have to update their skill sets to remain active in the workforce, then like that's the modern age, whether you like it or not. And like obviously you don't have to like that, but like you have to be kind of across the rapidity, the pace of change in this system is not great. But like, goddamn, man, he skipped over my video. Feels bad, man. Sorry, Han. Sorry, let me go back. God, this better be relevant and not just like outrageous for the fun of it. Let's have a look. Oh, brother, where are they?
And stay out of the Woolworth.
Thank you. Thank you, Han. Apologies for skipping that one. Apologies. For the record, I only meant it'll fuel it in the sense of as AI causes less of a need for labor in general, combined with spreading labor laws, it'll be less profitable to operate overseas rather than locally. Well, that was the idea behind, I guess that was the justification. I don't know if they actually believed in them, but the justification behind Trump's tariffs from an industrial perspective was to bring back industry on shore. But like, they're not going to bring back industry that's like, everybody gets a job together on the factory floor again. Like, it was supposed to bring back industry and promote high automation industry where it's like robots doing everything and like a bunch of engineers sitting in a room in the middle of a dark factory that just like check the robots every now and again when they break down. It's just a meme video. State Daddy Albo. You'll be fine, Han. Yes, but it was relevant and funny, and in about 9 seconds. It's not a robot, it's a machine, a Terminator. Cyberdyne Systems, Model 101. You're replacing blue-collar workers with white-collar engineers. Basically, I'm saying blue-collar workers are too stupid to fill those roles in the most sincere way. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, but like thus is the long march of capitalism, though. It's like continually replacing physical labor with like labor using more advanced tools. That's what machinery really is. That's all AI is. It's not an actual replacement for humans. It's just replacing. It's like a more sophisticated tool at the end of the day. And like sophisticated question mark, right? Like, how many business places have people actually tried to integrate AI because the CEO said so, and like they're actually not finding ways to integrate AI into their workplaces, and now they're complaining about it. So good. Yeah, Trump's tariffs are the same idea but done badly. Technology is advancing too fast at the pace of IQ. Like the calculator. The 40, 50-year-old household providers who only have a specific skill set will be screwed. Yes. I agree. It's problematic. It's problematic. But like the last thing you should do as the state is not embrace the change and not invest in methods of tertiary education. Like what they should be doing, and which Labor is already doing, is bringing about free TAFE. And like TAFE will have to update its curricula to get involved with this type of technology. And they should bring back free university education to assist. Please let AI take me job. Please. Come on now. You know what's going to affect? It's going to just affect a lot of entry-level stuff, right? That's really what's going to happen. Trump's only reason for AI talk is to secure investment. They have lost the AI race. They need to give the illusion of winning, or the AI bubble will crash. And with investment from the Middle East, me and Jagger got an interesting theory on that one for you. Maybe they purposely do want the economy to crash, the brothers of tech, and like disengage the world off Wall Street and move it to Silicon Valley, the new headquarters CTO to CEO. Yeah, so we did some AI stuff, but it has created a huge bottleneck of code to review, and the quality is really bad. CEO, spend more money, make it work. The efficiency of capitalism. So good. Corporatism. My friend went to the generics field after he had been working as a generics lab for a few years. I asked him how it was working in a genetics lab. Okay. He said it was like working at McDonald's, except the idiots are paid much better. Can we acknowledge that a lot of these companies are taking traditional technologies and labeling them as AI for branding? It's just sensors and an internal computer following a basic algorithm. Label it AI and you can charge more for the product. Yes. Genetics, fucking typo. Mystery is gonna get stumped with that typo. I did. I was like, wait, what is that about? From Wall to Y'all Street. Yeah, interesting. Let me put it in better terms. Technology is advancing faster than education is. Yes, I agree. Hence why you need good governance to do things like it's already doing at the moment, like making free TAFE, and then like release the beast that is free tertiary education. Like bring us back to that golden age. Like Australia was able to jettison itself into the coming century, the coming millennia, because like the people that were getting through the university system were doing so freely. We were lucky. We were able to offer things to the world economy because of that. The need to interrupt China's pace. All this investment into technology, yet no investment into education that makes it work. McDonald's is run mostly by teenagers. And the military complex's influence on the US dollar doesn't help. Yes. And like the merger basically of Silicon Valley and the military industrial complex, I think that's one of the most scary things there. Like they could have used AI they could have used it for good, man. But like the productive force of the military industrial complex being merged with artificial intelligence, it's just easy money. Like the thing that Han always complains about. It's big government just giving contracts and state money over to the capitalist class. Hey? But it's not because big government created itself to feed the capitalist class. Like they want it. They want that state money. We need to encourage free uni. There are already too many going to uni. Yeah, all right. Oh well. Yeah, just make them both free. TAFE and uni. Just do it. Rip off the band-aid, just do it. If you want to remain like in our region of the world anyway, in the Asia region, Asia Pacific, like if you want to remain relevant, like Australia doesn't do cheap labor, so like we got to do something, and it's going to be on that end that we can offer to the world market. We can't go insular. Anyway, shall we? So I love the discussion though. Loving the discussion today. People going off. If you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. You know what to do. Yeah, we don't have a big pop. We got to invest in the people that we got. Yeah. Pauline's eternal battle with the over-educated, anti-intellectualism kind of stuff. Which, like, fine. A lot of people have a chip on their shoulder kind of thing. I get it. Intellectuals, they're scary. But they're also pretty flowery. So, like, they haven't got the best life. So, nothing to be scared of. If they're not better than the average, we're not selling it. Funny how immigration isn't the problem. It's emigration. Immigration? Not immigration. All these students are learning in our country, then taking that knowledge overseas. Interesting. All right. I'm going to watch Albo now. And so are you. Okay? So strap yourself in. Let's learn how Australia is going to manage the AI revolution. I thought the problem was like migrants coming here and sending all their money overseas back to their families in India or whatever. And they're just like, oh, the capital's leaving Australia.
It's awful.
Funny how we can't encourage people to emigrate back.
So many fond memories for me. When I was studying economics here in the 1980s, the world was being taught the meaning of economic rationalism. Thatcherism in Britain, Reaganomics in the United States. Yet here in Australia we were making a different choice and we were moving in a different direction. Because while other nations were being remade by a philosophy which held there is no such thing as society, Australia was building what has become one of the truest expressions of our society and the duty that we owe to each other as members of it. I speak, of course, of Medicare. That was an act of economic reform.
That's so good. Enjoying studying economics. What a liar. Yeah. What? Like, no one's going to believe that, like, honestly.
Social justice and a statement of national ambition. In creating Medicare, Australia didn't beg or borrow from elsewhere. We built for the best by building for ourselves. That thread runs through our national story. As innovators and inventors in science and research, in agriculture and energy, and in democracy, progress and fairness too. Back when the Industrial Revolution was fundamentally altering the shape of the economy and the nature of work, the minimum wage and 8-hour day were radical experiments. Today, those Australian ideas are rights that workers have fought for and won around the globe. We were the first country in the world where women could stand for Parliament and vote in elections. And these
woke rubbish. 8-hour working day for workers. Women standing for Parliament. Woke rubbish. Fucking Australians. National story. The national story of woke. Nerd. You actually like studying economics? What a dork. Oh man. Oh dude, this meme, this one here. I'm not a boy or a girl. Where do I pee? Margaret Thatcher. Pee on that. That's a good one. That's a good one.
were free and fair elections conducted by secret ballot, something that other democracies call the Australian ballot. In the 1990s, universal superannuation was controversial. Today, in nearly every meeting I have with foreign leaders and international investors alike, they raise our super system as world leading. In September 2024, when I announced that our government will be implementing a social media ban for Australians under the age of 16, that too was seen as radical. We were told it was too late to act and too hard to implement, that its opponents were too powerful to listen or change. We understood the difficulties we were up against, but we also...
The people we all hate. Not gonna lie, he glazes himself for like 4 minutes. Doesn't get into the news stuff until about 10 minutes. Oh, man.
also knew that our action would send a signal and set a standard. It would start conversations within families and friendship groups. It would help parents and teachers talk to young people about the harmful impacts of social media with government and the law as backup. Australia's social media ban started these same conversations right around the world, so that by the time I was at the United Nations in September last year, countries were seeking us out to learn about the approach that we were taking. Today, more than 20 nations have implemented or are implementing social media age restrictions of their own, and many more are having the discussion. This is a credit to the courage of Australian parents, people who channeled unimaginable grief into a selfless call for action. And it is proof of what Australia can do when we back ourselves, where we apply our enduring values to the challenges that are presented by new technologies. We can set a standard that changes the way the world looks at an issue and deals with it. And to take that example of social media one step further, imagine if the world had acted a decade ago. Imagine the difference it would have made if these limits had been put in place when the world first grasped the risks of these platforms. When we first understood their...
I like Albo glazing himself though, he deserves it. I really don't want to think of a glazed elbow. That'd be like that. Thanks, elbow. Having a tug, never been so difficult. No wonder youth crime is rising. Man, imagine youth crime before the internet then, hey? Would have been fucking crazy. Yeah, I mean, what's two of the worst economic crises you've got? AI. He deserves a glazing for sure.
Reach and indeed their power. That is the opportunity and the choice that we have now with artificial intelligence. From smartphones to rooftop solar, Australians have always been enthusiastic adopters of new technology, and AI is, of course, already part of our daily lives. Not as a novelty or a search tool, it's changing the way that our universities teach and the way that students learn. It's helping small business owners cut the time they spend on paperwork. It's driving productivity and it's driving discovery. It's building new screening tools for cancer and disease. It is a critical and urgent innovation priority for our Defence Force and security agencies. No government can turn back the clock or press pause on all of this, nor would we want to. That would only mean cutting ourselves off from the opportunities which are there to be seized and leaving ourselves open to the risks created elsewhere. The fact that we cannot stop change does not render us powerless. Far from it. Our power, our agency, our choice lies in embracing change and shaping it, not just adopting or accommodating AI.
He also took credit for everything Labor did under Bob Hawke through the 90s. The only thing under his admin he mentioned was the social media ban, the highly contentious social media ban. I'm sure a lot of the welfare stuff has been highly contentious, and superannuation too. Never easy for big change. But like collective credit, like come on. I don't think he took personal credit for that. It was more like the party did this. Take that, political opponents who do nothing. Sign language always makes everything seem more interesting than it actually is. Oh man, dude, that's so good. Half, same work, same pay. If it helps, just picture Kylie being glazed by Alba. Yeah, take that, Ravy. That'll be... Oh my god.
Designing it, making it, building the capability right here, and building our sovereignty and our economic resilience as a result. That's why we are serious about attracting frontier AI investment to Australia, because we want AI to support and create good jobs, not replace them. All of this is a bigger challenge and a bigger opportunity than social media, no question about that. But not only are we coming to the issue earlier, we have more than time on our side. We have the advantage of geography. The expansion of AI requires a physical material footprint. It needs our land and energy and computing power to operate. That means we can set the terms. We can determine AI's social licence, but we have to do it now. We cannot revisit this issue after companies have built whatever they want, wherever they want, and try to then reopen negotiations. This is our time to decide what AI looks like here in Australia. It is not a question of if or when AI will transform our economy. We're past that. The question that matters, the choice that we have, is how we apply our enduring values of fairness and opportunity to make this technology work for us, for workers and communities, for our economy and our environment.
I love it when a politician boasts about limiting your freedoms, like it's a good thing. Like, are you talking about the social media ban? Or like limiting artificial intelligence? It's not our freedoms. It's the freedoms of the tech bros. So like, I'm down for that. If they get to benefit from the technology that everybody uses, then like they can be regulated. I'm down with that. Okay, so free TAFE is not enough. High worker wages, investing into renewable energy, second best managed economy in the world. I could go on. That one's for you, I think. Spend on. Theory. Ninja nurse theory. Notice that he is not sounding in front. That he is not sounding in front of Australians. He's not standing in front of the Australian or Indigenous flag. Is this just a fluke, or are we seeing him move towards the center and trying to be more palatable to those on the right. Imagery is important. I don't know, like he is doing this at Sydney Uni. So like it's up to the uni to do the decor. Don't you reckon? Or you think this is like a dog whistle thing? Like no Australian, no Aboriginal flags up there. The under 16 ban, which we paid $100K to fly some drongo to New York City to spruik it, and we flew her family out for a holiday as well. Government hasn't flown my family anywhere for a holiday. Yeah. Hasn't flown my family for a holiday anywhere either. Outrageous. No, it's bad because I can't watch corn anymore. Stop fixing our country with negative gearing changes. Let me joink it. Let me jerk it. So more money is going to be spent on labor, or reduce the number of individuals and replace with a few individuals with slightly higher labor costs, but overall reduce labor costs. Yeah, I guess that's the general trajectory of it. Yeah. Look, the higher worker wages have only kept pace with inflation the way they're meant to. Renewable energy transfer has gone bumpier than a gravel road. And hey, I like free TAFE. Props there. And those rules have been changed, Shags. But failed to address the actual issue why Aussies are upset. Overtaxed and overgoverned. But what about housing, cost of living, massive crises? Then on top of that, you have small business support, law enforcement investment, and medical investment, all barely keeping pace. Nah, donk. SA is leading the world in renewable energy. They can't even increase Medicare enough to stop doctors going private. It's bloody outrageous. It's bad. One of the lowest taxing governments we have ever had. Sorry, Shags, but you're wrong. Alright, keep going.
Our creative industries and media. This is about Australia shaping the future rather than letting the future shape us. Our nation is home to global leaders in AI, and I'm pleased that so many of you are with us here today. But you do not need to be an expert in AI to have a say or a stake in it. We're all involved, because the real issues that AI presents are not technical ones, they are economic ones, legal ones, social ones, and as Pope Leo has made clear in his superb first papal encyclical, Magnificat Humanitas, there is also a moral and a spiritual one. They are tests of our national values and our national interests, and tests of our national resolve, cooperation and ambition. If we act now, if we mobilise our resources and coordinate our efforts, if we move with the urgency that the speed of this change demands, if we build to match the scale of the opportunity that this moment presents, and if we do it the Australian way, true to our values and our standards, we can make AI work in Australia's national interests.
We can. Like, it's all good points. Like, it's, we got to manage it properly. And so, like, the gas tax kind of conversation was all like, basically, oh, let's turn around and renege on our obligations to other countries and just, like, destroy contracts and destroy our public, our global reputation as a safe place for investment. Let's just do that so we can get 25% export tax on. Let's do that. And, like, really, at the end of the day, the only solution is, like, get a time machine, go back and make sure it's done properly. Like, that's the point of which we are at with AI. Arguably, it's probably gone because we've already built, like, they're already building the AI infrastructure for the tech bros. But, like, yeah, we should be negotiating now. Like, we should have full rights to these data centers that are being used for artificial intelligence. We should have access to a portion of it, of its compute power. We should have access to something. We should have a stake in it or some type of ownership over it. We should have rights to its output. So, like, I hope that's what they're talking about, as opposed to just being like, let's just attract investment at all costs and be on the forefront of this technology. Was there pushback against the recent data center news? If so, do you think this speech is to help influence public opinion? I think it is. I don't know if there's been pushback. To be honest, like, I haven't seen a lot of talk about it. There's been a little bit of news reports here and there about, like, oh, data center coming to your backyard. Watch out. But like it hasn't been like public outrage. I feel like this conversation is like so much bigger in the US. Like I saw recently, Jag, you've probably heard about this. Like New York State, like Kathy Hochul, isn't it? Like the governor, she's just put like a moratorium, I think, like on data center development in the state of New York. Like she's just been like, that's out, like for a few years or something like that. So like it's massively contentious issue in the States right now. I don't think Australians are as upset about data centers as people are in the US at the moment. Conveniently in a year, she's up for election. Interesting. Very interesting. So yeah, I think there's like a bit of there's apprehension in Australia because people are understanding of like what AI means and like what's happening in other places like the US, and people are like, oh fuck, what are we doing about this? Are we doing it well? And so like, yes, this speech is probably like, hey, we've got a plan and like we're gonna manage it. Whether they do that is the $1 trillion question. But yeah, definite PR stuff going on here, right? I get that vibe. Yes, a lot of people with renewable energy have seen lower cost. You just don't want to pay anything because it doesn't directly help you directly. But sadly, that's not how tax works. It's to help progress the nation and the people. Sorry, Shags. A lot of people with renewable energy, yes, but I assume you mean local solar panels residentially. There's a huge cost of entry there without more incentives and rebates. So Labor is, so everything should be fixed to your interpretation of fixed. It's a great selling point, national interest. Yeah, talking point. It's a great selling point. Talking point, I meant. Yeah, well, what is the national interest, right? I've got renewables all good till you need the grid. It's locking out more workers and putting them into the grid at high cost until they can't afford to upgrade. Are there large amounts of people in SA who don't pay for electricity at all? So sorry, yours isn't that low, but it's working. It's not what I'd call good transition. Not saying it's not still progress overall, but it is bumpy as fuck, at least for the little man. Yeah, I got a battery bucket. Doesn't help when you need the grid. Last week I was working and someone took a picture of the monitoring equipment. It ran it through AI to get an analysis, then asked me questions to see if my answers were the same as what they got from AI. I don't feel right about that. Holy shit. And did it stack up? Like, did it stack up or did it give them the wrong information? I paid 20k for my system. Now I've got to fork out another 8k to get my system self-sustaining. Not many people can afford that, along with the house, to put a solar on. But there is a free battery upgrade. I'm a fucking god. Why do you think it's a bumpy road? It's because any party that isn't Labor votes against any push for renewables. It's literally Labor versus everyone else. Yeah, I can't put all the blame on Labor. You're right. My answer was correct, but it was a snap. No, I'm right. Like, was the AI correct? Not you. You're the one with the experience. I would say the AI needs to be monitored for or verified. But it was a snapshot of data. I sit there an entire shift and calculate mountains of information in a moment. They just took a picture. Crazy. The AI was too vague. Vagueness can be dangerous. Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right, back to it. To Old Faithful over here, eh? Oh, he's not a bot. Oh, well, they're changing over. Hey, Jag, did you see that? The entertainment has changed. She must have been tired. Maybe she needs a drink.
Last week, the Department of Employment and Work-Based Relations published real-time data-driven analysis of AI's impact on the labour market. The first research of this kind by any government anywhere in the world. It found that while some roles are changing, graduate employment is high. Software and tech jobs.
Her hands were getting sore. Yeah, I don't know if it's because I had her at 1.25 speed, but like, god damn. She was going off chops there. That's not AI. This is AI. Oh, man.
Jobs are growing. Nationwide, unemployment remains, of course, near historic lows. And participation is at record highs. Our skilled and diverse workforce is just one of the reasons that the world is queuing up to invest in Australia. Consider what international investors look for and then think about what we have. World-class universities producing skilled graduates and high-quality research. The traditional resources, critical minerals and rare earths that are essential. The space to build. The sunlight to power affordable, reliable, renewable energy. Strong bonds with the fastest growing region of the world in human history, just to our north. A legal and financial system at the top of the global ladder for integrity, the security of transactions, timeliness of payments, and smart use of technology. And underpinning it all, a stable democracy. Truly, there is nowhere else you'd rather be.
Do you remember when we were watching or reading that article about like how Marco Rubio controls Venezuela? And like one of the three things that they had for Venezuela, or the three steps for Venezuela, was like, you know, allow foreign investment, shore up the governance of the resources, basically the country, but like their resources. And the last thing was like allowing free and fair elections, or like ensuring democracy works. And like he's given the game away. Like Australia's position is like incredibly stable form of governance. Yeah, we have like new parties and coming in and out and all that sort of stuff, but like generally business as usual, even if you get a change of government. Contracts honored. Like there's no, you know, military coup, a new leader come in with new demands of the global economy and foreign capital, basically. This is the point. Like Australia is, as a colonial outpost, as an imperial outpost, as a vassal state, it's a safe place to do business for foreign capital. And like, you know, they all of them, like all the governments that we have, they manage Australia at a federal level to be a attractive place for foreign capital. Now, is that a good thing? Well, it's a good thing in a bourgeois world, I guess, if you want to continue to function economically and have relevance on the world stage. In a bourgeois world, yeah, it's great to keep your hand on the steering wheel and manage the economy. Is it great for all of us workers out there? If like the job of our government is to make sure we look attractive for foreign capital and our imperial overlords, no, it's probably not great for us. But like this is what these people do. It's like they manage Australia's economy from a perception management point of view to ensure that we look good in the region and for our imperial overlords. So the question is, given the circumstances, who manages the economy best to survive in a global capitalistic environment? That is the question you should be asking yourself, if you're not asking yourself revolutionary questions, like how do we overhaul the system and like, you know, bring in an Australian republic and rewrite our constitution, which better suits the needs of working people in Australia in the modern age. If you're not asking those sort of questions, you should at least ask yourself, who is managing Australia's interests in a global economy? The conversations that we have currently in the culture wars in Australia are too narrow. They're just like local culture war issues. Like we need to stop migration so we have more of this or more of that and all that sort of stuff. It's like you need to stop focusing on the national, at the national level, because Australia doesn't exist in a bubble. It exists as part of a global system, and one which I think is going to be tested very shortly, if that whole Iranian situation doesn't clear itself up. Because if the Strait closes down again and the Houthis shut down, the only other real passage between Europe and the Middle East, like fucking the world economy is going to come to a standstill very, very fast. And like, you know, we are right at the bottom of the fucking chain there. And like things are going to get worse, much, much worse before they get any better. And so like our isolated nationalistic concerns are going to look pretty small if like people can't drive or they can't get access to fuel, or there's going to be like strain on food and getting access to resources. I gotta head, be back later. Captain Bucket, good luck to you. If you haven't already, activate the like button. Thank you very much, Forius. Good luck.
Than Australia. Just as our government's Future Made in Australia agenda is about making the most of these national strengths, making more things here to make ourselves more resilient and more sovereign, we must bring the same ambition to the opportunities of AI. We cannot settle for a short-term boom in capital expenditure and construction. We must create a new generation of good, secure jobs for our economy. And while the world is looking to us, we know it won't wait for us. If we hang back or stand still, this will just run right over the top of us. And if we descend into self-doubt or wander out into the global market as a disparate collection of states and councils and companies and firms, rather than as one country, then others will write the rule.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah, got it. But like, I want to know how. I want to see that come out. I want to see that come out in the wash. Like, okay, yes, we need to secure the jobs or such and such, or like the new territory for the worker of the mid 21st century. Like, how do we create that worker? Like, to match a global movement, a global technological revolution. How do we do that? Like, I want to know. That's where it's at. Oh lordy, forgot he rambles about the AI for a bit before getting into it.
And maybe they will play by them. That would not only risk the integrity of Australian artists and journalists, it would mean subcontracting our national sovereignty and security to the control of foreign monopolies, and relegating...
Dude, what a fucking stab at Palantir. Let's just hear that again.
...security to the control... It would mean subcontracting our national sovereignty and security to the control of foreign monopolies.
Dude, we already do that, though. Like, we've already got good contracts with the likes of Palantir, with our national security apparatus. I have to see how they're going to manage that one. Fucking good luck.
And relegating our workers and our economy to the last link of the digital supply chain. We cannot and we will not accept that for Australia. The inescapable lesson of the global instability of the 2020s is that if we are always dependent on someone else, somewhere else, we will always be vulnerable. This is true for resources and technology alike. It is why we legislated to keep the NBN in public hands, so that even as communications technology is increasingly distributed amongst different networks and overseas interests, Australians retain sovereignty over our high-speed internet. Our great country can be much more than a data warehouse for AI products made overseas. We can do much more than manage investment in ideas from elsewhere. We can lead in everything from cybersecurity and biotechnology to advanced manufacturing. And this is why we want Australia to have more of a stake in where AI is made and how it is made. We want great universities like this one leading the way. And we want more Australian companies and global firms developing AI here to boost our sovereign capability, to strengthen...
Elbow sleazy doesn't have the slightest idea of what he's talking about. It's all very generic. But like I kind of expected that from a speech like this. Like it needs... You need, like, if you're going to talk about an AI plan, like, give us some ideas, like something to work with kind of thing. Like something to work with. Like, what's the actual vision? Like, these are like objectives, and like objectives are great. Like, we need to make sure that we have sovereignty. We need to make sure that we have a workforce that's ready. We need to make sure that, you know, we set the terms of the game, so we're just not an AI data center storage facility, like a blank slate for everyone else to just walk all over, like, which are great objectives, but like, it really, how do we ensure that? Like, come on. But like that whole idea about like foreign, like offshoring or contracting out our national security to to monopolistic organizations, like, come on. How's he going to stop that one? Like, we are a vassal state up there at the end of the day. I don't even think we really control our national security, to be honest. I need some key results and targets. Yeah. Give me some KPIs, man. Your duty is clear. What's this? I don't know this reference. We want to be more than a big SSD. We want to be the motherboard as well. Woozle in the house, how you going? He's got Lego. He done built a grand AI housed in a Batman-shaped building, like Adobe, in the customer-facing element of MyGov. OKRs mystery. KPIs are so early 2000s. What's OKRs? I worked in government, so like government's always like a decade behind the private sector. OKRs. We don't use the word KPIs anymore. Oh shit. Objective and key results. It's a Google thing. Ah, right. Gotta get down with the lingo. Yeah, that's all. So you already said that, key results and targets, right? Objectives and key results. It's a Google thing. I worry about the digital age. We can tell so much from history by reading books and even analyzing stone tablets. What will people think of us in 500 years' time when there's no physical evidence that we existed? That's pretty crazy. I don't know, man. The data centers that they're building here are going to last the next 500 years, Ninjaness. All right. All right.
The wars of the future will not be fought on a battlefield or at sea. They will be fought in space, or possibly on top of a very tall mountain. In either case, most of the actual fighting will be done by small robots. And as you go forth today, remember always, your duty is clear: to build and maintain those robots. Thank you.
Dude, that's so good. It's so relevant.
Fighting will be done by small robots. And as you go forth today, remember always, your duty is clear: to build and maintain those robots. Thank you.
FJ would be proud. LOL, the accuracy. Dude, it's too accurate. It's scary. Fucking good call. Who was that? Say my name. Very good. Too accurate.
In our national security and build our economic resilience. Today I announce that to seize and shape and share the generational opportunity that AI represents, our government will establish a set of Australian
I, for one, look forward to my job.
standards for AI. In March this year, we announced a set of expectations for large AI data centres. This will bring them into one regulatory framework: clear, consistent and mandatory. I will seek agreement on this approach from Premiers and Chief Ministers at the National Cabinet meeting I'm convening next month. We will aim to bring the legislation to Parliament and carry it early next year. We will consult closely with industry and our trading partners to design a framework for faster decision making, better supporting infrastructure and genuine community engagement. It is not our goal to try and legislate for every possible eventuality or risk. That only creates the risk of Australia missing out on investment altogether. This is about having the flexibility to keep pace with change and get out in front of it, so Australia can draw on and learn from what other countries are doing and deal with issues in real time without the bureaucracy having to contemplate every modification. This is about building Australians' confidence and trust in AI and our nation's capacity to manage it.
There you go. There you go. I think your questions have been answered, Jake. This is about building Australia's confidence in AI. So I wonder if like AI has gotten a bad rap, bad PR. And there are certain people that are like, look, we need to start speaking about this stuff publicly, put out a plan, release some propaganda about it, which they had done already last year, that AI strategy or something, which was, again, like just the most generic document ever. And just like, look, we're going to do something about this. Everyone just calm down. So like, yeah, maybe it's PR because they know the investment is coming and they're not going to stand in the way of it. If anything, they're going to open the doors for it, roll out the red carpet. And so like everyone just needs to calm the fuck down a little bit. Yeah, that's what it feels like watching this. Adaptability instead of accountability. Interesting. Well, yeah, it really comes down to the management. Really comes down to the management. Some of the Greens members have started to cry about them. But what's new, hey? Cry about what? Like data centers and stuff like that? Like specifically AI data centers? Yes, they have been. We've been watching. We've been noticing. We haven't actually watched the Greens senators specifically, but we've been looking at things like punters. We looked at Pocock talking about it as well. We looked at a few ABC pieces about it. Writing a 2,000-word essay the morning it's due while hungover is going to be a lost art, if not already. Yeah, well. Like, do people even write essays anymore? Like, if I had access to ChatGPT when I was at university, I would have definitely just got AI to write it, and then I just would have rewritten it multiple times. Like, come on. But, like, that's a skill in and of itself. Just got to know how to use the tool. Oh, AI storage and AI use in the workforce, yeah. Where are they building the data centers? Are they having the same impact on people's communities like here? That's the thing. I don't know. I don't think so. Like, from what we've seen so far, there was like one that's been placed in like rural South Australia. And it's like basically next. Like, there's no people that live there. There's just like heaps of like sheep. I think that's what they said. There's no humans around here, just sheep. But like people are like, oh, but how's it going to get water? How are we going to power this motherfucker? And then it's like there's ones in industrial areas that are near suburbs, and people are so far from what we have seen. Like they interviewed some woman who lives across from it, and she was like, oh, it's an eyesore. It looks awful. And like that's the extent of the complaint, I thought. Apart from, but like people are saying like it's going to push up power prices. It's going to take away water from local communities, but I haven't seen any studies that show those impacts exactly. Like again, Australia really, as much as I hated lots of my work in government when it came to like planning and environmental management, like we do have pretty good planning and environmental regulation in Australia. So I'd be very surprised if they were just plonking data centers without managing the environmental risks. And when I say environmental, I don't just mean to the natural environment. I mean to the built environment, as we refer to it, like people and communities around, like impacting someone's house and taking their light away, or causing air pollution that disturbs a residential community. Like we do have good management practices, I thought, But like, it's like, is it like what's being happening in the US? No fucking way. Like some of the stuff we've seen, like, seemed mental. Like the impacts it's had to local communities there. I just don't know if it's the same. Yeah, noise pollution is a major issue. I haven't heard that complaint here about the noise pollution, but I've heard that that is a problem. The constant humming. But yeah. Like, because we have different industrial zonings as well. Like there's light industry, normal industry or general industry, and you have heavy industry. And like heavy industry is considered to be heavy industry in New South Wales anyway, because it has the potential to have, what do they call it? Offensive impacts, cause offense to either the environment or to people. And so, like, you don't have heavy industry, like, next door to someone's house anyway. It's insulated by a ring of, like, lighter forms of industrial development. And, like, it can be offensive if it's causing noise pollution to residences. So, I haven't heard those stories yet. I've heard speculation on it. People are like, oh, this is what could happen with AI. These are the problems potentially with AI data centers being built on massive scales near suburban areas or something like that. Any semblance of regulation we had went out the window the second Trump was reelected. Bro, I'm telling you, like that, when we sat down last year and we didn't read all of it, but like we read a good majority of the Project 2025. Like the whole document was just like, cutting regulation, like specifically environmental regulation. Like there was so much of it that was just like, scrap that shit. It's woke rubbish. And I bet you a lot of the people that are suffering from it were voting for that stuff as well, voting for Project 2025 style politics. Yeah, evil big government. Eh? Oh yeah, but they also set regulations to help you, average human out there, not get fucked over by big business and industry. But like, no, cut the regulation. It's all evil. It's all evil. All right, back to it.
Ensuring that our national interests and our national security are protected, and providing the certainty for growth, for jobs and for investment. Setting the terms means that we can put in place the strongest possible protection for Australian artists and Australian media. As a government, we make a wide range of important factual information available online. Whether it is disaster warnings or travel advisories, we want it to reach the widest possible audience, so that even if Australians aren't going directly to Disaster Assist or Smart Traveller, they're still getting up-to-date, accurate information. We'll continue to do this, as will many other businesses and organisations. But let me make this crystal...
Wait, there's one in Melbourne? I think it Smells or something? I don't know, I clicked off. This is big, to be honest. What is the data center, the AI data centers that are coming?
Clear. Not everything produced in Australia is up for grabs. Not at all. Australian writers, musicians, artists and journalists must retain ownership and control of their work. Our laws will spell that out, plain as day. An artist's creative endeavour is their work and their property. No company should use Australian books, music, art or news to build or train AI without the artist's control. And that includes the artist's control of the price and value of their work. Anything less is theft.
Oh, this bit. I was early. Got it.
No country has got this right yet. Nowhere do artists or rights holders have sufficient control of their work when it comes to AI training. And that is why the best way to secure the strongest copyright protections for Australian artists is for Australia to be active and involved, to build the best possible solution for ourselves, and to preserve the creativity that is fundamental to who we are, to our national identity, and the journalism that is essential to our democratic society.
It's funny, isn't it? That's the one piece of legislation he gets specific on. Very interesting. Mr. Abbott in the house. How you going? Why do they pay these sign language people when there is a closed captions? Maybe for a 0.2% whose parents don't want to turn that shit on. That's a fair point, actually. I haven't thought about that. There is closed captions. I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that. There must be a valid reason for that. There must be. So, like, yeah, what's this about? So, like, he gets specific on IP, protecting Australian artists and cultural institutions, or institutions generally, and their IP. Protecting that from being scraped by AI or companies that use AI. That's too late, man. The horse is bolted. They've already scraped the entire internet. And like they've scraped so much information and they need more information. So they develop AI to produce data based on existing information. So they have more data to work with to train artificial intelligence. Like you can't make this shit up. Like they've scraped the world's information to such a point where like they use AI to create new data, new information based on the existing information so they can use that to train more artificial intelligence. It's fucking mental. I just don't know if like, I don't know if the horse is bolted on that one. Like all those like AI music services that you can buy. Like that's already scraped the world. That's like scraped Spotify. And scrape the world's music, and like it's trained its algorithm to be able to create music for any genre based on what it's already scraped off the internet. I don't know if we can, like, it's good to have those laws, but like protecting Australian artists or whatever. But I think that horse is bolted. Have you ever seen Fantasia, the Sorcerer's Apprentice scene where Mickey brings the brooms to life to do his work and then it all goes haywire? Feels like a foreshadowing for AI. Yes. Yeah. I think that's what the movie Terminator's about too, right? He's got a good point. Remember 10 years ago when up-and-coming artists were posting all of their art on Instagram to promote themselves? Now it's all up for grabs for AI to duplicate and create cheap copies. We need to criticize China for creating dupes, but now the American brothers of tech are doing exactly the same thing, and somehow that's acceptable. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I think there's like a record lawsuit going on in the States as well at the moment. Like Spotify and a couple other like music... a couple of other platforms that basically just houses of music or art or whatever. They're suing like OpenAI, etc., for like scraping their libraries and taking stuff off them. They're suing them for like a record amount, like $10 trillion or something crazy like that. So the brothers of tech are fighting each other over this stuff at the moment, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, Mickey Mouse and Terminator coming together, baby. All right. But yeah, I don't know. I think the horse is bolted on this one. Oh, Jordan in the house. How you going? Hello, Mr. E and everyone. Breaking news. Ukraine Zelensky has announced his resignation. No fucking way. Honestly? That's pretty crazy. I have to look into that. He's resigned? No way. What's that about? Oh, we got his channel 7 on this one. That's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Meantime, the ongoing war in Ukraine has surged overnight, with Ukraine striking 20 Russian ships in the Black Sea. Both sides have traded back and forth assaults, with Russia's latest strike on Ukraine killing 8 people. It comes after Ukraine's Prime Minister Vladimir
Yeah, I can't wait to hear Brian's take on this. Yeah, fuck it.
Zelensky announces his resignation, endorsing the energy boss for the top job. He's given little explanation as to why he's stepping down, apart from insisting that a refresh in leadership is needed.
Wow. There you go. Very interesting. Thank you, Jordan. Music used to be the ultimate expression of the human condition. Now the charts are limited with AI-generated bands mimicking white humans. Took hundreds of years, while humans, took hundreds of thousands of years to develop. But isn't that the glory of AI? We hand over the torch now to automation to do the things that humans are less efficient at doing. AI has likely scraped your channel too, lol. They are going through every channel regardless of size. Yeah, probably. And like sometimes I think, because I'm a streamer now, like before I used to put out like, I don't know, a 10-minute video a week, maybe a 20-minute video. Like now I'm doing like fucking between 20 to 30 hours a week. And so like the amount of information that they'd have to work with as well, it's fucking crazy. Majority Report also got theirs scrubbed and used. Yeah, cool. Now we get to talk about Ukraine for a while. I wonder what they needed this distraction for. Guess the Ukrainian government finally introduced drug tests. Well, Ukraine drones are blowing up Russian oil facilities. Good luck, Europe. This year's winter. Yeah, fuck. Crazy. I guess we'll have to wait until we get more information on it. That looks pretty fresh. Mystery, I'm a streamer now. Sniffs. They grew up so fast. Yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't see it coming, to be honest. Like, it's very different. Like, uploading imagery of yourself, your voice, your biometric data. Like, you know, for 20 minutes a week compared to, like, 20 hours. Plenty of stuff to scrape there.
Our Australian standards will also set clear rules for large data centres, where they are built and the power and water they use. We have a continent to ourselves, one of our big advantages. We have more than enough room for new data centres without them competing with new housing. And we will work with every level of government to see common sense prevail. We know that companies will need to invest in skills and training to be successful, and we know they will need energy too. We'll create a legal obligation for the next generation of large-scale data centres to underwrite new power supply, to pay their full share of grid connection so no costs are passed on to homes or businesses, and to put
I wish I had a continent to myself. Right?
Put at least as much energy into our grid as they take out of it, to be net generators, not net users, to build new renewable generation and firming to strengthen our national energy resilience and ensure that data centres do not increase power prices for Australians. Australia is the sunniest continent on Earth, but we're also the driest, which is why our rules will require data centres to minimise their water.
I'm going to use AI. I'm going to make AI use Mr. E's voice to call me a good boy and read me bedtime stories. Like, but that's the thing. Like, with 6 hours or 5 to 6 hours a day of streaming, it'll have plenty of information for my intonation, the way I pronounce things, like military. And I can read you fucking bedtime stories every day, man. Repeat after me. Common sense will prevail. Yeah, he said the thing. He said common sense. I didn't know. He was a right-wing grifter. All of a sudden, next minute, Albo, Far Right Fridays, hit piece, done. It's common sense. Common sense, love Jeff. Come on. Oh, surely, right? Yeah, because it's water for us when it comes to the issues of AI storage. Yeah. Yeah. But like, again, I think Australia like from a planning perspective, we've got this stuff down pat. Like we've got good environmental regulation. It's just whether we choose to ignore it or not. And like I think that'd be the thing. Like we should be able to environmentally manage data centers well enough without having to affect local communities at the very least. Spendog, they're working on water-free data centers here. Still need the grid for that air card. I can make AI explain to me how a plumbus is made. Finally, I will understand. Is that the video that you put in the stream chat before? Like, I was looking at them like, what the fuck is that? Dude, what is that? Is that the thing here? How plumbuses are made. Dude, what the fuck? Told you, no flags and common sense. Is he trying to weaponize imagery against the right?
Use to maximise their energy efficiency and pay for any additional water infrastructure that is required. These location, energy and water obligations take in every level of government and their overlapping powers, which is precisely why we need national standards. So every level of government is on the same page and driving to the same outcome.
Ooh, Razor in the house, how you going? Yo, what's up? We're learning about artificial intelligence in Australia, or like the plan to manage artificial intelligence in Australia, if you're wondering.
Same page and driving to the same outcome. Every country on earth is grappling with these challenges right now. Australia will be the first country in the world to bring these issues into a single national framework. And getting this right will enhance our appeal to international investors by delivering greater clarity and...
Oh, glaring lack of, yes, a plan, like whatever the fuck the plan is. But like we know there is going to be one. The devil's in the detail.
Speed for approvals and a streamlined process for verifying compliance. It also imposes a really important discipline on government because AI touches on the work of every minister and department. So it is only natural that up until now...
Finally, our worthless information will be used to kill us. Wow, what a bleak outlook. Pretty fucking crazy assessment though, Razor. Our worthless information will be used to kill us. He has concepts of a plan. Yeah, at least that framework is in the works. But come on, man. Why even bother with the speech till then? Maybe what Jag is saying. This is like PR for AI. Everyone's freaking out about AI. So like we need Australia's head of state to come out and be like, all right, everyone, there's a plan. And it's going to have environmental safeguards. That's what he's talking about right now. It's going to manage water. It's going to not raise the cost of electricity. Everyone, calm down. It's okay. We got this. Just go back to your day jobs. We need our fears eased.
Our response has been issue by issue, sector by sector. But just as government developed coordinated approaches for other significant technologies, from civil aviation in the 1920s to genetics in the 1990s, we must do this with AI as well. Effective today, I am establishing the Office of AI in my own department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. It will work closely with the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Tim Ayres, and the Assistant Minister for Science, Technology and the Digital Economy, Andrew Charlton, to coordinate the design of our new Australian standards and to bring together the work that ministers right across the government are undertaking. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy is working with his state and territory counterparts and energy market bodies. The Attorney-General, who's with us today, has been facilitating the consultation on copyright and artist protections where AI training is involved. The Treasurer will have responsibility for the absolutely pivotal role of AI in our productivity agenda. The Minister for Employment is engaging with employers, workers and unions on AI's role in the workplace. And the Education Minister is meeting with his counterparts literally today to discuss the impact of AI in schools. This is in addition to the ongoing work in everything from the design of our digital duty of care by the communications.
Money for the government, dystopian future for us. Watch this get twisted into the worst form of capitalism and surveillance state. I expect nothing less. It will be under a system of capitalism. This is architecture for the surveillance state. This is surveillance capitalistic architecture. 100%. 100%. So it's going to be used by, I think, our imperial overlords to help have geographically located digital architecture in the Indo-Pacific so they can wage their assault on the China threat. Not just with, having military bases on Australian soil, but also the digital architecture that supports the new military-industrial complex, which is seems to be a merger of Silicon Valley and the old military-industrial capitalists. So, yeah. Oh, great. More bloated governments. So good one. An office for AI. Busy day. See you all later, Mystery and everyone. Thanks for coming in, Jordan. Have a good one. Yeah, really love your jobs in this chat. Huh? Y'all really love your jobs in this chat. Huh? I have only one dilemma regarding AI. Why do some people consider these platforms as official sources when AI is actually just a tool, not a source itself? It is simply a place that makes it easier for you to retrieve sources. Yeah, fair enough. That's a good question. But you can ask it to contemplate something and create a response for you. And so it's can be a source in that sense. It produces something that wasn't there before. But if you're asking it for information on something that already exists and collate information from a number of different sources, then yes, it's just bringing together information for you like a research assistant would. It's just retrieving information. Yes. It just depends how you use it. Bloody bureaucrats. So yeah, the way that I was using it originally when I first started streaming was I was debating AI on communism and getting it to respond in the negative to what I was saying about advocating for communism or something like that. And so I was asking it to speculate and to hallucinate. So I wanted it to create a response to me as opposed to sourcing information. But most of the time when I use it now as a research assistant, I'm asking it for a response with sources. It doesn't give you a correct answer. It builds on your own persona. So it's not a source. Yeah. Yeah, again, I guess I believe it depends how you're using it. I was specifically asking it to hallucinate based on our conversation. Oh, not hallucinate, but respond. But speculate. I wanted it to speculate. I get surprisingly high amount of satisfaction from my job. Oh, that's good. That's nice. AI doesn't kill people. The robots powered by AI kill people. We will be intertwined with Palantir with no other options. Yes, but he said that before. That was he made a nod to Palantir before, saying our national security shouldn't be sold off to the highest, sold off to or outsourced to foreign monopolistic operators. But it's already underway. So I wonder what they're going to do about that. Again, love to see this plan because I want to see how they're going to manage that. Watching our national security interests being managed by a large data analytical service like Palantir. And what Australian alternative is there to that? I'm sure there's Chinese alternatives to that. That's never going to happen. I think of AI as my overlord. And you will too. Work is a 4-letter word like love. Oh shit. Or damn. In my academic research, I used it to gather and provide me with original sources, but I didn't rely on it to give me an answer. Yeah, that's a good way of using it. I ask it for sources too. Or like if I'm trying to find an article on something, I'm like, can you find this link for me? And it does a good job of retrieval. So I don't have to type it into Google myself. Jingle Jangle Jam in the house. How you going? Mr. Abbott's sentence contains 4 words with 4 letters. Oh my God.
Minister, to the risks that chatbots pose to children, to the intersection of AI and skills and manufacturing, and importantly, work that the Defence Minister is leading, AI in defence and national security. This year's National Defence Strategy identified AI and machine learning as holding, to quote the strategy, the most significant potential for technological disruption in the years ahead. Now, we know that both extremists and state actors already use AI to create propaganda aimed at young people and to spread disinformation that targets democracies. The Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Home Affairs are working closely with their agencies and with our Five Eyes partners on these matters of national security. And the fact that we are a Five Eyes nation is another of the advantages that we have in the task ahead.
We are a Five Eyes nation. Yes, we are a vassal of American following.
Now, I was the first member of my family.
We are just a vassal. Our national security is America's foreign policy interests through something like Five Eyes. It's a daunting prospect. Jingle Jungle Jam AI should belong to all of us because it's using the collective resources of humanity. That isn't a private belonging. Yes. Yeah, I agree. AI has made my switch to Linux heaps easier and replying to emails. It's a tool and a good one if used properly. When I asked AI what the threat is, it said people who run AI, not AI itself. Yeah, of course it would say that. They blame the humans. I don't trust it. AI is not a magical tool that conjures answers out of thin air. It's a tool built by aggregating information from various places, which is why it doesn't always provide correct answers. Therefore, it is best to ask it for sources rather than asking it for an answer. Australia is the 69th state. So good. 69th. Where are all the other ones? 6 eyes, like the Star of David.
Family to go to university. First to finish school, actually. And like most of the people I went to school with, I sat my last high school certificate exam on the Thursday, and I went into full-time work the following Monday. I started work at the Commonwealth Bank branch in Home Building, about 100 metres from here. Now, when I got there as a young 17-year-old, they gave me a task which was new and revolutionary at the time. My job was to try to sweet talk the customers who were coming in with their passbooks and to convince them of the need to use this new contraption. It was called an ATM. A hole in the wall. Our target, our KPI, was if I could convince...
He said KPI. Hey, we're so behind here in Australia.
20% of people to abandon the old paper passbooks.
Hobo Joe in the house. How you going? Hey. Hello, party people. What an entrance.
And to trust this key card, as it was then, put it into the wall and get money pop out. That was the target. It's not that long ago. I'm old, but not that old. None of us could have imagined a world where most people do most of their banking today from a phone that you've got.
I've had just enough about enough of this capitalist speak. Yeah, I think he's just telling stories now. I'm good, sir. Been busy morning quoting jobs. Good on you. Eh? Fuck yeah. Adding to the Australian economy. Social capital, can I just say. Somebody's got to do it. Is this in relation to Five Eyes, Jingle Jangle Jam? It's just a repetition of the British monarchy to Australia hegemonic political class relationship that played out in the Victorian era, but not a subordinate to the Queen, unfortunately. Although, given the US's recent state, one may say that perhaps we too are returning to a monarchical nation of kings and queens and subjects. Yeah. US is British Empire 2.0. Yeah, they took the reins. And here we are, following to our usual patterns in that abusive relationship. Good dog. ATM means something a lot different to the newer generations. Yes. Yes, social capital may or may not be cash jobs. Hey, it's still adding to the economy, whether the government gets their cut or not. Still adding to the social capital. All right. This one was general rhetoric. Okay, I get that. So I actually want him speak about this. Prime
Minister, welcome.
Our favorite journalist, Sarah Ferguson, who got demolished by Mirandi the other day. And like you can see, like she's struggling to sit down at the moment. You can see she's sitting on a cushion because Mirandi destroyed her the other day. The economy of Hobo Joe. Did someone say cash? So good. So good. The wogs in the chat. Ears prick up. Hey, did somebody say cash, man? Cash jobs, please. All right. We get to hear her ask him questions about the speech. Hopefully, she asks questions that are like, well, how are you actually going to do that? And he might explain. Let's see.
Spoke to the Prime Minister earlier. Prime Minister, welcome.
Good to be with you.
What is driving this switch to more central control of artificial intelligence? Is it voter angst about the impact on their jobs, on their communities, on their safety?
That this change is happening. And we either allow it to take its course without any control or regulation, or we're determined to shape the change. Artificial intelligence is here. It's having an impact on all of our lives, on the way that we work, the way that the economy functions. But we need to seize the opportunities that come with it, shape it, so it is in Australia's interests, which was the theme of the speech today.
So just so I understand it, in terms of this new office that's going to sit within your office in the government, all those issues around safety, around planning, around workplace copyright, will they be finally determined in that office?
So there is coordination. Well, they'll be determined in the cabinet room, which is where we make decisions as a government. But what we will have is a coordination body at the highest level of government in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. We will have Australian standards for AI. They will be world's best practice. And we can set an agenda, I think, not just for Australia, but for the world. We're an attractive destination for investment because of the advantages that we have. We're a Five Eyes country. We have space that is required for these new...
Damn, they keep talking about Five Eyes. He's mentioned that like 3 times now over 2 pieces of content. The speech and now here. Like the AI, like somebody's already mentioned the surveillance state potentiality here. And like here it is, like we have an advantage in AI. And like, okay, the usual. We're a stable government. We've got land and resources. Like, okay, great. Those are usually what it takes in capitalism to be an attractive place for investment. A stable economy or political scene, the land for whatever you're trying to do, and the resources to support it. Like resources in the shape of many things: material resources, labor, monetary flow, whatever. But like what he keeps mentioning is the Five Eyes situation. And so if you're not across the Five Eyes network, the Five Eyes network is a security relationship that we have with basically Anglosphere style countries. And so it's like America, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. And I'm pretty sure the last one is India. But like he keeps mentioning how like we've got all the things that like the world really wants, the world being American artificial intelligence corporations. And like we're integrated into America's national security network. And so like, it makes sense, right? We're going to get this investment anyway. We need to manage it. Like artificial intelligence is not just an arm of the capitalistic economy. It's an arm of the capitalistic state. The capitalist state is the American war machine, and like its surveillance technology spread across the world, like outside of the Chinese firewall and Russia, like the entire internet space, the entire information space is controlled under American auspices. So like, it's funny that he keeps bringing up Five Eyes like it's relevant. Or like it's something that us plebs should know about. It's crazy.
Data centres, we have an opportunity located where we are in the fastest growing region of the world. And we need to seize the opportunities, but we also need to manage the risks which are there to make sure that we're not destroying jobs, that we're creating jobs.
The scale of AI investment is mind-boggling. You said in the speech today you want to do more than manage investments from elsewhere. But isn't that what you're doing? Canada is spending $2 billion building sovereign computer capacity for Canada. The UK is doing the same. You say today the NBN is a good example of sovereign capability in Australia. Why not do the same with AI?
What we will be doing is managing what will overwhelmingly be private sector investment.
But why are those countries, why is the UK and Canada doing investment in sovereign capability and we're not?
This will be all about sovereignty, but the way that you'll do that is by having Australian standards and Australian rules around it so that there's clarity. If you come and invest here, your investment is welcome, but these are the conditions. So you want to build a big data centre, you have to provide the energy, so that's additional to the grid. You have to pay for transmission. If there are any additional water usage, you have to fund that as well. And it needs to be located in an appropriate location as well. So setting that...
Located in an appropriate location? All right. So like environmental management, which is what we've been talking about. What did she say? UK and Canada is investing in their own data centers with blackjack and hookers. Is it true that Canada and the UK are investing in sovereign or government-controlled data centers, i.e., investing in data centers outside of the private sector? What happened to you, Albo? Young Albo must be screaming inside. Canada, strongest example. Canada has arguably gone the furthest among the Five Eyes countries. The Canadian government launched a Canadian sovereign AI compute strategy, which includes for large-scale sovereign public AI supercomputer for Canadian researchers and innovators, public funding to expand domestic AI computing capacity, support for Canadian-owned AI infrastructure rather than relying exclusively on US hyperscalers. United Kingdom is taking a slightly different approach. The UK government's AI Opportunities Action Plan commits to expanding sovereign compute capacity by at least 20 times by 2030, investing in national AI supercomputers, establishing a sovereign AI unit, creating an AI growth zone to attract infrastructure investment. So they are doing some of it. Okay, fine. Interesting. Sweet. The AI wars coming to a generation near you. Very interesting.
Standards, providing that clarity and that certainty, will add to Australia as an important investment destination. This has the opportunity to transform the way that our society functions, and that will occur. It's a matter of whether you sit back and allow it to take its course or whether you shape it, and we're determined to shape it.
Let me just go to those questions around energy. You say you're putting, you're going to put hard expectations on companies building data centres here. Of course, what's happened in other places, including in the US, is that...
Yeah. I'm getting the vibe that we're going to hear anything but what we've talked about already. Environmental management, got it. What's the next question?
Convene the cabinet.
Again, for clarity, these standards, these will be more than expectations. These will be conditions that must be met and adhered to.
Oh, these are mandatory. It's very clear that that's what we're doing.
Okay, so like if people are worried about the environmental impacts associated with artificial intelligence, then they are going to mandate that we have the highest environmental standards. Got it. Very good.
One of the most controversial points for
I want to know about sovereignty, though. Like, what do we get from the data center investment?
Overseas investors coming here, they say that it's unrealistic for them to have to negotiate with every single rights holder. You're telling them, companies like Anthropic, that that is what they must do.
Well, that's exactly right. And when you actually... this investment.
Your colleague, former cabinet colleague Ed Husick, says that term social licence is almost meaningless when it comes to a technology as powerful as this.
Well, it's not at all. The fact is that social licence is what companies want. It's what the ABC wants as well.
Yeah, but you don't do it without regulation as well.
And I've already said that we're doing that, and that's something that Ed wouldn't be familiar with because...
yeah, we might need better internet to have data centers. Come on, Labour, give us high-speed internet so we can keep up with the rest of the world. Just give it to me. Fuck everybody else. Like, I'd just like to connect to the NBN. That would be lovely. That would be lovely. Yeah? Lovely. Australia's most precarious resource is water, and AI data centers need a ton of water coolants. If we already have foreign corporate entities intertwined through our defense and government admin systems, how do we protect against that? When do we take back what Scuntmo gave away? Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, I think we're too far along to save anything. No internet for commies. Sorry about that. Yeah, well, fucking... yeah, it's a lonely road, I'll tell you that one. She's mildly politer to our PM than to the Minister of Iran, at least. So good. I guess she is nicer to him than she was to Morandi. Just a little bit. But Morandi, yeah, he didn't hold back either. Okay, got you. Gotcha. All right. That's enough of this one. Yeah, I guess the proof is going to be in the pudding, right? Now, I wanted to get on to having a look at some updates with Cuba at the moment. Yeah, somebody did say that. I think Spandong said it before. Someone said that they are working on waterless centers. I'm back. Welcome back. This AI shit is distraction right now. All right. I want to get an update on Cuba, and I'm taking you along with me. So, tough if you're not interested in Cuba. Let's have a look, shall we? So, apparently, Cuba's had another series of really bad blackouts. Poor bastards. Is it tonight that Trump is given his big address? His big address on what? What is the address about? I would like to know more. I always miss the Albo segments. Look, they didn't really give us much, to be honest, Captain Bucket. Not much at all. Like, it's kind of like, oh yeah, there's a plan coming. It's going to cover this, this, and this. Like, it's more of a wish list than anything else. Did you get around to watching that Boy Cuba video? No, I didn't actually. I have not. I did not hit her. I did not.
It's been a long time since Daimi Garcia cooked with gas. Instead, she and her husband gather wood so she can cook.
Con leña, este humo.
With firewood, there's all the smoke. The people next door cook like this too. Their children have asthma. I hear them coughing at night.
Ever since the Trump administration...
Dude, that's fucking mental. Literally back to the Stone Age. Having to fucking collect firewood. Like, it's not a novelty. Oh, let's have a fire tonight. Like, this is how we cook now. Closed loop liquid cooling. A coolant circulates inside sealed pipes and is reused rather than evaporated. Is very different from traditional cooling towers that can typically consume fresh water. Oh, by the way, Pauline is literally in Italy with Gina. Dude, did you see the memes that Ninja Nurse put up in the stream on like Discord? Dude, hilarious. She's been fucking pictured in like Sicily or something like that with Gina, and like Gina's in a pool. Look at this. Look at this. Check this out. Fucking hilarious. So good. Hey, I think that's Gina Reinhardt in Sicily. I sure hope Pauline Hanson didn't make a detour to see her after the UK trip. Ooh, look, it's Pauline Hanson. Who would have thought? They're hanging out in Sicily together. So good. That's why she's not in the Senate right now, because she's licking Gina's toes by a pool in Sicily. Fucking hell. Italian PM and Pauline's convo would be great to listen to. It would. Saw that. What a hot holiday. 2 hot girls by the pool. Oh my god. I don't know if I'd watch that.
Imposed an oil blockade on Cuba in January. Most Cubans have had to make do without cooking gas. Until this year, most Cuban households received gas canisters like this from the state every few months. Now, they don't receive any. The US has prevented shipments of cooking gas from reaching the island. More importantly, it's stopping deliveries of crude oil. In the last 6 months, just 1 Russian oil tanker has docked at a Cuban port. Cuba refines around 40,000 barrels of its own crude oil every day, enough to keep the lights on for a few hours at least, and to provide piped gas to some 200,000 households in Havana, the only city in the country that receives gas directly. Business owner Ale Lugones is one of the lucky few.
The power's just gone out again. This light has 6 bulbs, and now only 2 are still on.
To refrigerate food in his store, he recently bought an electricity generator that runs on gas. But he says it's a short-term fix. In any case, he plans to leave the country.
Yes, it was more high-pitched, wasn't it? That was the sound of an empty gas bottle. Yes. Yeah.
I don't think the gas supply can last more than another year if things carry on like this. Everyone is installing gas now, and sooner or later, the pressure is going to drop.
Daimi has fewer options. She endures long days without electricity, and today is the first time in a week she has running water. But she takes it in her stride.
Of course I'm smiling. What else am I supposed to do? Break down and cry? Give up? No, you have to keep going. As long as you're alive, you have to keep living.
But with the Trump administration succeeding in degrading the infrastructure people's lives depend on, smiles are becoming strained. Ed Augustin, Havana, Al Jazeera.
So crazy. Like, to think about. Like, this is where we're at the moment,
Al Jazeera.
As a human race. Like, people going backwards. Like this is how a lot of people lived like 100 years ago. And like they industrialized, and now they've been pushed back. Now, whatever, you argue that it's just because socialism fails every time, or they've actually been put under economic sanctions and such pressure that the economy has crumbled. But like, if it happens to them, like, you know, this could happen to anyone. Anyone could be forced into this situation, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now with the Strait. Like, everybody thought it was over and fucking war's back on the menu, boys. And like, global oil. What's gonna happen there? What's gonna happen? How many people are gonna be pushed back into burning firewood simply to cook food? Fucking hell. Dave Hughes might have something to say about this. Alright. War Season 4. This time it's about oil. Right, they're not long pieces. But like, yeah, the blackouts are rolling on. People are suffering. Ha! The dog knows once they run out of trees to burn, he's next, or more like food to eat.
It's the third power outage to affect Cuba in the span of 10 days. Fuel shortages placed the country's national grid under pressure once again on Tuesday. While residents out on the streets of Havana were unsurprised, the new reality has become difficult to bear.
We're stressed. Our food spoils. In fact, we have to buy day by day because it's impossible to buy food for the whole week, the month. It's impossible, just impossible.
It's 20 or more hours without electricity. And every so often it comes back and turns it on for 2 or 3 hours. And then it's 2 or 3 more days. But we carry on. Cubans are like that.
The situation has gone from bad to worse in Cuba after Washington imposed a fuel blockade earlier this year. It's part of the Trump administration's campaign to pressure the country's communist rulers. But the harsh measures from Washington are so far-reaching.
What fucking propaganda this is. It's not because of oil blockades. Not because of sanctions. It's because socialism fails every time. Woozle, Cuba has been under some form of US embargo or sanctions since 1960, following the Cuban Revolution and the nationalization of American properties. Never been out from under US punishment. No, it's not that. It's because socialism sucks.
They're affecting all aspects of life in Cuba.
It affects families, workplaces, it affects transport, it affects everything. The situation we're going through is upsetting because no one would not want to be without water or electricity, without electricity to have light, to be able to watch television, to be able to do all those things. And that truly gets to you.
Relations between the US and Cuba have been...
And that gets to you. I'm sure it does. That's the point. Like, he said it multiple times, Trump. We're going to strangle them economically until the people rise up and overthrow their own government. No boots on the ground, no worries. I wouldn't consider Cuba a third world country, but now they have been propelled back to the Middle Ages. They're fucking mental. I'm telling you, Australians would not last like these Cubans. Like, they're used to being under pressure from the Americans and making do. Like, if we all had to revert to using fucking wood to cook, we'd be fucked. Completely fucked. Mass starvation. Castro's revolution basically cannibalized and reused the US economy as it was in the 1950s and the early 60s, though. They were still driving those cars decades later. Number one thing is no reliable food storage ability outside of the old processes. One freezer melt due to sanctions, and I'd join a posse. Yeah, fuck. So would I. Man, can't even fucking make a cup of tea. Hey, my kettle is useless.
In a downward spiral after Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro was ousted by Washington. Caracas was Havana's staunchest ally and largest supplier of fuel. While some of Cuba slowly got their power back Wednesday, conditions are unlikely to improve. Earlier this week, the Trump administration imposed sanctions on the Cuban tourism ministry as well as other entities. The latest sign, Washington is determined to bring Cuba's leaders to heel.
Early Australians had to revert to stealing food often, like James Freeman, the first Melburnian hangman, was a gang member and stole flour and had to become a hangman to avoid being strung up too. And our homes here in Australia are notoriously cold in winter. Imagine no electricity. People are going to die. Lord Arthur Phillip gave him an ultimatum because they couldn't find someone to enact the bloody code, which did punish people harshly by the government. Can't even watch the e-stream. Too much of a luxury. Yeah, fuck it all. That'll be the real crime if we get put under sanctions. Hey, we can't even watch the e-stream anymore. Outrageous. Where's a jet boil when you need it? Crazy. All right, so I think we haven't done this in a while. Oh, actually, just quickly. Oh, wait, watch this. This is why, just so you know, if you're wondering how certain people in the US cope, like get on the copium to justify what they're doing to Cuba at the moment, like this is how they do it. All right, this is how they justify what they're doing to Cuba. And it's not just because they're evil communists, right? Like this is it. Read that fucking title. If you can't, let me do it for you. Iran has hundreds of drones in Cuba able to reach US mainland. Report. Fox News. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Like, haven't heard this one at all. I thought it was just like Cuba sucks. It's like it's evil socialism right now. Backyard. We need to get rid of it. And now all of a sudden, Cuba has hundreds of Iranian drones at their disposal, pointing at the United States right now. Haven't heard this one yet, but I thought this was an interesting justification. Yeah, just like how Hamas was in Venezuela. Oh my God. Bro, the mental gymnastics here are fucking mental. Mental. Like, this is not like the Cuban Missile Crisis where there was, like, Russia actually made a deal with Cuba and they put missiles there. Like, this is surely a joke. This is surely a joke. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's real. But, like, honestly, that's a justification. Let's just go. Let's go with it being real. Is that a justification for shutting down a sovereign country and starving out a population? Even if this is real, does that justify destroying a society, starving them out, destroying them, crushing them? I don't know. But like, let's listen to this fucking piece of propaganda, shall we?
What can you do from your role at the UN as we also now take a look at Cuba with regard to these missiles and equipment that are Iranian made in Cuba?
In Cuba.
Cuba for years has used the UN, and all of these countries and the UN bureaucracy just buy into it as a propaganda platform to paint itself as the victim. And the reason its people are in the dark and suffering and starving is because of the United States, what they call a blockade. And no more. Secretary Rubio's not going to stand for it. I'm not going to stand for it, and certainly not President Trump. We called out their lies and hypocrisy and pointed out their corruption. Castro's private island, Maria. You know, their people don't have any fuel, but yet the Castro private jet has enough gas to fly the regime elites around the world, living high on the hog, going to their private island. Once again, you have communist elites living in luxury while their people are starving. The Cuban foreign minister got so mad at hearing this, he banged his translation device on the table to the point where it broke. I reminded him, you're not in Havana. This isn't communism. This is United States of America. And I'm sorry if you get upset at hearing the ground truths. Or hearing hard truths, I should say.
Yeah, good for you. Ambassador, what about what's coming out of New York? I mean, you're in New York right now. A senior official in the New York City mayor's office.
There you go. There you go. Apparently, he didn't even answer the fucking question, but apparently Iran has roughly 300 drones in Cuba that could reach the US. So, like, this is why we need to strangle the Cuban people and starve them out. Because that'll definitely not want to make them use drones against the US if we put extra pressure on them and kill innocent civilians. Definitely no one will get radicalized by that and want to use weapons against the United States. Absolutely not. Small piece, but very interesting. Very interesting. All right. Now, as people were talking about before, with like a long history of like America's activity, let's say, against the Cubans, let's have a little look at this piece. Economics Explained has done a timeline, I guess you would say, about the economic pressures or sanctions, restrictions, whatever, that Cuba has been under for a while, for decades. And they've given a bit of a timeline. So let's see what this is like. How much money has this Gronk made on the stock market using insider trading? Yeah. After the Boy Boy vid, I'm convinced it's the med industry that would benefit the most from starving Cuba. Interesting. Yeah, remember we were watching, I think it was a Hassan piece when he was in Cuba and he was talking to that doctor who was talking about like the vaccines that they developed over there. So yeah, all in the name of capital. Let's have a look, shall we?
Cuba is a beautiful Caribbean island 90 miles off the coast of Florida, less than an hour by plane from the world's largest consumer economy, and yet roughly 90% of its population lives in poverty. That gap is what 60 years of economic isolation does to a country. And right now, that isolation is showing up in a very visible way. The country is running on fumes, relying on low-quality domestic oil and hoping for more oil tankers from Russia. Meanwhile, rolling blackouts stretch up to 20 hours a day across the island. State industries have largely stopped functioning, and agricultural output has fallen. The economy is on track to shrink by around 15% relative to pre-crisis levels. And between 2020 and 2024, Cuba's population shrank by roughly 1 in 8 people, driven largely by a historic wave of emigration. What had been a slow, managed decline has tipped into something that looks less like an economic crisis and more like a humanitarian one. The immediate trigger was the collapse of a deal with Venezuela, Cuba's main energy supplier. For years, Venezuela had been providing the bulk of Cuba's oil in exchange for food, medical workers, and political support. It wasn't exactly a great foundation. If your economic stability depends on Venezuela, things are already not going particularly well. But even a house of cards can remain standing, right up until someone pulls the table from underneath it. And that happened just a few months ago when the Trump administration decided to deal with the Venezuela question somewhat more directly. US forces arrested Maduro in Caracas, and under direct US pressure, the Venezuelan oil shipments to Cuba stopped almost immediately. Mexico's state oil company stepped in to cover the gap, but it pulled back after Trump introduced punitive tariffs for suppliers, effectively blocking Cuba from receiving oil imports from anyone. Cuba's isolation has left...
Like, Mexico specifically was cut out of the gravy train there. So Mexico had similar arrangements with Cuba, and they were Cuba was providing doctors, so medical aid and assistance to Mexico. And Mexico, like Sheinbaum was told, President Sheinbaum was told by Trump. So he was like, you stop giving them fucking oil, or I'll tariff the fuck out of you. And she was like, fuck that. Sorry, Cuba, you're on your own here. Now, they send aid, though. I'm pretty sure they still send food and supplies to Cuba, but they aren't allowed to send oil. And from what we understand, yeah, Russia and who else? Iran was continuing to assist Cuba. And now, well, lo and behold, Iran's been taken out. Venezuela, taken out. Cuba's completely isolated. In relation to resources. Russia got one, like a couple months ago, Russia got one tanker in. And I'm pretty sure then they chased that Russian tanker. The US Coast Guard, remember that? The US Coast Guard, the Coast Guard that guards the coastline, chased a Russian tanker across the Atlantic Ocean and like intercepted it around in the UK, I think. So like there's a lot of crazy shit going on the world stage to try and make sure Cuba really gets kind of fucked on here from an oil perspective anyway. But yeah, Mexico still providing some aid, but definitely not providing oil, it would seem.
It's so exposed that when Washington decides to cut the tap, the whole system buckles. Now, if that wasn't enough, Trump has been openly floating military intervention, calling a Cuba operation as viable as the Maduro capture. Cuba's response has been to announce 176 free market reforms it's calling the most sweeping since the revolution itself. Whether that's enough to change anything remains to be seen. So, as always, we've got some important questions to answer. How did Cuba end up so cut off from the global economy that its energy supply depends on a deal with Venezuela? What is actually happening on the ground right now? And is there any realistic path out of this? I started Economics Explained because I wanted to create something that did not exist. In the process of that, client relationships and platform that bring sales out easier to manage, allowing 25 ready to sale started Cuba ended up, or book a meeting with an Odoo expert. It's free. To understand how Cuba ended up where it is today, you have to go back to 1960, when the US decided to stop doing meaningful business with Cuba. That year, Castro nationalised American oil refineries and US President Eisenhower banned trade in response. Kennedy formalised the ban 2 years later during a particularly intense period of distrust and hostility following the Bay of Pigs, and of course the Cuban Missile Crisis. The ban has since become the most enduring trade embargo in modern history. Now, a trade embargo from the world's largest economy, and one you have a natural advantage in trading with due to proximity, is a pretty serious blow. Cuba suddenly had to source imports through more expensive and less efficient trade routes, while its industries struggled to find new export markets and foreign investment. This suppressed growth, with Cuba's own government estimating the cumulative economic cost at around $135 billion. But what cushioned the blow, at least for a while...
Now, like, this is largely a very quick brush over of history there. Like, America didn't just cut Cuba off because of the Bay of Pigs invasion fuck up and the Cuban Missile Crisis. They saw Cuba as a socialist revolution in their part of the world and put sanctions on Cuba in order to cripple the government before it could get some form of legitimization, I guess, amongst not only the American population, but be influential in Central America, so the Caribbean, and South America. It didn't want people to be like, oh, wow, you can do that? You can have some type of social revolution, people's movement that takes over the country and then kicks out foreign capital and it's the local bourgeoisie, the local upper classes get up and leave the country. Like, that could happen. We could do that. We could do that here too. And America was like, no, if you do that, this is what's going to happen to you. Now, Cuba's economy at the time was largely agrarian, peasant-based, wasn't industrialized broadly. And like most of the economic activity was coming out from like plantations. They were sugar. Like Cuba was set up as a fucking sugar plantation, largely. And so America was taking Cuban sugar on a large scale, and like that was cut off. And so like their industry, or their industrialized agriculture, anyway, suffered a massive hit there. And so they were able to trade, yes, with the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union was able to take on the sugar that they were producing to assist after being cut off from the Americans. But the Americans didn't just set up sanctions on Cuba because of the Bay of Pigs, which was like a failed American invasion of Cuba. Like, failed. Like, America tried to land troops on the ground, and it was just a complete strategic blunder. And like, they really looked, it was really quite embarrassing, I would say, for the Americans, because they couldn't even launch an invasion in the Caribbean properly. And then like the whole Cuban Missile Crisis. So like Russia like talking in agreement with Cuba to house nuclear weapons there and point them at the US, like the US was doing through NATO anyway in Europe, but whatever. That's a story for another time. But it wasn't just because of those like military or strategic reasons. It was an example. If you're going to have some type of socialist revolution in our backyard, in the American-led Western Hemisphere, we will crush you economically and physically. And so let that be a warning to the rest of you in Central and South America not to do this. It's a little bit more complicated than just the Bay of Pigs and Russian missiles.
And foreign investment. This suppressed growth, with Cuba's own government estimating the cumulative economic cost at around $135 billion. But what cushioned the blow, at least for a while, was the Soviet Union. For most of the Cold War, the USSR propped Cuba up with...
Sorry, I'm sure the Monroe Doctrine didn't have anything to do with it too. Well, they were very upset that somebody would dare to take their own sovereignty seriously in their Western Hemisphere.
With huge subsidies accounting on average for roughly a fifth of the entire Cuban economy. When the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991, that support vanished almost overnight, and Cuba's GDP fell by more than a third in just 3 years. This wouldn't be the last time that Cuba's structural dependence on America's adversaries would come back to bite it. The government called this rough patch the Special Period in a Time of Peace, a fairly euphemistic name for a period that included mass food rationing, widespread blackouts, and importing more than 1 million bicycles from China because there was no fuel left for cars. Now, what makes Cuba's situation genuinely unusual is that even after all of this, the embargo survived. The Soviet Union had collapsed, the Cold War was over, and most of the countries that had been on the wrong side of American foreign policy eventually got folded back into the global trading system. Vietnam, which had fought a brutal and deeply personal war against the United States, rebuilt its relationship with Washington, and is now...
The framing of this is wild. Let's just listen to that sentence one more time.
Fought a brutal foreign policy, eventually got folded back into the global trading system. Vietnam, which had fought a brutal and deeply personal war against the United States...
Vietnam, which had fought a brutal war against the United States. Just remind me, was it Vietnam who traversed the Pacific Ocean and started bombing California into the Stone Age and then tried to fight them in the jungles of California? Is my history off there? Vietnam fought a brutal war against the Americans. Oh my God. I guess it really is all about framing and propaganda, isn't it? I'm pretty sure Vietnam was fighting for its survival against American invasion, all under the guise of stopping the spread of communism. The Viet Cong in the national parks and the local shopping malls, they fucking landed in fucking Yellowstone and they shoot the bison to save the grandfathers.
Rebuilt its relationship with Washington and is now Southeast Asia's fastest growing major economy. China opened up and became the factory of the world. Even Russia was doing...
Is this guy a pager you plan? Oh my God, it's crazy. It's just like the way you frame a sentence makes all the difference. And Charlie's in the food court. Yes, Vietnam attacked and chased my cat, damn it.
Substantial business with the West, at least until the war in Ukraine changed that. But Cuba remained locked out. And the reason has more to do with politics than economics. Unlike many other communist states, after the USSR collapse, Cuba's political leaders continued to prioritise the survival of the socialist system over economic and political reform. That gave the embargo's defenders exactly the justification they needed to keep it in place. It also reinforced support among many Cuban Americans who believed continued pressure was the best path forward. The Cuban diaspora in the US became a serious political force in Florida, a state that has decided more than a few presidential elections. So the embargo became untouchable, because any politician who suggested lifting it risked losing Florida, and losing Florida can mean losing the White House. This left Cuba increasingly dependent on whatever allies it could find, and Washington was intent on limiting even those. Congress eventually locked the embargo into law and extended its reach beyond US borders, threatening penalties for any foreign company that tried to trade with Cuba.
When's that? 1996. It extended the territorial application of the initial embargo to apply to foreign companies trading with Cuba.
The message to the rest of the world was clear. You can do business with the largest consumer economy on Earth, or you can do business with Cuba, an increasingly isolated, impoverished state. Most countries chose the obvious option, and you can hardly blame them. That kind of sustained isolation made Cuba's economy more and more lethargic. When countries engage in global trade, competitive pressure forces efficiency. Inefficient industries lose out and governments face real consequences for protecting them. That's what happened to most nominally communist countries. Once they started engaging with global trade, even partially, the competitive pressure created an internal logic that pushed them further and further toward free markets. Cuba never had that pressure.
Once they started trading on the world stage, they got pushed by the invisible hand of the market into the free market system. Right. Very good. Very good. I'm sure the IMF had nothing to do with that. Seriously, this is awful. This is awful. Like, look, okay, yes, if you're going to deal on the global stage, you're going to have to be engaged with markets, and like in order to do commerce, yes, you have to do trade and markety things, yes. But like, are you all of a sudden fed and like you realize the wonders of the free market and you become a capitalistic utopia as a result of engaging in global trade? That's a fucking outrageous claim. Like, China is a shining example of that being absolutely incorrect. Like, one of the requirements for China to open up to the global economy was that it was going to open up and, like, you know, liberalize its market, become like a democracy, kind of like the action, like the plan they have for Venezuela at the moment. It was supposed to liberalize. And like, China resisted that on all fronts. They made sure they managed their transition into the global economy and didn't have foreign capital and foreign states come over and control their domestic economy. They set the terms, and they did it in a way that is not what is considered to be free market at all. That's just because a country starts to deal on in global trade, it's like naturally it starts to become a free market economy. That's an outrageous claim, that is. Who is this guy?
Created an internal logic that pushed them further and further toward free markets. Cuba never had that pressure. The command economy stayed in place, the state sector expanded, and genuine reform was always deferred. The Cuban government has long pointed to the American embargo as the explanation for the country's economic problems. The reason the country is failing is not because state systems are corrupt, resources are misallocated, or the island is facing a mass brain drain. It's because of US policy. And that's not entirely wrong, but it's not the whole story. In practice, the embargo has done two things at once. It has made Cuba's economy materially harder to run, and it has given the government a powerful external explanation for problems that are also partly homegrown. So, how did the economy survive at all? For years, two reliable sources of foreign money kept the economy moving: tourism and remittances from the diaspora, which ironically came from the very community that was keeping the embargo in place. Somewhere between $1 and $3 billion flows into Cuba each year in remittances, money sent home by Cubans living in the United States, Spain, and across Latin America. Exactly how large a share of the economy that represents depends on two things: which estimate of Cuba's GDP you use, and which exchange rate you use to calculate it. Cuba's official government statistics put GDP at somewhere around $100 billion, which would make remittances a modest 2 to 3% of the total. The inter-American dialogue puts Cuba's real economic output at closer to $14 billion though. At that scale, the same remittances work out to around 26% of GDP. What is not in dispute though is that in an economy with almost no access to foreign currency through normal trade, remittances are one of the primary mechanisms keeping Cuba's general population fed. The second factor keeping the Cuban economy afloat was tourism. By 2019, Cuba was receiving around 4.2 million visitors a year, generating more than $2.5 billion in revenue. Cuba is genuinely a beautiful country. It has pristine beaches, historic architecture, and the unique appeal of a Caribbean destination that avoided the resort chains and commercial development that reshaped most of the region. Not by choice exactly, but because 60 years of isolation had made sure of it. But even at its peak, Cuban tourism was fragile. The revenue mostly flowed to state-owned hotels and enterprises rather than circulating through the local economy, and the infrastructure was aging. And then COVID hit. International arrivals collapsed.
Dude, it's so good. Like, this guy on the one hand is like, oh, you know, you can't blame the sanctions. You can't blame America's economic pressure on like why Cuba's economy sucks, that's outrageous. It's just like that might be a small factor, but it's just because they haven't managed their economy very well. And like in the next section or the next sentence starts talking about how literally it's got great tourism because it was cut off from the world for so long. It hasn't had American style hotels and development come in and destroy the local and historic character of the area. Like, which one is it, bro? Like, have the sanctions had an impact or not? Or is it just shit management? Like, come on. Like, you're saying one thing that it's definitely not the sanctions, and then you show direct evidence of what life is like under sanctions, where you don't have like foreign developers coming in and destroying local communities with foreign capital to produce like resorts for the rich and the powerful. Fucking mental. I wonder if they realize the contradiction in what they're saying. Says sanctions are a small impact, looks inside, massive impact from like it's literally there in the physical makeup of their environment. You can see the point at which the sanctions came into effect and had a massive impact on the economy. And it's just like, no, definitely not the sanctions. Definitely not the sanctions.
And remittances dropped sharply too. GDP fell by more than 10% in 2020 alone, becoming the worst contraction since the special period. And if that wasn't enough, Cuba's government made the situation considerably worse. In January 2021, Cuba carried out a long-deferred monetary reform, unifying its two currencies and devaluing the Cuban peso from a 1-to-1 rate with the dollar to 24-to-1.
It seems good for the classic cars. Yeah, apparently the tourists love it. A lot of people go there for that. Crazy. Car lovers. Cuban government said July 1, 2021 as day zero when the convertible peso will merge into the Cuban peso. From 1 per dollar to a new rate of 24 per dollar. Every scene has them, yeah.
Currencies and devaluing the Cuban peso from a 1-to-1 rate with the dollar to 24-to-1. The idea was to force state enterprises to become more efficient by removing a major price distortion. But with the new exchange rate, basic imports suddenly became much, much more expensive. Before the reform, a $200 import went on the books as 200 pesos. After the 2021 devaluation to 24 pesos per dollar, that same import cost 4,800 pesos overnight. Businesses and the government had to raise prices to cover their actual costs, and that price shock rippled through the entire economy.
The Iraqi government claimed the sanction caused over 1.6 million total deaths, including roughly 600,000 children under the age of 5. UN estimates frequently cited figures up to 500,000. Yeah, I heard someone talking about that the other day. I can't remember what I was watching. And they were talking about the effect of sanctions and like American foreign policy, let's say. And like, yeah, in the case of Iraq, killed like over 1 million people. It's mental. And those are capitalistic policies or decisions made by a capitalist state, let's say. But no, it's communism. Kills more people. It's definitely not people with the economic power to cut off entire populations from an intricate world economy. No, it's definitely not that.
Almost instantly. The result was triple-digit inflation that wiped out most of the purchasing power ordinary Cubans had managed to hold on to. Through all of this, the thing keeping the lights on, literally, was Venezuela. Back in 2000, Venezuela's president at the time, Hugo Chavez, struck a deal with his ideological ally Fidel Castro that was essentially a barter. Venezuela supplied Cuba with oil at below market rates and on favourable credit terms, and Cuba sent back personnel. At its peak, Venezuela pumped close to 100,000 barrels of oil a day to Cuba. And in return, Cuba sent around 40,000 doctors, teachers, security advisors, and military personnel to Venezuela. Though the conditions under which those workers were sent is a story in itself, and one we'll be covering in more detail in this week's newsletter. In any case, Cuba needs around 100,000 barrels a day to function normally and only produces about 40,000 domestically. So, at the height of the deal, Venezuela was covering virtually all of Cuba's energy requirements. The fragility of that should have been obvious. Venezuela's oil production has been dropping for years and its population is leaving by the millions. The volume of oil flowing to Cuba...
I wonder why that is. Eh? My God. Seriously. Wonder if they listen to themselves. If Iraq didn't want war, they shouldn't have done 9/11. Yes. Very interesting take there. Let's have free trade so we can make it unfree for those who want freedom to trade their own assets. Yeah, let's open up the world's economy so we can use it to fucking destroy our economic rivals.
Had been declining for years before 2026, from that 100,000 barrel peak in the late Chavez years down to around 15,000 barrels a day in 2025. So Cuba was already running on a fraction of what it needed well before the final cut came. When it did, the combination of Maduro's arrest, US pressure on Venezuela, and the subsequent executive order cut Cuba's oil imports to near zero almost overnight. With Venezuelan oil gone, Cuba began siphoning its emergency reserves and scrambled for alternative sources. Mexico's state oil company had briefly stepped in to cover the gap, but halted shipments in late January under direct US pressure. Then Russia sent 2 tankers. The first successfully delivered around
Again,
700...
this is the guy who was just a second ago was just like, no, but like, sanctions are a problem, I guess. But Cuba just sucks at managing its economy. And he's showing direct evidence of American interference in the economy, like literally cutting them off from one of the sources of energy that is absolutely crucial to modern industrial life. He's literally detailing how their economy has been completely fucked over by economic interference. And he's like, it's a factor, I guess. Under Trump, it's used to fuck up their economic allies to make it make sense. Yeah. Surely not. Surely.
130,000 barrels after the US granted it passage, those stores lasted just 6 weeks. The second tanker stalled for weeks before diverting, never delivering its cargo of diesel. In May, the Cuban government announced it had no oil or diesel reserves left. The result was immediate and devastating. Across the island, rolling blackouts now stretch to 20 hours a day, in some areas even around the clock. And no electricity means essentially no production. The lack of fuel has paralysed large sectors of the economy, including rubbish collection. Rubbish trucks don't run without diesel, so across the island, rubbish has been piling up in city streets for months. Food and agricultural production has fallen by 60% relative to an already structurally weak baseline. For a country that relies on imports for the large majority of its food consumption, that is a serious problem. And Cuba, with almost no export revenue, doesn't have the foreign currency to cover the gap. Even the water supply hasn't been spared. Because 84% of Cuba's water pumping systems run on electricity, clean drinking water has become increasingly scarce. By March 2026, roughly 1 million Cubans were relying on water tanker trucks known locally as peepers for clean water, which is
this guy legit? Like, he's actually detailing this. He was like, yeah, well, the economy is kind of, there's many factors. And he's literally saying, like, their system, their water, the ability to get access to water requires energy input that is provided via oil. And oil has been cut off deliberately from this place. Hence, this is affecting not only the economy, but the lives of innocent civilians who can't get access to clean drinking water. Like, I am shocked at the level of analysis that's going on. He's literally providing evidence of how people are being fucked over, even to the level of getting access to clean drinking water, because it requires energy for its dispersal. And he's still not putting 2 and 2 together here. Like, come on. I always find him a bit odd. Economics Explained is an Aussie guy. Yes, yeah, an Aussie dude, yeah. Like, this is some weird analysis. He's done stuff on Australia, and I'm pretty sure I disagreed with him then. Interesting. Keep following that logic train. Why was America able to exert so much interference? Because America failed to follow its own founding ideas and keep government small. Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, this was also a founding idea when America was not an industrial powerhouse, but a collection of colonies which lived largely on peasant production, and so you could have small level governance. Yeah, with industrialization comes great technical complexity. And so you need great levels of bureaucracy and management. So like, yes, while America had a vision for itself 250 years ago, a lot's changed since then. But if they produce their own oil, they would be fine. They get bombed, either one, it's their fault. Dude, that's so good. Or they get bombed. You know, either one. Eh? Take your pick.
Problem, as those trucks also run on diesel. Now, the reason the grid collapsed so completely is that it was already in serious trouble before the oil ran out. Cuba's national electricity system was built largely in the decades after 1959 and hasn't received the investment and maintenance it requires for more than 30 years. By early 2025, before the oil ran out, only 34% of installed power plant capacity was available on any given day. That means 2/3 of the system was sitting idle, offline from corrosion, mechanical failure, and a chronic shortage of spare parts. The system ran on a combination of imported oil and Cuba's own domestic crude, which is so high in sulfur that it corrodes the boilers and turbines it runs through. To plug some of the gap, the government had been leasing floating power plants from Turkey, but when it fell behind on payments, those ships left with their capacity. The result, even before the oil stopped entirely, was a daily electricity deficit averaging around 1,600 megawatts, roughly half the country's typical demand going unmet every single day. Meanwhile, Cuba had been directing roughly 32% of total national investment to tourism, while putting only 12% into its energy infrastructure. That's why, today, provincial officials manage the electricity allocation openly each morning, announcing which neighbourhoods will lose power and for how long. The healthcare system has not been spared either. Essential medicines are available at only around 30% of normal supply level.
I wonder what point he was trying to make with that one. He's just like, they divert their resources towards tourism, which they need to make money to survive under this sanction regime. But like, they divert less of their resources towards energy and the energy grid. And it's like, well, you know, rock in a hard place here. If tourism is making money that you desperately need in order to survive at all, like, basically the argument I think he's making is just like, idiots, they're diverting money to tourism, which makes them money and helps their economy. They should have been investing all of that money into the energy grid and upgrading that. They should have had the NBN while they're at it. Maybe they should have started producing satellites too. Hey? Like, I don't know what the point of that was, or what point this person was trying to make with that. But like, it makes sense, I guess, if they're going to make money out of tourism, for them to divert resources towards that, I guess.
And an estimated 96,000 medically necessary surgical procedures have not been performed, including around 11,000 involving children. Blood banks and laboratories entirely dependent on reliable electricity are struggling to function. And infant mortality rates, which Cuba spent decades bringing down to levels that compared favourably with far wealthier countries, have doubled to 9.9 per 1,000 births. And if that wasn't enough, inflation is making all of it worse. While the official exchange rate sits at 24 pesos to the dollar, on the informal market the dollar buys closer to 450 pesos. In the small private shops that now do most of the actual food selling, a carton of 30 eggs can cost more than a month's government pension. The overall picture is accelerating collapse, where each failing system takes the next one down with it. No fuel means no electricity, which means no production. No production means no government revenue, and that means fewer imports of food and medicine. And through all of this, Cuba is going through the biggest migration wave in its history. Doctors, engineers, and young adults with options are looking at what is happening and deciding to leave. In fact, so many people are leaving that the total population is declining at an accelerating rate. And of those who have stayed, surveys suggest 78% plan to go. What separates Cuba's situation from a simple energy crisis is that every available mechanism for relief has been closed off simultaneously. The country cannot borrow on international markets. Domestic production is far too limited to meet basic needs. And in May, Trump signed an executive order imposing secondary sanctions on Gaesa, the military-industrial conglomerate that controls most of Cuba's economy. The country cannot attract significant foreign investment.
Like, is he giving more and more evidence to suggest again that economic pressure, external economic pressure from a power who shall not be named, is causing serious problems? No, surely it's just the way they've managed the economy. Surely. Braino Drano. Charlie Robinson, Macroaggressions. Great podcast. Up this chat's alley.
Because any foreign company that tries to do business there now risks losing access to the US market. That's a trade-off almost no one is willing to make. Cuba's main source of hard currency is being squeezed by US financial restrictions and the basic reality that sending money into a country with a collapsing currency and no functioning banking system is increasingly difficult. Even the informal economy, which for years allowed Cubans to buy and sell outside the state system, is struggling now that there is simply less to buy. So, is there any realistic path out of this? As much as I would like to say there isn't a clear one, at least not right now. The most obvious route would be a diplomatic resolution between Washington and Havana. Diaz-Canel confirmed Cuba was in talks with Washington, the first direct contact since 2016. Cuba's position was short: lift the energy blockade and we'll negotiate. The American position was considerably longer: release political prisoners, allow economic liberalisation, and compensate Americans for assets seized after the 1959 revolution. Both sides talked, but neither moved. And even as those talks were still technically in progress, the US administration sanctioned Diaz-Canel personally, along with his wife and several senior officials, which is one way to run a negotiation. Then, Trump began floating the possibility of military intervention and saying an operation in Cuba was as viable as the Maduro capture. His message was increasingly clear: the goal isn't reform, it's removal. Cuba responded by announcing a sweeping package of 176 free market reforms, described by Cuban economists as the most profound shift.
So, we've seen this recently. They have basically opened up sectors of their economy to privatization, effectively. That's revolutionary shit. And that's basically what the Americans were asking: liberalize your economy. And we'll talk. And they have done that recently. Doesn't seem to have had any effect if people aren't allowed to do business with Cuba, though.
Since the revolution. The government is authorising private banks, allowing foreign investment without forming joint ventures, lifting the cap on the size of private enterprises, and permitting imports and exports without state intermediation. Diaz-Canel explicitly cited the Vietnamese and Chinese models, which is worth pausing on, because earlier in this video we used Vietnam as the example of a country that chose commerce over ideology. Cuba appears to be reaching the same conclusion 60 years later. More striking was the acknowledgement from the government itself that price controls had failed and generated scarcity. For decades, the Cuban government has
chose it in a bubble, right? No external pressure on that decision at all. They just all woke up one day and they're like, you know what? Let's liberalize the economy. Let's do that. It's time for privatization. It's what Thatcher would have wanted.
Pointed to the American embargo as the explanation for everything that has gone wrong. Now, for the first time, the administration is admitting that some of the damage was self-inflicted. That's not nothing. But was all of this genuine reform or a move to avoid an invasion? Diaz-Canel was unambiguous when he said, "We are not doing this because of Yankee pressure." Whether you believe that is another matter.
Yeah, reaching the same conclusion, i.e. relenting to constant pressure from global capitalist interests. Reaching the same conclusion. Oh my god. And now, Vietnam and China is opening themselves up to the free market, and still calling themselves socialist or communist or something like that. That's not putting their ideology aside so they can make bank on using the free market. Yeah, let's just drop the ideology, but we'll keep the name. That is an outrageous assessment of that. I think what China and Vietnam understand is that if you truly want to go socialist, you cannot skip over the power of capitalistic economy. You need to use the force of capital to develop your industry to a certain point at which it starts to serve your local population. So you need to advance technologically. You need to advance your power to produce things to an industrial scale, and the best way to produce the industry required to do that is with the force of capital. So let foreign capital come in, control it, let it boost your industry, and bring you into the future, and you manage that, and you manage that transition towards a social use of that industrial empire you've created. But let foreign capital do the heavy lifting. That is not an ideological shift. That is a change in tactics to maintain your ideology. Not that this guy would fucking know that, though. I don't know, man. This is not economics explained. This is just a piece of propaganda. Just like many closeted men reach the same conclusion to become self-hating Republicans who crash Grindr servers during GOP conventions. Dude, that's hilarious. They always advertise as that, though. Our right-wing parties are using that excuse at the moment.
Washington's stated demand has been economic liberalisation. Cuba has now announced exactly that. And Washington called it superficial smoke signals and announced fresh sanctions targeting military-controlled entities anyway. Which tells you something important about what the US actually wants. Economic reform was never quite the point. The point is the government itself. Sanctions stay until the government falls, or at least until it looks like it has. That also means the reforms, however significant historically, are unlikely to unlock any relief in the short term. The 176 measures don't touch Gaisa, which is estimated to control between 40 and 70% of Cuba's formal economy, including hotels, retail chains, import monopolies, and foreign currency flows. These are the assets that any serious investor would want access to. If Cuba opens up private banking and foreign investment while leaving Gaisa's dominance intact, the people best positioned to partner with foreign investors, negotiate deals, and absorb new capital are the ones already inside that system. So the economy looks more open on paper, but the military elite ends up owning it through private structures rather than state ones. And that's before you get to the other problem. Most of these reforms require foreign investors to actually show up, which they won't while doing business with Cuba means risking access to the US financial system.
Like fucking hell.
The scale of economic transformation Cuba needs vastly exceeds what any of these reforms are permitted to deliver while US sanctions remain in place. And the entrepreneurs, professionals, and skilled workers who might have built something new have largely already left. Now, none of this means the picture can't change. The global order is becoming more multipolar, and China, Russia, and Iran all have their own reasons to push back against American pressure, which means that the kind of support Cuba lost when Venezuela fell away could, over time, be partially rebuilt. China, for its part, has already been moving. It has equipped Cuba with 49 new solar parks since early 2025, adding more than 1,000 megawatts of capacity to the grid. In the space of a year, Cuba's share of electricity generated from solar went from around 6% to more than 20%.
Dude, that's
and the country
crazy.
plans to add another 1,200...
Where's he getting this from? I wonder what source he uses for that. Microgridmedia.com. Okay. From 6% to 20% in a year. Well, I guess if you don't have power. Anyway. You can jump like that.
During 2026, which would bring renewables to somewhere between 30 and 35% of total generation by year's end. Now, there's a significant caveat. Cuba's history with ambitious targets and actual delivery is not encouraging, and the grid's broader infrastructure problems don't disappear just because you add solar panels. Solar is a daytime resource. Without substantial battery storage, which Cuba does not yet have, evening demand still has to be met with whatever fuel is available. Russia has been in the picture too, although less consistently. Of the 2 tankers it sent earlier this year, one delivered and one didn't. And the problem is that even together, they barely made a dent. Iran has expressed solidarity, but its own economic position limits what it can offer. In a world where American financial and diplomatic leverage is being contested by China, Russia, and others, the US blockade could become progressively harder to enforce. That may be true over a long enough horizon, but it's not true right now. And right now is when the crisis is acute and people are going without medicine, clean water, and food. Even in the most optimistic scenario, Cuba would still face a shattered industrial base, a healthcare system that has been gutted over years of neglect, and an energy grid that needs billions of dollars and probably a decade to put back together. What Cuba needs is not one of these things, but all of them, simultaneously, in conditions that make all of them simultaneously very hard. Whether any of this adds up to a genuine recovery or simply slows a decline that has already gone very far is a question nobody can answer with confidence right now, least of all economists. 2 years ago, we covered how Venezuela went from a once promising country...
Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what the comments are like. The fact that US wants compensation for something that happened in 1959 shows it's just waiting for Cuba to collapse and will just come in and take everything for free. Gonna need that $1 trillion bill. Economics Explained. Can you please make a video on the economy of the Ivory Coast? Thank you very much. Why is Finland part of the Soviet Union? Wrong map. Whoops. Cuba was also providing security troops to protect the leaders of Venezuela. Yes. Yeah, and they killed a bunch of Cubans when they took Maduro out. Why is blockading Cuba allowed, but not the Strait of Hormuz? World of hypocrites. I think that's hypocrites, but yes. Why not? Cuba has never been able to function without a patron or patrons. Be the USSR, China, Venezuela, or someone else. Remove the patronage and the rotten from the inside structure starts falling apart. So good. Like, Cuba, insert any country here, has never been able to function without the world economy. I would hardly call Venezuela a patron. They had a trade agreement. We will give you oil. You give us fucking services and food. Fucking hell. Anyway, we're going to have a break now. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're on YouTube, activate away. Tickle the like button. Do horrible things to it. Whatever you feel like. But activate it. And if you're new here, follow on Twitch. Subscribe for more on YouTube. Here's the invitation for Discord. If you're new here and you want to join us, where we share propaganda and do like stream chat stuff. And here is a link to Patreon. Please go over to Patreon and become a free member. If you can financially support, I'll love you forever. But like, if you go over there and become a free member, I've got you on an email list. It helps a lot. So there's the two links. Do yourself a favor. We'll be right back. Strap yourselves in. We'll come back. We're going to do some Theory Thursdays, actually. Got a couple of things to cover, and then we're going to get into Theory Thursdays. All right. We'll be back.
When they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. 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 Why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why.
All right, we're back. We're back. And yes, this is propaganda. Okay. You're not supposed to cry, but it's definitely propaganda. Just for you, dilemmas. The best type of propaganda. Dude, look at these comments. So good. Socialism is so economically unviable that every time it exists, it must be strangled to death by the United States. So good. I think we've had that comment a number of times. Propagandize me, mystery. Oh, yeah. Just for you, baby. Socialism is so economically unviable that every time it exists, it must be strangled to death by the United States. So good. Such a good call. So fucking true. See? It never works. If anyone tries to do any business with them, we'll cut you off as well. Nobody touch Cuba. All right. Fine. We won't touch Cuba. Calm the fuck down. Oh, man. Did I miss heaps in the stream chat? Yes, I fucking did. Basic bitch neoliberal economics explained podcast. Oh man, I miss this stuff live. I always forget to go back to the stream chat. Warhammer is everywhere. That's a Warhammer 40k DP. Oh, really? Interesting. Warhammer is everywhere. It is our future. You will go to hell. You will go to hell if you're gay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll try to be straight. You will not be able to participate in the global economy unless you become capitalist and let us mostly profit from your resources. Okay, sorry. I'll stop being socialist. Oh, man. It's kind of true, though, isn't it? But, like, you know, that's what happens when you have a dominant system. It tends to dominate. It's not going to give up without a fight. It's not going to roll over and just take it. Cuba is just premium North Korea. I'm not sure what that means. South Africa and Cuba have the same reason for electricity problem. Lots of pussy comments I've come back to approve. Okay. All right. So we are doing Theory Thursdays. It is that time of the week, so strap yourself the fuck in. Don't cry for me. I was a real piece of shit. I thought we're not allowed to make fun of the dead. I think I read that before. No more bad mouthing the deceased. Sorry. Yeah, we're gonna go with some Theory Thursdays now. So strap yourself in. It's going to be an interesting one. I've wanted to start off with a concept that I have brought up a few times. I don't know, over the last few weeks, maybe the last few months. More recently, I've been talking about it. We've talked about it on this channel for a while now. This idea of the radical center. So there's radical centrists out there. And like the real horseshoe theory is not that, like, you know, the horseshoe theory in politics is this idea that the left and the right on the extremes are actually really close together, hence the horseshoe. And like they're basically the same thing. And like, thank God for the, you know, the center that grounds us all politically. That's bullshit. But like the real horseshoe theory is actually that because of the way that a horseshoe is, it's actually it's three-dimensional, let's say. So you do have left and right, but the bulging center pulling away from the extremes of the left and right produces its own form of political movement, which is this radical centrism, also known as neoliberalism, which basically has very extreme policy and very extreme political positions. I mean, extreme policy is austerity for everyone. So like cutting government spending, cutting services, cutting infrastructure spending, cutting social spending to look attractive on the global financial market, a good place to invest because they never spend any of their money on their people. They cut taxes for the wealthy, and like that type of that policy network, this idea of trickle down economics, that type of policy decision is actually at an extreme policy standpoint. It's not centrist politics. It is radical, and that's why they are radical centrists. It is a different form of politics to the left and the right, and it is the overwhelming majority of countries in the modern age, in the 21st century, that experience the effects of radical centrism. And like the center really exists to try to maintain its power, and it maintains its power over the far left and the far right. Like the radical center is basically in control of politics over much of the world. It is centrist politics that are considered to be the safest form of politics. They are the ones in control of the liberal democracies all around the world. And they're not just like, middle of the road parties, as is the usual form of propaganda that we are fed, or this ideology that we're fed, that they're just a safe middle ground and a stabilizing force. No, they have their own political agenda. It's neoliberal to the max. And they want to maintain power. Now, one of the things that I've been talking about recently is this idea that this radical center will seek to suppress the left and the right. But like specifically, I think that the radical center is going to extreme lengths to suppress right-wing populism. So if you have a look at what's going on in Europe, for example, they're going after the AfD massively with smear campaigns. And not that there isn't much to smear, but like they go after them heavily because the right, the hard right, the far right, whatever you want to call them, parties like the National Front in France with Marie Le Pen at the head, or the AfD in Germany, the Alternative for Deutschland, or Nigel Farage's Reform UK. Like all of these parties are actual viable contenders for political control in the 21st century. There's no real leftist party that actually has any viable, like far left leftist party, I should say, that has any ability to take government in the centrist controlled world out there. And so like the only real competition for the radical center is far right parties, as they're called. Like, Nigel Farage's of the world, Marie Le Pen's of the world, the Alternative for Deutschland's of the world. And so like there are systematic campaigns to crush the far right, and that comes from the radical centrists that control politics. People like led by like Macron and like the Chancellor Merz at the moment. Like these existing establishment political parties that are all like the center left and the center right, they are trying to crush. They actively try to crush any contenders to that centrist dominance. And so like, I've found a piece that actually talks about this from left-wing people defending right-wing people. Okay, so like it's a strange phenomenon. And like I always feel a little bit cautious about like sticking up for, the right wing. Because like I don't agree with their policies, but I don't agree with them being destroyed by the radical center either through like lawfare. Like Marie Le Pen, for example, recently has been dragged through the European court system because she allegedly spent or used resources from the EU. So she's in the EU, so Parliament, and use those same things for her politics at the domestic level in French politics. And like, you're not supposed to do that. And so they tried to get her on corruption charges and destroy her so she couldn't run for president. So she appealed that and she won, and now she's running for president. They tried to knock her out so she couldn't run for president because she's popular and she probably stands a chance of knocking out a centrist politician. And so they tried to take her out on criminal charges. They've done similar stuff with Trump. They've done similar stuff. They're doing similar stuff right now with Farage. Like Farage took money off someone and didn't report it. And so like, he was an idiot and he should have fucking reported it. But like, you know, he got money from someone. Like, this is fucking bourgeois politics 101. They get money off people and he's no fucking exception. But like, they try to use it to destroy him. And so he was just like, well, fuck you. I'm going to quit and then run in a by-election, and completely dismantled, I think, a campaign to try and destroy him because they believe he's a threat to like the centrist way of politics that controls liberal democracies around the world. And I like my long-range theory on why we have centrist politics in places like we've described in Europe and the UK is because the center is the stabilizing force that manages the world economy, or like important economies around the world, for foreign capital interests. It makes sure the economy is right for foreign investors to come, large scale transnational corporations to come in and like put their money in somewhere safely and then move their money around again. That's what centrist political parties do. They're neoliberal. They make it look like an attractive investment for foreign capitalists. They don't give a fuck about the domestic population. And so you have a far-right party that comes along, far-right, a right-wing party that is like basically populist and like platforms on a bunch of policies that look like they actually care about the domestic population and fight on grounds of like, you know, stopping migration because that's probably going to help fix the local economy. And like, people love it because opposed to the centrist reality that they're used to, which doesn't care about them at all, it's cutting spending and cutting taxes for wealthy people and like making sure the market's good for foreign investment. That's all they care about, is foreign investors coming in and making sure the economy looks good for foreign investors at the sacrifice of the local population. You have a far-right alternative that comes in and says, I don't know, let's do migration, like cut migration. That'll actually fix our domestic issues. And everyone's just like, oh my God, someone's actually talking about like a solution that might be domestically driven and like cares about the domestic population as opposed to sucking up to foreign capital, and everyone goes nuts. And then they're just like, oh shit, why are people all of a sudden really far right? Why does everyone care about these far right policies all of a sudden? It's because like they're actually focusing on domestic politics as opposed to the politics of foreign capital. And so like their only option in the face of far right policies that people start to agree with, their only option left, if they can't appeal to the masses, is to like smear these parties and like throw their leaders in jail. Now that's a really, again, I don't want to sound like I'm supporting, you know, fucking Marie Le Pen or something like that, or the AfD. Like, I don't like their politics, but I can see why it's attractive in the face of the awful radical centrist policy that has taken over the world in the name of neoliberalism. It's basically Reaganism and Thatcherism, like on fucking steroids, that has destroyed many countries around the world, like viable economies that were doing quite well for a while. And like, you know, decades of centrist policy decision has given people no hope. And so they look for answers and they turn to far right figures for answers. And then the centrists try to destroy them. That is not the way to fight the far right, by just like throwing their leaders in prison or locking them up in legal proceedings. Because then that just shows their supporters that they really are anti-establishment and everyone's out to get them, and it like galvanizes their supporter base. Like the attacks on Nigel Farage haven't solved the Nigel Farage question for English politics. It's made, if anything, it has made him stronger. Like same thing with Marie Le Pen. Like all these people can then turn around to their supporter base and be like, see, they're out to get me. They're out to get you too. You were right. in following me. Everything I've said is right, and you are right to believe in me. And so, like, it's the wrong way. And so, like, the radical center is producing the right-wing reaction. It's not the left. Like, usually, or back in the day, the right wing, the reactionary culture out there used to react to the left. I would argue that it reacts to the center because the left is largely obsolete. Let's be honest. Like, the left-wing politics doesn't really exist anymore. It's not woke politics. Like, left-wing politics used to be about, you know, working class issues, and like a global working class movement, or a move away from like capitalistic endeavor. But like, that doesn't really exist anymore. I missed a few comments while I've been ranting and raving. I knew he was a fascist all along. Yeah, it's happened. Damn, it's a bell curve. Grr. Oh, I missed a whole bunch of grrs. The center is so bulbous. Yeah, look at that, dude. Dumb meme thinking about bell curves of the radical center. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, that one's gotta go in the title for sure. Ravy, freer of the vagine. Please, Malcolm, Bobbits and Vagina. And in doing so, emboldens the far right parties. And the radical centrists go after the far right because they will protect the idea of multiculturalism at all costs. See, I think you're missing my point there. I don't think the radical center cares about multiculturalism at all, and will throw people under the bus if they need to. They just want to continue their economic policy, and like the right wing might destroy that economic policy, and so or make it harder for foreign capital to move around the world. And like even the right wing are like supporting, like look at like a lot of these right wing parties, right? They want to stop wars. That's part of their, and like I don't think the radical center is about that at all. The radical center is like in Europe is all about like continuing war on Russia at all costs. All costs. The discourse is important to progression. We start to lose freedom when we forget what it took to gain it. Yep, and the way they're propped up by the courts is quite shocking, but they're also all about status quo, so I guess not that shocking. I guess one concern a lot of centrists have is that if you turn up the heat on capitalists too much, they'll riot, similar to, say, accelerationism from the left. Make things bad, get left-wing population to revolt, and bring forward communism now that we've seen how bad capitalism can get. Some who have an eye for political power of capital may be saying, not the time, but they can't say that, lol, because the capitalists may riot, e.g., pump a bunch of money into one nation. I would say in response to capitalists pumping money into one nation or something like that, like there are so many people out there. There's like capitalists and the wealthy and foreign capital, all that sort of stuff. Corporations will back a right-wing candidate before they would back a truly left-wing candidate every day of the week. But they will back centrists more than far right, because far right is too populist. And like you need a party that just wants to manage the economy for capitalistic interests, for financial markets and stuff like that. And so like someone like Virginia Reinhardt backing One Nation, that's because like One Nation would directly help her interests. But like generally, I think she'd be very happy with centrist government that cuts taxes and like just supports business. Left wing, pro worker, pro people, centrist, pro capital, right wing, weird hate boners. Pretty much nailed the only reason I lean right on some issues. There's just a glaring lack of local focus from centrists. All the commies are fascists. I knew it. I keep what are considered right principles to a degree. Yeah. I don't even know what right wing means anymore. You know what it is? It's right of radical centrists. That's it. That's how you gauge modern politics. Apparently, the Liberals lost popularity because they went too far right. To me, they were barely right, if at all. I see your point. I just disagree. Russia is pretty nationalistic. Nationalistic equals national socialist. Can't have that again. That's the main point of globalism, in my opinion. I think I've summed it up. Oh, I mean far left and far right. Yes. Oops. Were the troubles leftists or rightists? All right. Anyway, I found a piece that talks about this from left-wing personnel who I think, or at least one leftist, who is very well regarded on the left. And so, like, anyone who's like, hey, this type of stuff, like, who cares about defending right-wing politicians and right-wing parties? Who cares about defending them? Fuck them at all costs. Fight the fascists, like all that sort of stuff. Like, listen to what Giannis and his mate Wolfgang over here have to say about this situation, which is interesting because, like, Wolfgang is like a traditional liberal. He's a centrist, and like Giannis is self-described Marxist, and so like they're agreeing, it would seem, in this piece anyway, that like attacking right-wing politicians, far-right politicians, only emboldens them and their supporters. It's like, it's not the way to go. And so like the centrists of Europe or centrists of America need to like stop doing this because you're fueling them by doing this sort of stuff. Anyway, I'll let them talk. I'll stop my rambling for now. It is Theory Thursdays after all, but like, have a listen. Tell me what you think.
The centre-left in the United States, in the United Kingdom, and in Germany.
Matt Bond! What timing? We're just about to start as well. So we are diving into my theory. Like, I keep on talking about radical centrists, and I have been saying a number of times over the last, I don't know, couple of weeks, last month or so, that there is a campaign by the radical centre to attack right-wing politicians, because the centrists that hold power in most of the liberal democracies around the world feel threatened by the far right. They don't feel threatened by left-wing politics because there really is, it doesn't exist. But like far right political groups have more traction and like pose more of a threat to the way that liberal democracies just serve the interests of, like, you know, multinational corporations and foreign capital and like Wall Street and financial markets. They serve those interests, which are where the real money and all the power is. And the far right are too unpredictable. Like, capitalists love the right wing, but like they're too unpredictable because they go down the populist route. And so like they're attacking right wing politicians in important countries around the liberal democratic world. And these guys are going to kind of explain that to a certain degree.
The centre-left in the United States, in the United Kingdom, and in Germany have sort of settled on the view that we need to ban the far right, or we need to put these people into jail, or we need to use procedure to get rid of them. And it's been tried. I'm always open to outcomes, but you know, whatever you think about this, you know, whatever you think about the, you know, the democracy of it, or the legit.
Hey, do you think the current radical centrists represent the old neoliberal guard? Yes, I do. Absolutely. That's all the centre seems to be. It seems to be like this, keep the economy stable so foreign capital feels comfortable. And like the reason that they want foreign capital is because everybody's come to this conclusion in the neoliberal era that the only way to fund anything and to fund your state is that you have to borrow money all the time. Like it's like everyone's forgotten that like states exist to print money, basically, and regulate monetary policy and monetary supply. And you can print your own currency. But because of the neoliberal and financialization of the world, because of Wall Street, I would blame mostly because of Wall Street and maybe the UK, like London. Like the only way to fund your government is by borrowing money from financial markets. And so like you have to look good to attract money in to lend that money. And so you need to have neoliberal policy, like staunch austerity measures and like cutting taxes generally, and specifically for like rich and powerful people. And so, like, yeah, the neoliberal, the radical center is basically just a group that upholds neoliberal policy. And like, if you're lucky, sometimes you have like radical centrists that are more left leaning, and so like while they implement austerity, they still try to spend some money on social spending, but like they're pretty centrist largely because they want to make sure they look like good investments for foreign capital. And if you're unlucky and you have more like center right parties in power, then like they don't really care about cutting social spending at all, and they don't pretend to care about infrastructure spending. They just like look at Milei, Javier Milei in Argentina. Like, he was a radical centrist. He's not fucking far right. He's a radical centrist in my mind, who's come in to institute the most hardcore neoliberalism possible, which was like literally cutting all government spending. All he did was cut government spending. All he did. Theory Thursday is getting into far-right Friday territory. Careful, E. They'll ban you. Those new hate laws. Theory Thursday is docking with far-right Friday. Just the way Grindr likes it. But like, I don't spend my time on far-right Fridays defending the people we're watching, unless it's justified. But like, I am all for like where the shoe fits, defending these right-wing politicians, defending their right to exist, because I think they're being attacked not just because it's worthy of attack. They've done some heinous crime. Exactly. They're just being like, someone's getting them out on a technicality because they didn't do paperwork properly, and trying to use that to destroy them and their political movement, which actually makes their political movements more important. It's like, long game wise, it's stupid. That's not going to kill the far right. That's going to embolden them. Like, honestly. Like, you could say the current Democratic Party in the US are basically early 2000s Republicans. I've heard that analysis a number of times. I remember like when I first started reading like Chomsky and stuff, he was like, the Democratic Party is basically the Republican Party of like the 90s or the 2000s and something like that. And so and the Republican Party is far right as fuck compared to 20, 30 years ago. Oh wait, I missed something else you said. So you think that is why the former left has dropped their previous ideological differences and combined forces with their fellow neo-libs? Since the left is currently dead, that is why they are solely focused on repressing the populist right. So you think this is why the former left has dropped their previous ideological differences and combined forces with their fellow neo-libs? Since the left is currently dead, that is why they are solely focused on repressing the populist right. Yeah, there is no left, I would argue. Like, there are very few actual leftist parties out there. There's identity politics leftist parties out there. Like the Australian Greens are a perfect example of that. They're like identitarian leftists. Like, they identify with progressive issues, but like they don't give a fuck about like working class politics in the slightest. Like they say they do, but like I don't think they align with like, class warfare or something like that. And so like they're more of a center left party in the sense that like they just hate the right with a passion, and so they'll join the centrists to just fight against like the most abhorrent forms of right wing politics, like racism and sexism and like all that sort of stuff. So like, yes, the left has effectively died from like a class war perspective, and like combined forces with the neo-libs to, as you've said, focus on repressing the populist right because they're just abhorrent and need to be stopped at all costs. And that's why you get all this rhetoric like just calling everyone a fascist or calling everyone a racist that doesn't agree with you and all that sort of stuff. We're completely undermining the terms of fascism and racism, which are poignant and like such pertinent categorizations, but like they lose all meaning because like it's just like attack the far right at all costs. See previous comment, it's related, yeah. And they just serve the market, yeah. You're such a leftist elite, LOL. You basically do what libertarians do to each other. That's not the real left wing. No, look, the left is dead. I'm saying it's worse than like, hey, you're not left. No, you're not left, like kind of thing. Like there is no left, I would say. Like left-wing politics is class politics. Plain and simple. End of story. There is no class politics left. Like there's left-wing like identitarian stuff. Which is like what you complain about dilemmas. It's just like a bunch of people are just like, you're racist. Or like, you're a fascist. Like that sort of stuff. That's not fucking politics. That's just being angry at something you don't agree with. Purple Pingers enters the chat. Yeah, he's got a lot of that sort of stuff behind him. But like at least he goes after like the landlord class, preying on working people. That's pretty cool. I can get down with that. Like the other stuff is, it's all just identity politics. Identity politics is just awful stuff. Like it really is just awful. And it's how they divide us. The labels do my head in. There's no consistency. Now, a true left-wing person dilemmas, I think, like truly left-wing in terms of the class war anyway. Like a true left-wing person would actually try to bridge the gap with working-class right-wing people who have true working-class grievances. Like there is a lot of right-wing politics that are tied up with like true working-class grievances. There's a lot of right-wing politics at the moment anyway that like advocates for being anti-war because they don't want to send their sons and daughters off to war. And that's pretty left-wing in the sense of like if you think of it from a class perspective, because it's just working-class people that get fed into the meat grinder in warfare. So like you could agree on that, but like there is no chance that like ID poll leftists would ever agree with the right wing on, oh well, like they're anti-war, so like at least we can agree on that. And they, you know, like they wouldn't do that. Pingers is basically fine. If you know your labels, they're useful. Socialism is when the government does stuff. Average Aussie, yeah. And that's why the left wing is dead. Like the true, like the left wing. Because like people are just like, oh, socialism is when the government does stuff. Like there's no class consciousness anyway. That's why we let Han stick around. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We let Han stick around. But at least Han has like at least a good measure of like neoliberal / libertarian politics. Like an authentic neoliberal / libertarian. Like he actually cares about something. He cares about, he thinks that libertarian policy is the way to go. So it's good to like bounce off those ideas. It's up to people like us to change the image of left wing or revive it, like resuscitate it. Do you know CPR Voltaire? Like, come on. I like the only thing that we can do is reignite class consciousness. Like, and like, I don't even mean like in some militant way. Like, I just mean like people recognizing that they're working class, which is like everyone else who is not part of the group of people that control the means of production, like control the economy and all of their hangers-ons, all of their friends and associates that help them, like the court system, the political class, all the armies of lawyers out there that help maintain their power, apart from all those pricks that service the rich and the powerful. Like everyone else is pretty much working to produce some form of value, whether they work for someone else or they work for themselves. Like that's still working class in this day and age. Blaz, it helps you gather. It helps you gather when people have a label to get behind. If you're like, if you're a furry, where do you go to meet with furries? Yeah, presumably some kind of furry convention. It's incredibly isolating to have labels that aren't useful. To me, it feels like Australia is unique in that the left-right doesn't really apply to us. Mateship and a fair go is pretty left, I guess. Like it should be, like especially like a fair go, and like that's what I think our welfare system is based on. Is like the idea of a fair go, or like, you know, if somebody's struggling a bit, like give them a hand. They can't pay for like, I don't know, medicine, like PBS, right? Like, should we get fucked over by corporations for like paying for medicine? No, we have the PBS. Like, that's a fair go. So like, yes, Australian politics is ingrained in labor politics, and like, I mean, labor is in like working class politics. But so, yes, I do. I had a previous med cert. I have an event level security license as well. I'm a man of many talents. Yeah. I think Blaz just wants a furry hookup, to be honest. That was quite specific, mate. Blaz, you've been called out, bro. Watch out, someone's gonna meme that shit. Dude, this made me laugh seeing out there in the wild the other day. I went to primary school with Purple Pingers, and he used to dig in his butt during recess and sniff his finger. So good. Finally, the smear campaign has started. Purple Pingers is relevant now because people are trying to smear him. So good. All right, let these guys talk. I live for the jokes. All right, let's hear how the right wing is being persecuted by the radical center. You watch out for the radical center, man. I'm telling you, watch out.
Intimacy of that, or the danger to get rid of it. In Germany, have sort of
out without commitment.
The center left in the United States, in the United Kingdom, and in Germany have sort of settled on the view that we need to ban the far right, or we need to put these people into jail, or we need to use procedure to get rid of them. And it's been tried. I'm always open to outcomes, but whatever you think about this, whatever you think about the democracy of it, or the legitimacy of that, or the morality of that, you can discard all of that because we already have the outcome. We saw what happened to Trump. I remember, the media, especially those on the left, hailed the criminal procedures against Trump, which most of us failed to understand what they were about. They were kind of a rare. This wasn't your usual criminal case like murder or theft or something horrible. No, it wasn't. It was something that was like a failure to make a declaration or to specify certain payment in the accounts of your company. It classified as a criminal offense, and he was rightly convicted, but it didn't end his political career. We've seen the same with Marine Le Pen. She was accused of using staff that she got allocated. Her party got allocated in the European Parliament. Every party gets sort of a certain allocation of staff, and she was accused of convicted of repurposing these people to work in the party headquarters in France. That's obviously a breach of the rules in France, as it turned out a criminal offense. She got convicted. She got a prison sentence, and she got a 5-year ban to run for office, which at the time when the ban was announced would have precluded her from running for the French presidency, which starts next year. So she
how convenient is that? Like, I'm not sure if you ever followed this, but Marine Le Pen is like a big deal in French politics, and like people are really concerned about her. From the center on the left, they think that she's just awful, and like she's a stain on their idea of a multicultural and diverse France, like kind of thing. Like, people are truly terrified that she's going to come in and like kick out everyone who's ever migrated into France over the last 50 years or something like that. They're truly terrified. And like what they did was they criminally charged her with something, and like the part of the rules of that conviction was that she wasn't going to be able to run for president. Like, that is so contrived. Like, it seems so fucking contrived, even for someone that wouldn't naturally want to defend someone like this. It's just like, oh wow, what's the real penalty here of this conviction? Is like she can't run for president. The thing that everyone was really worried about, especially the fucking radical centrists, they don't want her to take power because they can't control her in the way that they can the centrist politicians, the benign and banal centrist politician establishment. She's too unpredictable, way too unpredictable. And so like one of her penalty was she can't run for the presidential race. And like she was very fucking popular. Like, lo and behold, they don't want her to run, and now she can't run. Fucking who could have seen that one coming? Thank God they've got that conviction. And then she appealed it and won anyway. So now she's back and running again with extra fucking support now. So like now people are really feverishly behind her, and they're just like, fuck, they tried to shut you down, baby, but now we're back and we're gonna make sure that you win. Like now they're energized, and like people that might not have come out to vote before will definitely come out and vote now because like she survived trial by the centrist establishment. Not that they call it that. Like, these people will be like, oh, she survived attack from the left. It's not the fucking left. Like, she was attacked by the center, the establishment that's in control, the neoliberal establishment in control that they'll just call liberals. And, like, liberals are somehow leftists. I don't know how all of that works, but whatever. Like, it's not an attack from the left. It was an attack from the center. And if the same thing was happening on the left, the far left, if they had any equivalent to Marie Le Pen, really, actualized as Marie Le Pen, if they had an equivalent, they would have done the same thing to that person as well. For sure. For sure. But if you're a socialist, we do now have various state socialist parties going again. So that's nice. Yes. But like they're nothing on the scale of like Reform or One Nation or something like that. If socialists stopped telling people how to live, they would get a lot less attention and a lot less flack the way it used to be. Maybe socialist isn't the word I'm looking for. They're radical centrists. I see, like, that's the thing, right? But what happens with the radical center, because it's like amorphous, and there is like a left and a right version, like a center left, center right. Then like the other side, so when the right wing gets attacked, they were just like, oh, it's everybody on the left that's doing this. No, it's the radical center. And like when the left wing gets attacked by the center, it's just like, oh, it's the right wing. They're evil. They're against us. It's this radical center. I'm telling you. It's a real force. Communists also join the socialists and people believe in different things, you know. You've got people who want people to develop community, bottom-up, grassroots style efforts. Famously, conservatives have never told anyone else how to live their lives. Dude, hilarious. Very good. I see what you did there. Then you got doomers who think if we don't close off oil plant tomorrow, the world will end. And we'll have to stop every billion-dollar corp. Well, I can get behind that last one. Definitely. All right, back to it.
The case is still open. She's appealing against a previous verdict, but she certainly got the ban overturned or backdated so that she's now free to run. And on the same day, that evening, she announced her candidacy. In the UK, meanwhile, we have seen the spectacle of Nigel Farage resigning after the Sunday Times revealed that he had received a large donation from...
We covered this last week. Like, this is fresh. This is relevant. And like, as if this dickhead needs any more fucking momentum. Like, what a knob he is, like, honestly. But like, that's what's happening.
A close associate who is also a convicted criminal. Now, we have to sort of differentiate these cases. They're all different. What Le Pen did in comparison to Trump was like nothing. It had a certain sense of they got her on a technicality. Using your staff to do other party work is a fairly normal practice, but that doesn't sort of legitimize it. But it doesn't fall into the sort of the high crimes and misdemeanors category of things that people do, not even in politics. The Farage thing was even at a sort of a lower level. There's no criminal issue here. It's no police investigation. Getting money, a donation of money, is legal. There's nothing he did nothing wrong in a legal sense. But he made one mistake. He committed one mistake formally, or is alleged to have committed the mistake because we don't have all the facts on the table. He didn't declare the interest when he entered Parliament, which he should have. The House of Commons Committee on Standards has launched an investigation, and in the UK, when this kind of thing happens, they can recommend a suspension. And if MPs vote to suspend the offending person for more than 10 sitting days of the Parliament or 2 weeks, if they're not sitting, people in the constituency can launch a petition. It's called a recall petition. And if 10% of the eligible voters sign it, they can force a by-election. What Farage did, very much to the annoyance of the other parties, he short-circuited this process by resigning. And by resigning, he forced the by-election himself. And people were quite angry about this. But it's very typical of Farage to stay on top of the narrative. I mean, this is how, the Vote Leave won the Brexit campaign. It was through commanding narratives that the centrist parties had lost. And he has proven again and again an ability to capture narratives. The other parties have declined to put up their own candidates against him. So Farage is now running against a character called Count Binface, one of these comic characters that pop up in British election campaigns from time to time. There is a possibility that Count Binface might succeed where Labour and the Tories and the Lib Dems failed in defeating Farage. And all this is sort of wonderful theatre, and people talk about this. But
like it's funny. Like it's just, but it does show you how ridiculous politics are, how little faith anyone has in anything nowadays, when like Farage can pull a stunt like that, which is true. Like he's commanding the narrative on this one. They tried to hit him up with like, oh, we got you. You took money off someone, you bastard. And, you know, again, this is bourgeois politics at the end of the day. Fucking, this is how it works. But like, he took money off someone and he didn't declare it. And so like, that's wrong. Yes, that's wrong. He should have declared the money properly. But like, you know, is that going to be your solution? Like you take out Farage and like what, the entire movement that he stands for is just going to disappear, and like, you know, wash your hands and you'll never have to deal with right-wing populism again? No, it's a force to be reckoned with, and you can't just wish it away by dragging him through the court system. It's not going to work like that. It's not that easy. You're going to have to do better than that. Much better than that. You're going to have to offer an actual alternative, not the continuation of centrist policy, which is just fucking austerity and trickle-down economics to be attractive for foreign capital so you can borrow money on the world market. You have to provide an alternative. And like the ridiculous thing about, like the most ridiculous thing about that situation is like the centrists aren't even running political opponents against him because he's quit and forced a by-election. And Count Binface, who everybody knows is a fucking joke, is potentially not only just like a candidate, but like people might actually vote for Count Binface. And like Count Binface could actually beat Farage. Like there might be enough people that are so disenfranchised, so disillusioned, I should say, with the system, that they might actually vote for Count Binface, because like Farage is a bit of a joke, but like Count Binface, so much funnier, right? Hey, let's all vote for Count Binface, because the entire system is meaningless anyway because of the takeover of the radical center. Economists are just wizards of capital. Hocus pocus, GDP focus, legal responsibility to increase shareholder value, sovereign risk. Unrelated, but still good. Ha! You got this, Count Binface. That's awesome. That's really good. 4S, how we going? Inverted totalitarianism should take a lot of the blame here, though. Yeah, fucking so it should. If people were more politically active, then these results go away. We've had enough of these joke candidates. Vote for the bin and take out the trash. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Who's the real joke? All right, back to it.
In the end, you know, you have to sort of ask yourself, where does this go? The media managed to get rid of Boris Johnson. How did they get rid of Boris Johnson? Through relentless chasing him with new allegations, new stories. There was sort of like a frenzy, classic media frenzy. The Tory MPs, the backbench MPs panicked, and they basically signaled to him that they no longer support him, and then he resigned. And the same happened with Liz Truss, and the same happened in the Labour Party with Keir Starmer. This is sort of a media frenzy that has the effect to get people to panic, and then when they duly panic, that's how you end up with Andy Burnham, you know, who is unelected, who has an agenda that has not been put to an electorate, and it won't be put to an electorate for 3 years. But how does Farage play into this? You know, he has bounced back from these things. I don't think he will be defeated by Count Binface, but who am I to say? Stuff happens in election in politics, and wouldn't it be a wonderful story if the greatest populist got defeated by a bin? I mean, this would be just too funny to miss. But would that be the end of Farage? Has the criminal conviction against Trump really damaged him? I think it very much drove his supporters more into his hands. And the fact that we're all talking about Farage now instead of Andy Burnham, I mean, this is, we should be talking about Andy Burnham, we're talking about Farage, tells us already that he is once again sort of mastering the communication war, because we're talking about his themes, his fight against the establishment, all the nonsense that he's sort of put up. My recommendation to all the centrists, I'm not a policy advisor, but if I were, I would say leave him alone. Let him speak. We'll see whether he can command people's attention for 3 years, whether he can actually draw up a policy, because we haven't seen much of that. Instead, what we do is we're chasing him, and we make the mistake the same again as we made with Le Pen, as we made with Farage. The Germans.
It's like similar, like what's happened with the whole Orange Wave and the One Nation phenomenon recently. Like if the political establishment in Australia were to go after Pauline Hanson and try and take her out on a technicality or something like that, that would so like surely invigorate her movement. Like people would come out in droves to support her, but instead you let her speak at the National Press Club and let her say some pretty fucking questionable things in a time of like a cost of living crisis, talking about like getting rid of maternity leave or being able to fire workers more easily, and like general attacks on working people or working class politics. And like people are like, oh fuck, I can't believe she said that. I don't know if I want to support this, but like you got to let people speak, not shut them out, because then people will listen to what they're saying and hopefully make up their own mind. But you got to give them the opportunity to speak, and not catch them up in lawfare on technicalities, because you just want to eliminate your political rivals. Just wait until Labor shuts down One Nation using the same laws they used on the NSN. Well, like if that happens, that would be an absolute travesty. I don't think that was ever going to happen, let's be honest. But like, if they did, like this is exactly what we're talking about. Anyone keeping up with the AUKUS public inquiry? No, I just heard the announcement. What was his name? Peter Garrett and some other people made an announcement. But like, I haven't actually seen anything about it ever since. And the announcement was like, what, a month ago they made that? Rogue, depends if they want to participate in advancing the human race or they want to be billionaires for the sake of it. If the Count doesn't already have a familiar, I recommend an Ibis. That's pretty good. That's my prediction. Some One Nation member has ties and they wrap it all up together. Yeah, right. Well, like, I don't know. Recently I saw one of the NSN boys out. Well, like, he's not openly NSN. Oh, maybe he is, actually. Anyway, one of the NSN boys on TikTok, and he was just like, yeah, I support One Nation. He was being arrested at an event, and he was like, yeah, I support One Nation, and I support Pauline because she understands that we need to end immigration and bring back the White Australia policy. And they were like, oh, really? Is that what she wants to do? And he's like, yeah, not openly, but like that's her idea. And so like the NSN definitely love One Nation because it's a wedge for them. Blaz had a Labor branch meeting last night, and we had a little AUKUS debate. Queensland State Conference is next month. Interesting. But like the AUKUS public inquiry is literally like a people's inquiry. It's not a legitimate government inquiry, I thought. I took part in the pro-AUKUS side for fun and to provide those arguments. It's kind of interesting. Most people don't think about military. The thin end of the wedge. Yeah, for them, for the NSN, she's the wedge for them. Yeah. But like it's a big call. I'll remember this conversation, Dilemmas, just in case that ever happens. I'll be like, fucking Dilemmas, you called it, bro. They just want to bring One Nation down. And then she'll become our Marie Le Pen. Or she'll become our fucking Nigel Farage. Not that they haven't already found a reason to put her in prison. Like, she was doing this before it was popular. But yeah.
making the same thing with the Alternative for Germany. It's a party that is a party of the far right. I mean, I wouldn't classify Farage in that category. He's more of a populist of the right. But the AfD is a party with a serious right-wing agenda. The centre parties are losing ground to the AfD at the moment. The AfD is polling close to 30%, the highest ever. And it would be very difficult for the other parties to keep on forming coalitions without including the AfD. It's technically possible, but that would mean center-right parties would have to be in coalition not only with center-left parties, but with far-left parties and green parties. This gives rise to coalitions that don't usually work very well because the participants in those coalitions are divided. The worse these coalitions work, the more supporters or the more of their frustrated supporters wander off to the far right. That has been the trend. And young people in particular who fail to see the sort of moral justification for these sort of kind of centrist policies are often attracted by the extremes. And the case in Germany was, and I think it's the trend in other countries, young men tend to trend towards the right and young women towards the left. And that is a phenomenon we see in Germany as well. If you take the parties that are not the traditional centrist parties, they are now polling over 40%. This is something completely unheard of. And it's all to do with the fact that the centrist parties, instead of trying to solve problems, we're trying to solve the problem by dissing the opponent, by, incarcerating the opponent, by pursuing them through the media. And it hasn't worked again and again and again. I think it was Bismarck who once said, only stupid people learn from their own mistakes. And he said, I prefer to learn from the mistake of others. These people don't even learn from their own mistakes, and let alone from those of others.
Well, UUV and UAVs, unmanned underwater vehicles, I believe. You can command them at the moment via planes, but part of the sub-plan is to control UUVs and UAVs from underwater long term. So what this was part of your AUKUS discussion? So the idea of just use drones is like, yeah, that's what the subs are for. Interesting. Dilemmas, I'd say just before a major election, soon enough so they don't have time to fight it before voting starts, but not too soon so they can fight it. I'm pro more ghost bats, Aussie designed and made, only link to America is licensing agreement or some such. Blaz, I've been searching into the void that citizens should learn to drone for backup and normal patrols. We have underground cable fiber. A little more work, it'd be almost real-time bulletproof. Ghost bats got to be controlled by something though, and ghost sharks. Right. Back to it.
This we are in total agreement. Indeed, when the ultra-right, I don't call them populists, I call them ultra-rightists. When their main argument is that liberals only care about their own freedom and nobody else's, this idea that you restrict liberty and electoral rights of the ultra-rightists in order to preserve liberty is a great gift to the ultra-right. Nothing strengthens them more. I mean, you mentioned, Wolfgang, the lawfare that was weaponized against Donald Trump. That's a very good case in point. If Donald Trump had been taken to court for embezzling money that was meant to go into the wages of his employees, which he has done, as we know very well from decades past, I would have been all for it. But to actually prosecute him on the basis of, as you said, remember, it was a payment to a porn star. It was hush money for a porn star. But it wasn't even, the moral police taking him to court because he paid off a porn star. No, it was because he didn't declare this as part of his electoral campaign fund, which it wasn't part of his electoral campaign fund, but they tried to squeeze that argument through some kind of colander of political correctness, that because he was trying to safeguard his image by paying off the porn, the mind boggles.
Yes, I know, right? Giannis looks like he's about to play a 6 set. Yeah, I know. How good the speakers. So good. I wonder if there's a keyboard underneath there as well. DJ Giannis Varoufakis.
And of course, it all turned against them, against the liberal centrists, the Clintonites, the Bidenists, and so on and so forth. Now, I was having this conversation back then with a very well-respected liberal journalist in New York City, and he said to me, "But Yanis, we got Al Capone on the basis of tax evasion. I mean, isn't it good to get him however we can?" Well, he's not Al Capone. He's running for president. There is this huge court out there of public opinion. It's called, the electoral system. Trying to replace the voting booths by, shenanigans like the ones that managed to incarcerate Al Capone. It's neither morally defensible nor an efficient way of dealing with your opponents. Now, before anyone, Wolfgang, reaches for the naive liberal label by which to admonish us, I want to speak personally here, because, folks out there, if you think that we're being too liberal, and it is justified to use whatever means in order to bring these people down, the ultra-right. Well, let me say this. I grew up under a fascist totalitarian regime. I know ultra-rightists, and I know them better than most. When I was a kid, I watched them beat my mother, abduct my father in the middle of the night, imprison my favorite uncle. And I know that if given the chance, this new crop of ultra-rightists will happily set up authoritarian regimes while luring the masses with delusions of grandeur.
Like this is like one opinion people have. US imperialism, Australian decadence. Is this like in defense? Like you mean like in defense of like AUKUS and stuff like that? Thank God for US imperialism, so we can enjoy our beautiful Australian lifestyle.
We've seen this in Minnesota, while luring the masses with delusions of grandeur. We've seen this in Minnesota. We've seen this. Yet nothing reinforces them more than the sights and sounds of liberal totalitarianism, because what we've been describing, Wolfgang, is a kind of liberal totalitarianism. Liberal totalitarianism at work. Ideological judges, electoral commissions, parliamentary committees, banning these ultra-rightists as if to prove that everyone is on it and that democracy is just a cover for the stealthier forms of authoritarianism. You were absolutely right when you said, you want people to start voting for you and not for Farage and the Alternative for Deutschland and Le Pen and Orban and so on. Well, solve their problems. Do not compound them with austerity for the many and socialism for the bankers. And if you want to attack them on ideological matters, as you should, for instance, attack their weaponized misanthropy that takes the form of, concentrating the slings and arrows of the whole political system on boat people, on refugees, on the foreigners, and so on. Attack that. Make the point that a few boat people arriving in Dover is not the real reason why people have a problem with housing, with health, with very low wages, very low productivity. And make that case. You're not making that case, and you're resorting to liberal totalitarianism. And liberal totalitarianism is the greatest gift to the ultra-right.
The right needs to be defeated politically.
There you go. There's his version of radical centrism, which I've heard him say before. But he's called it liberal totalitarianism. This idea that the center can dictate the thoughts of the entire political spectrum, and if you think outside of that and you talk about things that they don't like or have ideas, they will try and come after you and destroy you. It's interesting, very interesting. I feel vindicated. I've been speaking about this for a bit, and now we've got these two heavyweights talking about it.
And not procedurally. And the center has broadly failed to understand why the right is successful. It understands it at a superficial level. It talks about immigration, and it's imitating that part of the far-right policy. I don't think immigration is causal for anything. It's becoming a problem when your personal, for communities, when their personal circumstances change. Immigration wasn't the same problem as, we've had the UK, Germany, they had immigration in the 50s, the 60s, 70s. There weren't political parties that benefited from clamping down on immigration. That wasn't something that would have been the number 1, 2, or 3 issue in the popular dissatisfaction with the status quo. The reason why people are worried is because their own circumstances have changed. We saw this in the Brexit campaign. If you live out there in the suburbs of some former industrial town, life is pretty hopeless. And there aren't any opportunities, and then these suburbs might be filled with immigrants, and then you blame the immigrants, and that's what happened in those places. Immigration wasn't causal to this, but sure, it needs to be managed. Obviously, there needs to be competence, but for the Labour Party now to portray itself as the anti-immigration party is quite absurd, because not only does it legitimize Farage's discourse, it actually fails to solve the underlying problem, which is something that the centrist parties are in a position to do because they're in government. But they're not doing this. And instead, they're focusing on the sort of the more superficial aspects of what makes the far right so appealing. And I see this sort of failure happening again and again. This is not just here. It's the same in Germany, it's the same in France, it's the same in the United States. And you see this in the European Commission in particular, that the idea of solving problems has sort of gone out of fashion in centrist politics. It's all about appearances. It's all about what does it look like. And I often get sort of friends in politics who say, oh God, this doesn't look very good. And the criticism of Ursula von der Leyen's trade deal with Trump was that it didn't look very good, rather than the substance of it. And there is an awful lot of that, and that's a battle they'll lose.
Scapegoating. This is the last resort of a liberal system that has stopped being liberal and is caught up in an economic quagmire like the one that we have been stuck in after the 2008 crisis, our generation's 1929. But we are going to be coming back again and again at these things in the next segment.
All right, that's it. I just wanted to run that one up the flagpole. But they have similar objections on, I think, ideological grounds for wanting to oppose the idea of assassinating your political rivals on the far right just because they are, from a centrist perspective, outside of your little political status quo. The centre has been quite happy to maintain power. That element that may be a little bit centre-left, maybe a little bit centre-right, but they don't want the far right coming in and messing up the party, because it's the only thing that might actually have the legs to fight against the central status quo. And they have, I think, similar sentiments or similar concerns that I have. They're just taking them out through lawfare and technicalities is not the way to go, and it just makes them fucking stronger. Let them try to do their brand of politics, and watch them fail, and watch people abandon them in droves. That's politics, whether you like it or not. Oh, that's bourgeois politics anyway. Let them fail. Let them open their mouths and put their foot in it. Let them do it. But attacking them and taking them out on technicalities is not the way. That's just pussy centrist politics. You don't address the problem with alternatives, solutions. You just want to shut them down. It is liberal totalitarianism. Like the stream, nerds. Give your free Twitch Prime to Mr. E and tell Bezos to shove it, nerds. Yeah, you do that. Damn right. Very good. Did somebody say nerd? No, let's have a quick look. Comic relief, please.
Nerd!
Oh, very good. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to some other parts of theory. Let's see what 3 billionaires have to say about socialism versus communism. This is a contribution by none other than our everybody's friend Jag. Comes as a suggestion for some Theory Thursday. Let's listen to Bill Gates, Charlie Munger, and Warren Buffett on socialism versus capitalism debate. Like, look at these. Look at these guys, seriously. The epitome of what's wrong with the world right now. Billionaire oldies who won't let go of their power. Did you get a load of the nerd? Oh, look at these nerds. I love that Simpsons memes are a core part of millennial identity, whether left or right, or radical centrist. Very funny. Load of nerd. Oh, God.
Gentlemen, we've talked an awful lot on our air recently about socialism versus capitalism, defending capitalism, all of the different political pressures that are kind of being brought as we get into another election year. And I thought maybe we could talk about that this morning, too. Over the weekend, several questions came up about defending capitalism. And Warren, you did step out and say that you're a card-carrying member, a card-carrying capitalist in front of everyone. What do you think about the attacks that we've seen to this point on capitalism?
Well, I don't think people exactly even know what they're talking about. It isn't that capitalism is perfect, but if you look at what was here in 1776 and look at what is here now, this country has done an incredible job in terms of the deployment of resources and human ingenuity, and that is a product of a system. Now, does that mean that every decision should be made simply by open market determinants? No, there's a need for regulation, obviously, and there are things that have long-term costs and might not get built in. But the idea of people unleashing their potential, using the resources they have to create what we have now from what was here 240-some years ago, it's absolutely a miracle, and what all three of us have seen during our lifetime. And if you compare that with any centralized planned economy, I think we win hands down, and I think we've just started with what capitalism can produce in the United States. But I do think it obviously it needs certain rules and regulations.
Bill, you did an interview in Davos with someone, and you made a pretty innocuous.
What? Capitalism needs rules and regulations? That's outrageous. Look at these three. Seriously. Is this a retirement village or what? So powerful. Of course they would sing the virtues of capitalism. Of course.
Statement that you looked around, you thought capitalism was the best system, and you got attacked online from all these people who came up with these crazy statements.
He sounds like RFK Jr. Oh my God. Yeah, I know. The voice was awful, wasn't it?
It's about how the system. You made a pretty innocuous statement that you looked around, you thought capitalism was the best system, and you got attacked online from all these people who came up with these crazy statements about how could you say things like that. I mean, what do you think about the climate when you see things like that?
Well, some people think when you defend capitalism, you're defending the tax rates we have today and saying that higher absolute tax rates or more progressive tax rates, that you're disagreeing with them. And I don't think Warren and I are disagreeing that you could make the taxes more progressive. In fact, we've been very explicit in some areas, like the estate tax, and saying we think that would be a good thing. Socialism.
You got your wish, it came back.
What?
Socialism.
Could you understand that? Like, I can't understand. Like, I can bill for like these two. Fuck me dead. It's not working. I need a translator for old rich billionaires.
It used to mean that the state controlled the means of production. And a lot of people who are promoting socialism actually aren't using that classic definition. So what we're going to have is capitalism with some level of taxation.
Yeah, he's not wrong there. Oh, he's actually dead now, LOL. Oh, okay. Jesus. He sounds like he was just about to cock it when they recorded this. He's actually not wrong there. Okay, like socialism is way better defined as what he said, which is like the state owning the means of production, like all the factories and the resources and all the shit that makes real value and adds to GDP. But like even that's wrong, but it's like so much better than like somebody does something progressive, like I don't know, supports gender equality or progressive taxation, like taxing rich people more than taxing poor people. That's not fucking socialism. That's just like being progressively minded. That's got nothing to do with socialism. But like I would argue again, like even the way that he describes it is wrong. Like if you nationalize or turn over to the state all of your industry and all of your resources and all of your businesses, your large businesses, your commercial interests to be managed by the state on behalf of the people. That's not even socialism. It's state. It's just the state taking over. Socialism, in the name of social, is about a worker's control of the economy. But like, you know, he's at least he's right about this. So far, Bill Gates is on fire.
What we're going to have is capitalism with some level of taxation. Most people really aren't arguing against capitalism. There may be a few, but most people are just saying that the taxes should change.
Although you do have someone who I think is polling the second highest in the Democratic Party right now, who was a socialist until very recently, Bernie Sanders.
Well, whether or not he was a socialist by the full term of that, now there is some muddy areas. When you start to say there shouldn't be any billionaires, that you have some cap on wealth or something like that, that goes beyond what I think, and you could say I'm self-interested, but...
Really?
Well, he didn't even finish his sentence. He realized how dumb it was to say that. And then he got cut off by Warren Buffett. This is painful, man. Hey, Jag, it's Fear-E Thursdays, not Torture Mystery Thursdays. I'm going to be there laughing about it as well. Evil motherfucker. Hey? And some people say that you should have a tax, like a cap, and stop billionaires from existing. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Now, that really is evil socialism, even though I just said it's not. And socialism has got to do with the means of production. But like, you know, come on. Would you really want a world where Bill Gates doesn't exist? Would you? I think not.
Except the present ones. No, but government needs to reallocate some resources. I mean, the extreme case would be in World War II. I mean, that's the closest we've come to socialism. You had an Office of Price Administration. You had a War Production Board. But during peacetime, you're always prepared for war, and you do that through government.
Fearing that, the ultra-moneyed folk decided to introduce AI and robots because people, you think rich people would be smart enough to not trust a robot to wipe your ass?
Government needs to reallocate some resources, but the market system, which exists under capitalism, is an extraordinarily effective way, and has proven it, of using resources, human and other kinds, to produce incredible goods. And Henry Ford could devise a system that could turn out a couple million cars a year, but he could only use half a dozen himself, or his whole family could use 50. I mean, he had to turn out a couple million cars that other people got to use, and that would not have, in my view, I think if you'd set up a government bureau in 1850 and given them 100 years to develop a car, I'm not so sure that you'd have ever come up with anything like the assembly lines of Ford and all of the things that have happened. Human ingenuity is incredible, and you want something that maximizes its use, and then...
What the fuck? What was that? I thought you would like his Ford example. Well, like the Americans or Ford were the only people that could produce cars en masse? Or like, okay, a capitalistic system is the only the ones that can produce cars en masse. Like the Chinese haven't been able to produce cars en masse. Or the fucking Soviet Union, by that measure. Like, what is he talking about? Like, honestly, though, like, what the fuck was that? That was awful. Capitalism is the only way to celebrate human innovation and ingenuity. Like, there's no other way that humans have ever been able to innovate or use our skill and our ingenuity. Right, so like literally up until we were capitalists, we were all living in the Stone Age. No great ancient civilizations, nothing, no art, no culture, no technology before capitalists came along about 200, 300 years ago and blessed us with their presence. It's just like, look, it's just common sense, okay? Capitalism is just the best way to manage human industriousness. That's it. No argument. If you say sweeping statements like that, then like, how do you argue? Like, and what grounds is capitalism always the measure of the most innovation? Like, at the same time that they're talking about the same period of Fordism, like the USSR was breaking every single record when it came to space exploration or any type of space first record for anything until the Americans came along and landed on the moon. Like, it was all the Soviet Union that developed and won the space race completely. And that was state-led innovation. Like, there is ways that you can innovate in an industrial society beyond the levers or the hand of the free market. And like, I take what he's saying. I've said it many times, and I'll fucking say it again. All right, capitalism is very productive. Yes, it allows Ford to make 2 million cars. His family can't have 2 million cars. They can only have 50, but like, they can make 2 million cars. Okay, that's fantastic. Capitalism, very productive, but like, it's not the only way to do an economy, and it's not by virtue of its existence the most productive form of economy. It's a very productive form of economy because it's motivated by profit, but it's not the only one. It's really interesting to see these types of Richie Riches on unscripted, actually. Really interesting. They're like freeballing it here, and it's fucking painful. We are crashing the global economy to rebuild it in our digital wallets. I heard him say no matter what happens, we can rely on humanity, all of them, to make things better for us to profit from. Damn. Without profit motive, we just starved. No one had kids. Yeah, no one really existed beforehand. Jack, we should be so thankful that we had a guy like Ford whose family couldn't drive all the cars that he produced, so a bunch of other people got to use them. Yeah, like fucking thank God that they can only drive up to 50 cars at a time. I guess the other 2 million he produced is just gonna have to go to the plebs then. It was really altruistic, actually. He didn't develop the car for any other reason than to produce 50 cars for his family. Like, the other 2 million was just like, fucking, what do I do with the rest? I guess I'm just going to give them out to the plebs. I guess. I'll charge them, I guess. It's just so I can produce more, not for profit. It's more capitalism is the best. Worst option is the thinking. I don't profess to know. But like, even if it is it the best worst option? Or is it just an option? I think the conversation is framed in favor of the status quo to be like, oh, it's the best option out of a bunch of bad options. Like, no, it's just an option. There are others. There are others. And they have their bonuses, or they have their pros, and they have their cons, like all systems. I thought it was interesting to see their takes because they are very prominent people. People idolize Warren Buffett as one of the greatest investors of all time. Yes, and it's funny watching him stumble around here. It's like watching Bill Gates as well. People idolize him. And like, he couldn't even finish a sentence. He's so fucking profound. He got laughed at by the rest of the richies in the room and then didn't finish his sentence. Fucking mental. Without capitalism, people wouldn't do things. Neoliberal economic education. Yes. Fucking. Me when my robot poop wiper is getting frisky. Lower. A lot lower. Too low. Lower. So good. Interesting to see these richie riches free balling it. So good. When capitalism controls the media market, of course, it's sold as the only option. When it captures government through lobbying, it's also sold to us as the best only option.
Curbs a few of the ideas that some of those people may have to sort of have it fall for themselves.
Charlie, you've made the same point.
The great proof of how capitalism works is China. When China copied Singapore and let the farmers own their own plots and let the manufacturers own their own businesses and so forth.
China copied Singapore and let the farmers own their own plots. Now tell me, I am no expert in Singaporean geography. Like, you tell me where all the fucking Singaporean farmers are. Like, honestly, that whole entire nation is like a city, a full of skyscrapers. It's a fucking concrete jungle. And the Chinese population with like hundreds of millions of peasant farmers. Hundreds of millions of peasant farmers would look to Singapore, basically a city, and we're just like, yes, all you farmers out there, let's copy the Singaporeans and look to the Singaporeans about how they deal with their farming population, their overwhelming agrarian population, and just give them plots of land. What the fuck are these guys talking about, honestly?
Farmers own their own plots and let the manufacturers own their own businesses and so forth. China's productivity increased many times, and they went from rural poverty to modern extreme wealth, and they did it by adopting a fair amount of capitalism. Now, if a Democratic politician doesn't understand that, he's nuts.
You've made the same point, though, Charlie.
Yes, okay, China adopted capitalism. It used the force of capital. You know what it did? Very well. It got foreign capital to come in and controlled it completely via the state. The same thing that this guy described as fucking socialism before. So if you're now going to describe China when it brings on capitalism, takes on capitalism, that's when all the productivity happened. Well, like, your mate over here would define that as fucking socialism. So watch out how you define things in this gray area, because it might come back to bite your theory. It's very good catching these guys on the fly and unscripted. I don't think they even understand what the fuck capitalism is. Seriously. What's this? Agricultural area in Singapore. Look at all of it. See that weird camo green color over there? Hey, that like those little spots there. Look at all the agriculture in Singapore. There's another piece of camo green. Thank God. Thank God they asked the Singaporean farmers, the hundreds of millions of people in China who were involved in farming. Thank God they turned to Singapore to figure out what to do with their rural population. Look at all that camo green. Eh? Dude, that's so good. Can't believe you found that. There are dozens of us. Dozens. Warren Buffett proves it's not about timing the market. It's about time in the market. Why not dump your chemicals in the water people drink and bathe? The better chance of it in China, it seems. People of China still suffer from our manufacturing standard avoidance. I so badly want to see China's super soldier program. I know they have one.
Charlie, that you think, you've made the same point though, Charlie, that you think private sector does it much better than the government sector.
Dude, this is really hard to watch, isn't it? Fuck, she's struggling.
For a lot of these people who are running also want to make government much bigger. Do you have a quarrel with that or no?
Well, as they say, if you love your post office, you're going to love socialized medicine.
Yeah, and they don't necessarily want to make it bigger in terms of redistributing. They may want to, the market system is brutal, and it leaves behind people who are perfectly wonderful people who don't have market-related talents. And
who are just unlucky.
Yeah, just plain unlucky. And in a rich society, believe me, if we have a war or something like that, we call on those people and, you know, pay them practically nothing to go fight for us. And we want goods flowing, but it's going to displace the textile worker that we used to have and so on. So the function of government is not necessarily to get bigger. It may be in an important way to take care of people who, for one reason or another, get left behind in a market system that you also regard as essentially this huge source of wealth and goods and services.
So how do you fix the problems, or at least the perception of problems, which there's a huge perception out there in the American voting right now?
Obviously, it would help if our government were wiser. And it would be wiser if the two sides didn't hate each other so much. Anger drives out reason. And there is absolute...
The capitalist class, the richy riches out there would like a system where at least the politics, the political parties, not the working people, not the mob, are united. They want the political establishment united so they can just rubber stamp policies that help their financial interests. That's all they fucking care about. It'd help if the two political parties stop fighting each other so much and just rubber stamped our policies. That'd be the best thing for everyone. Similar to how in Australia we have the TikTok inspector. Rules are only as effective as the enforcement, right? China presumably has many of the same laws we have here. Ask Gates about the kill off millions of pores email. Oh my god. No, it's just, that's not killing off millions of pores exactly. That's just the free market. And like if he gets to make decisions about killing off millions of pores because he's rich and powerful, that's just the free market. It's better than the state doing it. At least it's done by someone privately. That's way better. But if you want to make a documentary about the evils of communism in China, you'll be able to find something somewhere. Gotta love our Karen, ex-Twitter Seppo, with a personal beef with Elon and is using our tax dollars for her own little private war. Woozle, for me, if I wanted shirts from China, I'm going to make sure the people are paid, the standards are safe, or I buy from somewhere else. If every government and business had to do that, the locals would be safer. Have you seen the steel rebar with plants growing out of it? No? Negative.
Cold fury between politicians on one side and politicians on the other. It's quite counterproductive. For that reason, I don't allow myself to get angry at politicians.
How would you fix it?
Well, I just don't let myself get that angry at politicians. I don't expect them to be
Berkshire has worked better because Charlie and I have never been mad at each other.
Yeah.
It just does. I mean, way better. If we got mad at each other, I'd try and kill his deals. He'd try and kill my deals. All that. It just doesn't work that way.
We don't need a couple of alpha males blustering at one another over this stuff. They ought to just cool it and take a little reputational hit and get the feathers down.
We ought to worry about the people that don't fit into the system. We want the system And a lot of people are getting left further and further behind because as capitalism gets more advanced, it gets more specialized, and there actually is greater difference between the haves and the have-nots. And the haves can take care of the have-nots. And interesting thing is both parties basically agree on that. They just...
yes, how you get there, that gets complicated.
Income tax credit can make...
I think what they're describing here is the idea of humanizing capitalism, which is not socialism. See, like, these guys can say stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, okay, when capitalism gets more advanced and we become richer, yeah, I guess we should help the poor people out who fall through the cracks. Yeah, fine. That's not fucking socialism. Like, we can all agree on that. You know, when we get incredibly wealthy and there's poor people out there, I guess we can throw them some crumbs. That's not socialism. That is, yeah, humanizing capitalism. And there's nothing wrong with that either. Like, I'm all supporting why we exist in a capitalistic world. Like, let's be honest, for supporting policy decisions that help humanize capitalism. Like, that's fucking important. To humanize capitalism. Like, we are a society after all. We should fucking at least look after some people. Like, God, what have we come to? But like, humanizing capitalism and, you know, bringing in an alternative economy based on workers' control are completely fucking different things. LOL, love the imitation. Thank you. Again, I love impersonating old fucking billionaires who look like they're about to fucking cark it. Giving corporations the vote isn't human enough. All the reward, none of the risk, not human enough. Yeah, and like his version of democracy is like political parties, like the two political parties that have a hold on American politics, not fighting each other and working together. That's his form of politics. No actual political opposition, just one system that works to rubber stamp things for the rich and powerful. He's basically advocating for a one-party system, like what the Communist Party of China is. But like the Communist Party of China that worked and was controlled by capitalists and for capitalists, where China has the other way around. They have a one-party system that dictates to the capitalist class what they can and can't do. Crazy. Corporations are people. Didn't you hear the Supreme Court or whatever? Also, pizza is a vegetable. It is. It has like tomato sauce as a base. It's definitely a vegetable. It's made from flour. Also vegetable.
A huge jump in that direction. I mean, you know, Social Security, we've done various things. Over the years, we have improved. We've improved the public school systems. We've improved things that do give people more of an equal chance and take care of people who fall by the wayside. We just got to keep doing it.
Profound insights that was, hey? Thank God. The question is not capitalism or socialism. The question is why American news channels always write breaking news everywhere. Dude, that's fucking hilarious. That room right there is worth more than some countries. Damn. Tomatoes are fruit, isn't it? Let's just say both. Not if the pineapple outweighs the volume of the pizza, then it's a fruit. Double fruit. Uh-oh. Who would have thought that'd be the most contentious thing on Theory Thursdays? Is like, pizza, fruit or vegetable? You decide. 3 richest men in capitalist society. Question: does socialism work? Dude, that's fucking hilarious. Next up, Ronaldo, Messi, and Federer discuss whether sports should get so much attention. It's like asking a lion what he thinks about veganism. So good. Next up, Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, and Friedrich Engels on socialism versus capitalism debate. Man, that's fucking that's fair. That's fair. Especially when you have Bill Gates who can't even fucking literally finish a sentence. He has no idea what he's talking about. At least fucking Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, and Engels would have spent most of their lives trying to understand these concepts, as opposed to just having opinions because they're incredibly rich and powerful. I am an authority on this because I am rich and powerful. Listen to me. Next up, a lion, a tiger, and a wolf debating carnivores versus herbivores. Oh man, I wonder what conclusion these billionaires will arrive at. I think the comment section's got the gist here. Should the sheep be eaten? We asked 3 wolves for their opinions. Quote of the year, Buffett. I think people don't know what they're talking about. Oh man, very good. Thank you for that contribution, then. A lifetime of learning versus a lifetime of smoky butts. I choose the leering. Where is the other one that you gave us? Oh, here one. Chris Catrone, the last Marxist. Let's have a crack. We're going down deep in the vault of theory today. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. So this guy's name's Chris Catrone. He's considered, self-described, the last Marxist out there. Very, very nerdy stuff. Watching a bit of Chris Catrone. So I'm sorry to throw you in the deep end, but like this is as like nerdy as you can get in a Marxian scene. So if you can keep across with what this guy is talking about, then you're doing well. What were the parts that we're going to look at?
And also,
where's the crisis of the left, and the left is dead. Yeah, apologize in advance. No, it's great for me. I'm fucking ready for it. But like for everyone else, I'm gonna nerd out for a little bit. So fuck all of you guys. What are we doing? The crisis of the left, yeah? And the left is dead? And then why not Trump again? So this is from a piece of his called Why Not Trump Again? So like he, as a Marxist, makes a point about like, you know, Trump, all the Democrats, like who the fuck cares? And like, well, in that sense, as a Marxist or somebody that understands how capitalism really works, and there's no real difference between Democrats and Republicans, and at the end of the day, like why not Trump? Like, does Trump represent a form of working class politics in a sense? And like, is there some validity to the working class politics of Trump? Now, when you say Trump, I'm talking about Trump the phenomenon as opposed to Trump the individual. I don't think Trump has anything to do with working class politics, but he appeals to a working class sentiment. Like there are many working class people that love Trump because they think that he's going to make America great again. And like by making the nation great again, that harkens back to a time where the American working class not only had a level of wealth, prosperity, and hope for the future, they also had power. American working class had power in the system. They were unionized, they were organized, they had benefits, they had good wages. You could like, you know, support a family on one wage. You could send your kids to school and university and go on holidays and blah, 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 blah. And like if Trump appeals to the working class, then why the fuck not? I'm back just in time for the fun by the looks of it. Class is it. Yeah, school's in session, motherfucker. Don't touch me, motherfucker. All right, let's do this.
So the theme of the book is the crisis of the left in the face of a change into a post-neoliberal era.
I wonder if 4IS, are you in here? I wonder if you're listening to this. This is some Chris Catrone for you, baby. It's for you, motherfucker. Voltaire, you might be interested in this stuff as well, unless you've come across Chris Catrone before. The last Marxist, he calls himself. This one's for the nerds.
In other words, that the left of a change into a post-neoliberal era. In other words, that the left had become really habituated and used to a kind of resistance to neoliberalism over the course of the past generation, and was unprepared for the crisis of neoliberalism and really the end of neoliberalism and the movement into a post-neoliberal environment. And there are a couple of ways that we could talk about.
This one's for the nerds, he says, to politics stream watchers. Yeah, okay, fair enough. This is for a very particular form of the nerds out there. All right? All right?
The post-neoliberal environment. The book, Marxism in the Age of Trump, focuses on the political phenomenon, namely the disarray of the major parties, the major capitalist parties in the United States. The Democratic Party, as evinced by Bernie Sanders' insurgent candidacy as an independent, as a non-Democrat, but running for the Democratic Party nomination and doing much better than people thought he would.
Ew, this is theory? Leaves.
And of course, the Republican Party in the form of Trump coming in and just hijacking the Republican Party. But this is also seen elsewhere. So in the Great Recession, anti-austerity protests.
No. His voice does not carry much charisma or enthusiasm. I just like when he says right, when like he makes a point about something. He's like, right. But like, yes, he's very well trained Marxist, I would say. And he's like philosophy based. He's about as monotone as you can get.
Of that era, you had the rise of Syriza in Greece and Podemos in Spain as challenges to the established parties, to the established capitalist parties. Of course, you had the Brexit vote in the UK, in other words, an anti-EU upsurge, if you will. And the EU is a major neoliberal political formation from the last historical era, of last generation, even though it has roots in the earlier period as the economic community, European economic community in the mid-20th century. So focusing on the political aspect in the book, especially as regards the left, because the left is a political phenomenon, I didn't really address, and our public fora in Platypus didn't address so much the changes in the socioeconomic landscape or in the economy that might come with post-neoliberalism. That's become more of a prominent phenomenon in the last few years, essentially the boom that we've seen, and that it's Trump's avowed strategy to try to leverage the dependence of the rest of the world on a U.S. recovery to renegotiate global trade, right? So he looked at the situation and he said, okay, the rest of the world is going to suffer just as the U.S. suffered from the Great Recession, but the other countries are going to depend upon the U.S. to pull the world out of the Great Recession. So you see a delayed reaction in the Great Recession. It's impacted other parts of the world in a delayed manner after the United States. Similarly, the recovery will be delayed in the rest of the world as opposed to the United States. So that kind of aspect, the socioeconomic aspect, and a new kind of economic configuration of capitalism has not fully revealed itself yet, but is in the process of emerging now.
Wait, what do you think the new process is? Capitalism finding its feet again after the Great Recession. This is 2019 that he's talking about. I'm going to put it out there. Surveillance capitalism. 2019, same year that Shoshana, baby, please, she wrote Surveillance Capitalism. Pretty sure. I wonder if that's what he's talking about. After the GFC, there's like a period where capitalism is wandering around looking for itself again. And how will it rise? In what fashion will it rise again? What's the next age of capitalism? Surveillance capitalism, baby. Fuck yeah.
So focusing on the politics, however, the crisis of neoliberalism impacted the Republican Party first, meaning Trump was successful where Sanders was not. So Trump was successful with respect to overturning the Reagan coalition in the Republican Party. But Sanders was not so successful at dislodging the kind of neoliberal coalition, the Obama coalition, or before that, the Clinton coalition, the electoral coalition that the Democrats relied upon. So Hillary was still able to mobilize enough of that in the primaries.
Oh yeah, right as COVID kicked off as well. Hey, biggest wealth transfer in human history. And turns out people are okay with being locked in their homes. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that.
To prevent Sanders from winning the nomination. And of course now it's very unclear what might happen with the Democrats, meaning they're just sort of grasping for whatever they can to try to put back together the Obama coalition. Whereas Trump is actually trying to change the electorate for the Republican Party. The left, of course, and I put the left in scare quotes, because as you guys know, Platypus says, the left is dead, long live the left, but really the left is dead. The left is oriented as a kind of fringe phenomenon to the Democratic Party and is oriented towards the various elements of the Democrats' electoral coalition. In other words, they're oriented towards minority community constituencies and towards the organized labor movement, the existing unions. And as such, then, the left is completely subject to the same crisis that the Democratic Party itself is subject to. So, for instance, in the 2016 election, you had the labor unions endorsing...
Every day is Far Right Friday. No, this is actually... Like if you're talking about or you're talking about what's going on in the chat, but if you're talking about what we're watching, like this guy is as left-wing as you can get, I would say.
In the 2016 election, you had the labor unions endorsing Hillary, but their members, at least enough of them, still voting for Trump. Right, so you had the labor bureaucracy, the organized labor movement, endorsing the Democrats as usual, of course. They're not going to endorse the Republicans. But the membership not being as readily mobilizable as an electorate, especially in the Midwest. So the left, of course, has been thrown into...
So, like, think about that. Think about that. Like, I think lefties, not the left, but lefties, don't put enough emphasis on this idea, as he's describing, that, like, the labor unions in 2016, anyway, all the labor unions and stuff supported Clinton, Hillary, and... like as the establishment, as the institution, but like they're voting, like the actual members of the unions, the working people themselves, like a majority of them or lots of them were voting for Trump against the position of their organization. Now, usually or typically back in the day, the way that a labor organization would work, like a union, is that like they would decide as a unit, not only to like look after each other in the workplace and like fight for better conditions, but they transferred that economic struggle, because that's what that is, a struggle against your employer as a collective, using your collective power. That's economic struggle, but they use the economic struggle to influence the political struggle. And so the workers' movement, in that sense, yeah, there might be still unions around, but the unions vote for an ostensibly left-wing party, but like all of their supporters support a right-wing candidate. Like that just shows you how in disarray, meaningless or dead working class politics really is that like the people might join a labor union so they have, you know, better conditions or have somebody to fight for them if they ever have a fight with their boss or they're being threatened and they're being discriminated against or fired or something like that. Someone might defend them, but they don't look to their union for political, it's like a political compass. Like as working people, they are associating more with right-wing politics or like right-wing populism. Not overwhelmingly, but like back in the day when you were in a union, and when I say back in the day, let's say before the world wars and like, you know, in the couple of decades afterwards, if you were in a union, you were politically aligned with that union as well. So the way they vote, you would vote too. And so like if they voted for a left-wing party, because the left-wing party should support working-class struggles, then you voted left-wing as well as an individual. Or they supported a left-wing party, you voted left-wing, because that party should support your union and help maintain your conditions. But like what he's describing is like the labor union institution would vote for like the Democrat Party or support the Democrat candidate because they thought that that candidate would support unions in the future, but like their members vote for Donald Trump because they think he speaks more to working class politics. I think unions in America is on life support. Yeah, they probably fucking are. We failed that test. COVID just proved we'll all kowtow given the tiniest crumb of fear. I think there's a big thing there. It was a massive psychological test, wasn't it? Unions fucked up when they started charging fees. Broke the whole idea. Yeah, okay, fair enough. It might be a factor. I don't think that's what brought the unions down. But fair enough. What percentage of Aussies are actually in a union in 2026? That's a very good question. I wonder. UK Parliament had a giggle on Keir's last day about Binface. Really? Quick diversion, sorry. Quick diversion. Let's see. I want to know more about Binface. Is it really Keir's last day already?
But if you want to lead this country, you should set out your plans to do so. We have. But one politician intends to spend the summer avoiding scrutiny, refusing to set out his plans. So does he not agree that what the country deserves is a televised debate between Nigel Farage and Count Binface?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they intend to spend the summer arguing with the bin. My advice to everyone is put your vote in the bin.
But can I also pick up on a remark from the Leader of the Opposition about the by-election we're about to see in Clacton? I have to tell her I cannot back joke figures with ridiculous policies, which is why I'm supporting Count Binface.
Low-hanging fruit that was. Fuck me dead. Don't speak about Count Binface that way, you fuckwit. Put him in the bin. Unions being vehicles for organized crime might have clued people in the nature of collective bargaining. God, XNF, wait until they find out about all of the corrupt activity and all of the organized crime that runs throughout corporate activity. And corporate activity as it like marries up to the state and like state organizations that don't fall under public scrutiny. You know, like deep state organizations. God, if people decided to stop supporting unions because of their connection to organized crime, the deep state, like once they figure out what the deep state's doing, like the CIA will be gone. And like all of the corporate crime that goes on out there, like, you know, that's it. The entire corporate sector, the worldwide, will disappear in a matter of generations. I just don't think that's how it goes, though. Count Binface has to be so chuffed getting this free press. Where's your wheelie bin? Is wheelie bin watching Count Binface? All right, back to it.
Something of a crisis with respect to its ideology. In other words, to be the left of the Democratic Party, which was the default position for the last 40 years, but has only become really very explicit in the context of the DSA, in the context of the hard kind of Marxist left, whether Trotskyist or Maoist, joining the DSA, which means really giving up any pretense to...
So there are many corrupt organizations there. If you work for a good company, good on you. But like unions can still assist there. Because even a good company can have bad days. And you as an individual can get squashed by a good company. So like the collective element there is the power. I used to work for a good organization, but I saw it crush individuals. Overall, good organization. But yeah, I saw it crush individuals just because they didn't like them personally. I'm sick of all these joke candidates. I'm voting for Bin Face.
Being independent of the Democratic Party. And the DSA itself finds itself split in the same way the Democratic Party is split, meaning all the old issues from the new left in the 1960s have returned, namely class versus race, gender, and sexuality. Right, so in other words, we're going to be...
So unions can backfire like that too, but sure, takes money out of your paycheck. Yes, unions can backfire. We talked about it before. We were actually talking about it just before. Like, unions don't even represent their members politically. Like, they've lost all meaning. Like, unions really should be about both economic struggle and political struggle, and they've lost meaning. And yes, they take some of your paycheck like the government does, like corporations do. Everybody gets a slice of your paycheck. You might find that the corporate sector takes a much bigger slice of it through debt trapping and through consumption, or like general consumerism, conditioning you through marketing and psychological warfare to get you to buy their shit and like put yourself into debt continually. So you have to have a job in the first place to pay for all the shit that you need to buy on the market. But yes, unions are not perfect at all, but like unions, you may find, are the only reason that you have something called holidays, weekend, penalty rates, sick leave, work health and safety practices, workers' compensation, work towards having kind of gender equality in workplaces, anti-discrimination in workplaces in terms of just firing people for the sake of it. So like, as corrupt as they are, it's still got a lot of good wins on the board historically. So maybe instead of finding a bad company and joining its unions, people look for good companies instead. Yeah, just shop around because everybody's got the option. Just shop around. Some of us have better than all of that with no union. Yes, because of union efforts in the past. Just because you don't have a union in your workplace doesn't mean you don't enjoy the benefits of the history or the legacy of union culture on society writ large. Like, you still enjoy the weekend regardless of whether you're unionized or not. You still enjoy the fact that there is separation between work and your life. There's work-life balance, even though that's being eroded a lot. You still enjoy the idea of like a general working day, where like you can have like a certain amount of time where you go to work, a certain amount of time where you can rest and recuperate and do other things. That's the legacy of unions. So whether you personally are in one or not, it still has a legacy. Somehow having benefits that no union has secured means unions get the credit. Weird theology. I don't think you're really listening, to be honest. I just explained how union legacy you still benefit from. But if you think that's a form of theology, then I can't help you. I blame John Howard for everything. I blame John Howard for other reasons. I blame Howard for everything because we're still suffering from the Howard and Costello clown show. All right, back to it.
You know, like class-oriented, or are we going to be oriented towards oppressed groups? All right, so anti-oppression is going to be oriented class versus race, gender, and sexuality. Right, so in other words, are we going to be, you know, like class-oriented, or are we going to be oriented towards oppressed groups? All right, so anti-oppression versus anti-exploitation has emerged as the usual fault line for the Democrats, and therefore for the left, and for the DSA as well. Okay, so what I wanted to do by way of just putting some stuff out there for us to discuss is read two very short pieces. One is Why I Wish Hillary Had Won, which was written ahead of the 2018 midterm elections. And the other, which I have not handed out to you guys, which is Why Not Trump Again? So let's start with Why I Wish Hillary Had Won. So originally, I presented this last year in 2018. At the Left Forum in New York City, which is a major North American conference of the left, at a panel hosted by the Marxist Humanist Initiative on the danger of left Trumpism, is what they called it. And I was invited to speak on the panel as someone that they could criticize for the article that I had written in 2016, Why Not Trump? So this is what I had to present in response to their criticism of me. So Why I Wish Hillary Had Won. As a Marxist academic professional and a gay man living in a northern city, married to a non-white Muslim immigrant, it would have been beneficial to me for Hillary Clinton to have been elected President of the United States. That would have served my personal interests, no doubt about it. I am opposed to all of Trump's policies. I'm especially opposed to Trump on his signature issue, immigration. But I was opposed to Obama on this as well. And I would have been opposed to Hillary too. I am opposed to...
So funny. I knew I heard a gay twist on some of that monotone. Yes, Queen. So good.
DACA and its hierarchy of supposedly deserving recipients. Full citizenship rights for all workers. One response to Trump's Make America Great Again was a Mexican nationalist slogan, Make America Mexico Again. But as a Marxist, I go one step further. I am for the union of Mexico and the United States under one government, the dictatorship of the proletariat. But Trump made Rudy Giuliani and Jeff Sessions wear hats saying, Make Mexico Great Again also. This was wholly sincere, at least on Trump's part, but probably also for Sessions and Giuliani. Why not? If I am opposed to making America great again, then I suppose I am also opposed to making Mexico great too. For the purposes of the struggle for socialism I seek to pursue, I wish Hillary had won the election. All the anti-Trump protest going on is a distraction from the necessary work. And worse, Trump feeds discontent into the Democrats as the party of opposition. With Hillary in office, this would have been less the case. However, we must remember that, had she won, Hillary still would have faced a Republican majority in Congress, and so we would still have heard about how important it would be to elect Democrats last year in the 2018 congressional midterms. I am opposed to Trump's law and order conservatism. Not that I am against law and order per se, mind you, and perhaps I am not even so opposed to the order and law of society as it is now. I play by the rules and follow the law. Why wouldn't I? And anyway, honestly, who here doesn't? Rebels all. But I'm aware that laws are selectively enforced and that the social order is run by those who don't always play by the rules, don't always play by their own rules. I am aware that the social order and the law are used as excuses for things that are not so lawful and orderly, for things that are not so social. I am aware of Trump's demagogy. But it is funny watching the established social and political order go into fits over Trump's insistence on law and order. Trump's election gave the left something to do. They should be grateful. They would have been bored under Hillary. Especially after 8 years of Obama, fascism is much more exciting, isn't it? I would have been grateful if Hillary had been elected instead. Saturday Night Live's jokes about Hillary are much funnier than about Trump. My family voted for Trump, mostly. My mother and my brother and his wife voted for Trump. My father voted for Hillary. When Hillary collapsed due to fatigue from pneumonia, my father dutifully went to get his pneumonia shot. But my mother previously had voted twice for Obama. I'm not sure if my father did too. He might have voted for McCain and Romney. In the primaries, I intended to vote for Bernie, but it turned out the Democrats sent the wrong ballots to my precinct, which was more likely to vote for Bernie than other precincts. I thus personally witnessed in action the Democrats' suppression of votes for Bernie in the primaries. So
Dude, do you reckon that's true? That's a true anecdote. That's fucking mental. That's fucking crazy. Where's he from? Is he from Chicago? And he was just like, he just accused the Democrats of sending the wrong ballots out so they could, within their own party, suppress democracy. I wanted to give a quick update to Mr. M. I plan to make him the poster child of Australian anti-Asian hate. The first rough drafts of the poster in progress. Also, my secondary goal is to get him and his stream age restricted and social media restricted in his country of Australia. As per his comment earlier in the stream, that he is pro-limiting free speech. So much irony in that. I'm sure he will appreciate it. As per his comment earlier in the stream, that he's pro-limiting free speech. I can't remember that instance. But thank you for the update. Public service announcement, really. Bernie brought it up at the time, and they told him to shut up, essentially. Check his bin. Are you even in Seattle right now? I am here. Look at my bin. Han out here writing manifestos. Manifestos. Vermont and Brooklyn. Sanders. Okay, so like, I thought he was from somewhere else though. Chris Catrone. That's interesting. Albo was sucking his own dick about getting the internet restricted, and you were all for it. Such a limited memory. Well, thank God you're here to remind me. Han, you better have some more sweet clips. You have no idea what you're talking about with E being limited for free speech. Dems appointing Kamala shows... appointing Kamala shows they don't want democracy. Looks like Catrone is from Long Island. Yeah, right. I don't know why I've thought that. I thought I've heard him speaking in the past about being in Chicago. Maybe he used to live there. I love how you say you'll do this with E upping you big time in the stream earlier. Clip it or it didn't happen. Alright, let's do this. I think he teaches there now. Ah, right. Okay.
I went to the empty Republican line and voted for Trump. In November, too, Democrats' suppression of votes for Bernie in the primaries. So I went to the empty Republican line and voted for Trump. In November, too, I knew that Hillary would win Illinois, but I wanted her to win by 1 vote less. No sense rewarding the Democrats for being greedy. I expected Trump to win. From the very moment that Trump descended the golden escalator and announced his candidacy, I thought he could win. As time went on, I increasingly thought that he would win. I had mixed feelings about this. On the one hand, I dreaded this shit show that ensued in Trump's campaign and that I knew would only get worse if he was elected. But on the other, I felt an obligation as a teacher to prepare my students for Trump's victory. If he had not won, nothing would have been lost. My students didn't require any special preparation for a Clinton presidency. But if Trump won, I knew that there would be a great deal of confusion and scaremongering by the Democrats. I couldn't stand by and watch my students be lied to. I had lived through the Reagan Revolution and watched The Day After on television along with everyone else. That's the nuclear Third World War little mini-series. I heard Reagan denounced as a fascist by the left and experienced the multiple anticlimaxes of Mondale and Dukakis. The world hadn't ended. As an adult, I lived through the George W. Bush presidency, 9/11 and the War on Terror, the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, the financial crisis, and the change we can believe in, the election of the first black president. In all that time, not much had changed, at least not much attributable to the presidency. So I didn't expect much to change with Trump either. But I did expect a lot of hysterics in response. I knew that my students would be scared. I wanted to protect them from that. So I sought to get out ahead of it. My students asked me to write a statement on the election in the beginning of the new...
This guy remembers all the shit I rant about. Like, he was there, man. He was there. So good.
Academic year. This is September of 2016. Something short that could be handed out as a flyer. So I wrote, "Why not Trump?" It was not an endorsement nor an equivocation, but an honest question. Why not Trump? Perhaps it was too philosophical. As I wrote in that article, I thought that the mendacity of the status quo defending itself against Trump was a greater threat than Trump himself. I was prompted to reread Hannah Arendt's article on the Pentagon Papers, Lying in Politics. She said that the ability to lie was inextricably connected to the ability to create new things and change the world. I don't know. I did find, however, a difference in quality and character between Trump's lies and the Democrats. The only argument I found for Hillary was that we lived in the best of all possible worlds, as Voltaire's Professor Pangloss described it in Candide. I didn't want to be Professor Pangloss. I wanted to spare my students that. But perhaps we did live in the best of all possible worlds under Obama, and would have continued to do so under Hillary. Perhaps Trump really has ruined everything for everyone. Perhaps the world has come to an end. I don't know. I wish Hillary had won so I could have found out.
Dun dun dun. Is that what you describe as Trump derangement syndrome? Dilemmas, like when people just go into hysterics about every time Trump does something outrageous, which is pretty much what he does, right? It's not red states or blue states, but these corrupted states of America. He broke the golden philosophy rule, told too much truth. They came for him. I hear that. All I do is tell the truth, and everyone hates me. Poor Han. My friends who were Democrats called Hillary, and abstained. The most okayest of all worlds. They're just jealous, bro. I'm the philosopher. True, it takes guts to tell the truth to people who don't want to hear it. What would you say to Kant if you had the chance? We live in the okayest of all worlds. So good. You are a fucking machine.
So that was from last year. And now I'll bring it up to date.
This better be the one. This is the one that we want to hear, right? Why not Trump? I want to hear his Marxist perspective on why we should vote for Trump. Come on. Get to it, Chris Catrone.
I tried to play a song, but instead you'll just get the name. So why not Trump again?
Here we go.
Kanye West famously indicted President George W. Bush for not caring about black people. Mr. West now says that it's the Democrats who don't care about black people. But he thinks that Trump does indeed care. West, who received an honorary doctoral degree from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago a few years ago, intends to move back to Chicago from Hollywood, which he describes as the sunken place. You guys know the reference, Get Out? Yes? Okay, sunken place. West's wife, Kim Kardashian, convinced President Trump to free Alice Johnson, a black grandmother, from jail, and to initiate the criminal justice sentencing reform legislation called the First Step Act. Prisoners are being released to join the workforce, in which the demand for labor has been massively increased in the economic recovery under the Trump administration. The reason for any such reform now, after the end of the Great Recession, will be this demand for workers, no longer the need to warehouse the unemployed. Trump ran on and won election calling for jobs, jobs, jobs. and now defines his Republican Party as standing for, quote, the right to life and the dignity of work, which was his definition of what Make America Great Again meant to him. This will be the basis now for his re-election in November 2020, for promises kept. The current impeachment farce, I was just watching this today, and have been watching it, unfortunately, is indeed what Trump calls it. The Democrats motivated by outrage at his exposure of their shameless political corruption, with the Biden family prominently featured. After trouncing the infamous Clintons in 2016, Trump is keeping this drumbeat going for 2020. Don't expect it to stop. The Democrats have wanted to impeach Trump from the moment he was elected. Indeed, even before.
Stop talking about Bernie Sanders, for fuck's sake. It's my turn to bomb the Middle East. And so on. Alright, very good.
Beforehand, but finally got around to it when Trump exposed them, exposed their frontrunner. Trump has held out the offer of bipartisan cooperation on everything from trade to immigration reform. He went so far as to say, when congratulating the Democrats on their 2018 midterm election victories, that he would be potentially more able to realize his agenda with a Democrat majority Congress, because he would no longer have to face resistance from established mainstream Republicans opposed to his policies. In his State of the Union address to Congress this year, Trump contrasted the offer of negotiation and cooperation with the threat of investigations. As it turns out, the FBI, CIA, and other US government security services personnel who have tried to indict Trump out of political opposition are now finding themselves the targets of criminal investigation. At least some of them are likely to go to prison. The bloated national security state is dismayed and in retreat in the face of Trump. Good. What is the argument against Trump's re-election? That he is utterly unbearable as a president of the United States? That Trump must be stopped because the world is running out of time, either in terms of the time spent by separated children being held under atrocious conditions in appalling immigration detention facilities, or that of glaciers falling into the ocean. Both of these will continue unabated, with or without Trump. The Democrats neither can nor will put a stop to such things, not even slow them. What is the argument for electing the Democrats then? A Green New Deal? Will never happen. Obama promised it already in 2008. That they will restore civility to American life, like we had under Obama? In other words, the same conditions, but with a comforting smile instead of an irritating smirk. But Trump's supporters became annoyed with Obama and have been reassured by Trump's confidence in America. Trump's smile is not sarcastic. Obama's often was. Don't the Democrats deserve that grin? Will the Democrats provide free, quality health care for all? Not on your life. Neither will Trump. But not because he doesn't want to. He definitely does. He thinks that it's absurd that the wealthiest country in world history cannot provide for its citizens. But what can you do? The last time national health care was floated as a proposal was by Nixon, but it was defeated by Democrats as well as Republicans. Nixon floated UBI, Universal Basic Income, as well, but it was opposed by the Democrats, especially by their labor unions, who rightly said that employers would use it as an excuse to pay workers that much less. Abortion was legalized when fewer workers were needed. It happened at a certain time in history for a reason. But that was a different time, before the general economic downturn after 1973 that led to the last generation of neoliberalism, austerity, and a society of defensive self-regard and pessimism. Now, it is likely we are heading into a new generation-long period of capitalist growth and optimism. At least it's possible. Nixon and Mao agreed that, quote, what the left proposes, we, the right, push through. Are we on the brink of a new post-neoliberal progressive era then? Don't count on it, at least not with the Democrats. They won't let their presidential nominee next year be Bernie Sanders. Probably they won't even let it be Warren either. And anyway, after Obama, no one is really going to believe them. Even if Bernie were to be elected president, he would face a hostile Democratic Party, as well as Republicans in Congress. It's unlikely the squad of AOC and the rest will continue to be reelected at all, let alone expand their ranks of Democratic Socialists in elected office. The DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, have already peaked, even before the thankless misery of canvassing for Democrats, not socialists, in the next election. The future belongs not to them, but to Chinese Communist Party General Secretary Xi Jinping, hosted by Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Climate change must be stopped by China. The arguments against Trump by the Democrats have been pessimistic and conservative, distrustful and even suspicious of American voters, to which he opposes an unflappable confidence and optimism based in faith in American society. Trump considers those who vote against him to be mistaken, not enemies. But the Democrats considered Trump voters to be inimical, deplorable and irredeemable. My Muslim friends who oppose Trump, half of them support Trump, said that after his election in 2016, they found their neighbors looking at them differently. Oops.
Mamupa, what a time for you to come in, bro. Tell me you're LOLing at what he just said. Hey, tell me, please.
Suspiciously. But I think it made them look at Americans differently, suspiciously. But it's the same country that elected Obama twice. If Trump's America is really the hateful place Democrats paint it to be, for instance, at their LGBTQ CNN town hall that they had, I think a month ago or maybe a month and a half ago, at which protesters voiced the extreme vulnerability of trans women of color, then it must be admitted that such violence is perpetrated primarily not by rich, straight white men, as much as by cisgendered heterosexual men and women of color. Should we keep them in jail? The Democrats' only answer to racism, sexism, and homophobia is to fire people and put them in prison, whereas Trump lets them out of jail to give them a job. Perhaps their getting a job will help us too. So, why not Trump again?
Okay, so that is a provocative as fuck Marxist take on why not Trump. Eh? And so it's just basically fuck you to identity politics. And like, let's have a serious analysis of what Trump's legacy is compared to that of Democrats and their identity politics. Pretty scathing stuff. Makes you think. Chris Catrone reading chat. Something was said. Not good. I dig it. Good speech. It's interesting. Like, if you just look at the politics of it, as opposed to the culture wars of it, and like just hating Trump because he's Trump. And look at what he has done compared to that of his political adversaries. Or his political antithesis. Maybe not his adversaries. He needs coffee, though. Keep them students awake. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Very interesting. His legacy is draining the swamp straight into his filthy throat. He needs meth? Oh my god. Voting Trumpism, though, is self-sabotage. And he's the poster child for identity politics. He definitely weaponizes it, yeah. Trump is the swamp now. A correction from Bubba to his mouth. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, he's definitely Trump 2.0 is a different beast, isn't it? Definitely shows his link to the swamp. It was a bit more free the first time around. But he's been roped in recently. But yes, very interesting stuff from Chris Catrone. Why not Trump? We've had an interesting theory Thursdays, I must say. Like, I didn't see myself spending a lot of time defending right-wing politicians, but here we go. I don't want to see the radical center take out fucking populist right-wing politicians in Europe, which fails anyway, and ends up giving them more traction. And like, you know, do like snowflake lefties in the US who have, what is it, Trump derangement syndrome, really have a good case to make against Trump when the Democratic Party toes the line and keeps the status quo of American politics and American imperialism, does the exact same stuff really in terms of foreign policy decision as like the Republican Party does. Like they do the same shit. They don't stop the wars. They don't stop the bombing. They don't stop attacks on immigrants. It's just they might do it in slightly different fashion and with like the smile of Obama as opposed to the smirk of Trump, I guess is the point that he was making. I am the swamp. So good. Trump 2.0 is a massive disappointment. Wars, no wall, not enough deportations. The list goes on. Probably was. The choice was Kamala or Trump. In the US, you can change the party, but not the policy. In China, you can change the policy, but not the party. Australia, you get both. Only real democracy. So good. No bias there. Australia is the only place on earth we get real democracy. And we have a preferential voting system. Take that. Over in Australia, it's more of a pendulum. Yeah, it's interesting. Massey proposed an amendment yesterday to stop the funding for Israel. He was the only Republican to vote for it. There are times I wish there was more rightoids on Twitch. Well, I don't understand the connection between he was the only Republican to vote for it and there are times where I wish there were more rightoids on Twitch. I'm not sure how the connection between those sentences, but like, fair enough. Good on your Massey. So I control the fuck out of them. Right, yeah. Fair enough. It's only real democracy if it's from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Anywhere else, it's sparkling feudalism. No, bro, it's the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That's the real democracy. Maybe the Congo. But yes, everything outside of that sparkling feudalism. All the way. Very good. All right, so the theory on this one is there is a radical center that controls politics and it looks to assassinate its political opponents on the extremes. So horseshoe theory is really the theory of the bulging center suppressing the extreme positions on the left and the right. But I would argue that bulging center actually does push the left and right together, not for ideological reasons, but to force them into a coalition against the radical center. I think people on the right and the left, as long as they are bulging, it's bulbous, as long as they are connecting not in the culture wars, but are connecting in the class struggle, and at least agreeing on their class position, it's the only force imaginable that can take on the overwhelming radical center and its neoliberal policy that is destroying the world. Sit on my radical center any day. Bulbous. Typical ID poll. Congo first, alphabetically. It's only... No, I read that. I have a tattoo on my dick. It says, "Welcome aboard." Sentinel Island, only free place left on Earth. It's ruled by the French, technically. All right, I gotta bounce. I gotta leave it there. But thank you for joining us on Theory Thursdays. It's been an interesting one. It's not our usual. Hey, but fuck the radical center and fuck ground news. That's all you need to know from Theory today. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. I was very disappointed with the amount of likes that was on the stream yesterday. So if you haven't already, activate away. No way your dick is big enough to fit that many letters. Hey, fine print, baby. Never forget the fine print. It's what protects IP. Time to go read some ground news. Oh, yeah. Whoops. Sorry, Voltateur. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions today. Thanks for your interactions. If you've been watching this after the fact, thank you. If you've been lurking today, thank you. Do appreciate it. Voltateur, Jag, all day. Bro, you must be tired. It must be way past your bedtime. Dilemmas, Han, in and out today. I said Blaz, Woozle, Dilemmas, Mamupa coming in the end. What are we doing? Who else we got here? 4AS has been in and out too. Spandonk. Ravy Baby, modding hard as always. Captain Bucket. Thank you very much. Who else we got here? Who else we got? Have I missed anyone? Oh, I can't go back far enough. Damn it. I'm just going to go with that. 4AS. Yeah, I'm going to regret it in the morning, but oh well. It was worth it for Theory Thursdays. But yeah, thank you, everybody. Have I missed anyone else? No, I don't think so. I'm sorry if I have missed you. Hobo Joe, Ninja Nurse in earlier, yes, as well. Thank you very much. Fun bouncing. Thanks, Blaz. Thank you very much. All right. We'll be back tomorrow for Far Right Fridays. If you've got anything that you want to cover on Far Right Fridays, let me know. I haven't really looked into it yet, but I will whip something out overnight, I guess. But yeah, thank you, everyone. And until tomorrow, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you on the morrow.